Produced by Jeroen Hellingman. Filipino Popular Tales. Collected and edited with comparative notes. By Dean S. Fansler. Preface. The folk tales in this volume, which were collected in the Philippines during the years from 1908 to 1914, have not appeared in print before. They are given to the public now in the hope that they will be no mean or uninteresting addition to the volumes of Oriental Marchen already in existence. The Philippine archipelago, from the very nature of its geographical position and its political history, cannot but be a significant field to the student of popular stories. Lying as it does at the very doors of China and Japan, connected as it is ethnically with the Malayan and Indian civilizations, occidentalized as it has been for 3 centuries and more, it stands at the junction of East and West. It is therefore from this point of view that these tales have been put into a form convenient for reference. Their importance consists in their relationship to the body of world fiction. The language in which these stories are presented is the language in which they were collected and written down English. Perhaps no apology is required for not printing the vernacular herewith, nevertheless an explanation might be made. In the first place, the object in recording these tales has been a literary one, not a linguistic one. In the second place, the number of distinctly different languages represented by the originals might be baffling even to the reader interested in linguistics, especially as our method of approach has been from the point of view of cycles of stories, and not from the point of view of the separate tribes telling them. In the third place, the form of prose tales among the Filipinos is not stereotyped, and there is likely to be no less variation between 2 Visayan versions of the same story, or between a Tagalog and a Visayan, than between the native form and the English rendering. Clearly, Spanish would not be a better medium than English, for today there is more English than Spanish spoken in the islands. Besides, Spanish never penetrated into the very lives of the peasants, as English penetrates today by way of the schoolhouse. I have endeavored to offset the disadvantages of the foreign medium by judicious and painstaking directions to my informants in the writing down of the tales. Only in very rare cases was there any modification of the original version by the teller as a concession to Occidental standards. Whatever substitutions I have been able to detect, I have removed. In practically every case, not only to show that these are bona fide native stories, but also to indicate their geographical distribution, I have given the name of the narrator, his native town, and his province. In many cases, I have given, in addition, the source of his information. I am firmly convinced that all the tales recorded here represent genuine Filipino tradition so far as the narrators are concerned, and that nothing has been manufactured, consciously. But what is native and what is derived? The folklore of the wild tribes Negritos, Bagobos, Igorots is in its way no more uncontaminated than that of the Tagalogs, Pampangans, Zambals, Pangasinans, Ilocanos, Bicals, and Visayans. The traditions of these Christianized tribes present as survivals, adaptations, modifications, fully as many puzzling and fascinating problems as the popular lore of the pagan peoples. It should be remembered that, no matter how wild and savage and isolated a tribe may be, it is impossible to prove that there has been no contact of that tribe with the outside civilized world. Conquest is not necessary to the introduction of a story or belief. The crew of a Portuguese trading vessel with a genial narrator on board might conceivably be a much more successful transmitting medium than 1,000 prows full of brown warriors come to stay. Clearly, the problem of analyzing and tracing the story literature of the Christianized tribes differs only in degree from that connected with the pagan tribes. In this volume, one have treated the problem entirely from the former point of view, since there has been hitherto a tendency to neglect as of small value the stories of the Christianized peoples. However, for illustrative material, I have drawn freely on works dealing with the non-Christian tribes, particularly in the case of stories that appear to be native, and I shall use the term native to mean merely existent in the islands before the Spaniards went there. In the notes, I have attempted to answer for some of the tales the question as to what is native and what imported. I have not been able to reach a decision in the case of all, because of a lack of sufficient evidence. While the most obvious sources of importation from the Occident have been Spain and Portugal, the possibility of the introduction of French, Italian, and even Belgian stories through the medium of priests of those nationalities must not be overlooked. Furthermore, there is a no inconsiderable number of Basque sailors to be found on the small inter-island steamers that connect one end of the archipelago with the other. Even a very cursory glance at the tales in this collection reveals the fact that many of them are more or less close variants and analogues of tales distributed throughout the world. How, or when this material reached the Philippines, is hard to say. The importation of Arabian stories, for example, might have been made over many routes. The Hindu beast tales, too, might have quite circled the globe in their progress from east to west, and thus have been introduced to the Filipinos by the Spaniards and Portuguese. Again, the germs of a number of widespread marchen may have existed in the archipelago long before the arrival of the Europeans, and, upon the introduction of Occidental civilization and culture, have undergone a development entirely consistent with the development that took place in Europe, giving us as a result remarkably close analogues of the Western tales. This I suspect to have been the case of some of our stories where, parallel with the localized popular versions, exist printed romances, in the vernacular, with the medieval flavor and setting of chivalry. To give a specific case, the Visayan, Bicol, and Tagalogs in the coast towns feared the raids of Mindanao Mussulmans long before white feet trod the shores of the islands, and many traditions of conflicts with these pirates are embedded in their legends. The Spaniard came in the 16th century, bringing with him stories of wars between Christians and Saracens in Europe. One result of this close analogy of actual historical situation was, I believe, a general tendency to leveling. That is, native traditions of such struggles took on the color of the Spanish romances. Spanish romances, on the other hand, which were popularized in the islands, were very likely to be localized. A maximum of caution and a minimum of dogmatism, then, are imperative if one is to treat at all scientifically the relationship of the stories of a composite people like the Filipinos to the stories of the rest of the world. A word might be added as to the nature of the tales. I have included only hero tales, serious and droll, beast stories and fables, and porquoy or just so stories. Myths, legends, and fairy tales, including all kinds of spirit and demon stories, I have purposely excluded in order to keep the size of the volume within reasonable limits. I have, however, occasionally drawn upon my manuscript collection of these types to illustrate a native superstition or custom. Columbia University. May 1918. Contents: I Hero Tales and Drolls. 1. A. Suan's Good Luck 1b. Suan Eket 22. The Charcoal Maker Who Became King 10.3. The Story of Caruncle 17.4. A. Suak and His Adventures 29. B. The Three Friends the Monkey, the Dog, and the Carabao 31.5. A. How Suan Became Rich 35. B. The King's Decisions 37.6. A. The Four Blind Brothers 42. B. Juan the Blind Man 43. C. Teofilo the Hunchback, and the Giant 46. D. Juan and the Bearing Cantata 47. E. The Manglalabas 49.7. A. Sagacious Marcella 53. B. King Tassio 55.8. A. The Story of Zaragoza 64. B. Juan the Peerless Robber 69.9. The Seven Crazy Fellows 75.10. A. Juan Manilaxon 79. B. Juan the Poor, Who Became Juan the King 81.11. A. Lucas the Strong 89. B. Juan and His Six Companions 92. C. The Story of King Pomeran 98.12. A. The Three Brothers 116. B. Three Brothers of Fortune 118. C. Pablo and the Princess 120. D. Legend of Prince Oswaldo 122.13. A. The Rich and the Poor 137. B. Lucas the Rope Maker 140.14. A. The King and the Dervish 144. B. The Mysterious Book 145.15. The Miraculous Cow 150.16. The Clever Husband and Wife 152.17. The Three Brothers 155.18. Juan and His Adventures 171.19. Juan Wearing a Monkey's Skin 178.20. A. How Salaksak Became Rich 183. B. Clever Juan and Envious Diego 186. C. Ruined Because of Invidiousness 188. D. The Two Friends 190. E. Juan the Orphan 192.21. Is He the Crafty Ulysses 197.22. The Reward of Kindness 207.23. Pedro and Satan 211.24. The Devil and the Guachinango 214-25. Juan sat at 223-26. An Act of Kindness 227-27. The Indolent Husband 231-28. Cecilio, the Servant of Emilio 237-29. Changata 240-430. The Golden Lock 240-831. Who is the nearest relative? 257-32. With 1 centavo Juan marries a princess 262-33. A. The 3 humpbacks 265. B. The 7 humpbacks 267-34. A. Respect old age 271. B. The Golden Rule 271-35. Cachinango 276-36. Pedro and the Witch 279-37. The Woman and Her Coals Plant 280-538. A Negrito Slave 287-39. Alberto and the Monsters 291-40. Juan and Maria 295-41. The Enchanted Prince 301-42. The Prince's Dream 304-43. The Wicked Woman's Reward 309-44. The Magic Ring 310-45. Amaria and the Golden Slipper 314. B. Abeja 316-46. Juan the Poor 319-47. The Fate of an Envious Woman 323-48. A. The Monkey and Juan Pusong Tambay Tambay 326. B. Andres the Trapper 332-49. Juan the Fool 338-50. Juan and His Painted Hat 353-51. Juan and Clotilda 355-52. The Poor Man and His 3 Sons 359-53. The Denied Mother 361-54. Tamarind and the Wicked Dadu 363. Roman 2. Fables and Animal Stories. 55. The Monkey and the Turtle 3 versions 366-56. The Monkey and the Crocodile 2 versions 374-57. The Monkeys and the Dragonflies 379-58. The Monkey, the Turtle, and the Crocodile 380-59. The Iguana and the Turtle 380-360. A. The Trial Among the Animals 385. B. The Pugu's Case 386. C. Why Mosquitoes Hum and Try to Get into the Holes of Our Ears 387. D. A Tyrant 388-61. The Greedy Crow 391-62. The Hummingbird and the Carabao 393-63. The Camanchile and the Passion 394-64. Auk and Lamarin 395. Roman 3. Just So Stories. 65. Why the Ant is Not So Venomous as the Snake 398-66. Why Locusts Are Harmful 399-67. How Lansones Became Edible 401-68. Why Cocks Fight One Another 403-69. Why Bats Fly at Night 404-70. Why the Sun Shines More Brightly Than the Moon 404-71. A. Why the Culing Has a Tonsure 407. B. The Culito and the Crow 407. C. The Hawk and the Coaling 408-72. A. Why the Cow's Skin is Loose on the Neck 410. B. The First Loose-Skinned Cow and the First Tight-Skinned Carabao 411-73. Why the Monkey is Wise 412-74. A. The Lost Necklace 414. B. The Cock and the Sparrowhawk 415-75. The Story of Our Fingers 416-76. Why Snails Climb Up Grass 417-77. Why the Cuttlefish and Squids Produce a Black Liquid 419-78. Why Cocks Have Combs on Their Heads 420-79. A. How the Crow Became Black 420. B. Why the Crow is Black 421. C. The Dove and the Crow 422-80. Why the Ocean is Salty 425-81. A. Why the Sky is Curved 426. B. Why the Sky is High 426-82. An Unequal Match. Or, Why the Carabao's Hoof is Split 428. Filipino stories given in the notes. Only stories from my own manuscript collection are listed here. Titles of those given in full are printed in Roman, of those given merely in abstract, in italics. A C after a title indicates that the story is taken from one of the native corridos or metrical romances printed in the vernacular. Pedro's Fortunes, 15 Pusong 23 Cabagbok 23 Sandupple 23 Sandankle 23 Greedy Juan 23 Juan Tapan 23 Dangan 23 Tangarangan 23 Kakarankang 29 How Pyro Became Rich 14 The Cripple, and the blind man 51 Marcella outwits the king 56 Calabasa. C. 57 Rodolfo. C. 60 Juan and his 6 friends 78 Edmundo. C. 87 The Three Brothers. 127 The priest and his pupil 148 Abu Hassan. C. 154 Don Agustin, Don Pedro. And Don Juan. C. 169 The Adarna bird. C. 2 versions. 169 Pedro and the Giants 175, the monkey becomes king 182, Juan the Ashes Trader 195 Colosset and Coloscal 195, Juan the Poor 202 Juan Bacalar. C. 202 Mabate and the Duende 217, the Fortunes of Anda. An Orphan 241 Peter the Violinist 241 Duke Almanzar. C. 251 The 7 Hunchback Brothers 268 Juan and his father 275 Pugat Negro. C. 280 Juan Tenoso. C. 283 Juan and Maria. C. 298 Pitong 299 The Wonderful Tree 318 King Asuro and Juan the Poor. C. 322 Ricardo and his Adventures. 347 Juan and the Robbers 340 8 The Adventure of 2 Robbers 349 Juan Sadat 351 Juan Loco 352, The Monkey and the Crocodile 377, The Battle Between the Birds and the Beasts 380, 1 The Bacuit's Case 389, Why the Ant is Not So Venomous as the Snake 399, The Origin of Locusts 399, The Origin of Locusts. 400 The Adam and Eve of the Tagalogs 402, How Landzones Became Edible 402 The Sun, the Moon, and the Stars 405 The Sun, and the Moon 406 Origin of the Monkey 413, the First Monkey 413 The Deer, and the Snail 429. Appendix 431. Index 447. Bibliography. The following list includes only such works as are referred to in abbreviated form in the notes throughout the volume. Arn Anti, Vergleikend Marchenforschungen, Helsingfors 1908. Arabian Nights Entertainments, translated by Sir Richard Burton, 10 vols, 1885. Supplemental Nights, 6 vols, 1886-88. Bahar-i Danish, translated from the Persian by Jonathan Scott, 3 vols, Shrewsbury, 1799. Bain R. Nisbet, Russian Fairy Tales, from the Skazki of Polvoy, New York, N.D. Basil G. Pentamerone, translated by Sir Richard Burton, 2 vols, London, 1893. Bateman G.W. Zanzibar Tales, Chicago, 1901. Benfey Theodore, Panchatantra, Funfbutcher Indischer Fabeln Marchen und Erzählungen, aus dem Sanskrit übersetzt mit Einleitung und Amerkungen, 2 vols, Leipzig, 1859. Blumentritt, Ferdinand. Diccionario Mitologico, in Retanas Archivo del Bibliofilo Filipino, Volume 2, Madrid, 1896. Bolt Johannes und Polivka Jorg, Amerkungen zu den Kinder und Hausmarchen der Brüder Grimm, 2 vols, Leipzig, 1913-1915. Cited Bolt Polivka. Bompas Ch. Folklore of the Santal Parganas, London, 1909. Burton, Sir Richard, See Arabian Nights Entertainments and Basel. Busk, Sagas from the Far East, or Kalmuk and Mongolian Traditionary Tales, London, 1873. Compiled by Rachel Harriet Busk. Caballero Fernan, Cuntos y Pojas Populars Andaluses, Leipzig, 1866. See also Ingram. Campbell A. Santal Folktales, Pecuria, India, 1891. Campbell J. F. Popular Tales of the West Highlands, 4 vols, 1890. Campbell Killies, The 7 Sages of Rome, Boston, 1907. Child Francis J. English and Scottish Popular Ballads, 5 vols, in 10 parts, Boston, 1882-98. Clouston W. A. Book of Noodles, London, 1888. Cited Clouston 1. A Group of Eastern Romances, 1889, privately printed. Cited Clouston 2. Popular Tales and Fictions, 2 vols, London, 1888. Cited Clouston 3. Cole Fay Cooper, Traditions of the Tinguian, Chicago, 1915. Cited Cole. Cole Mabel Cook, Philippine Folk Tales, Chicago 1916, cited M. C. Cole. Comparetti di Noveline Popolari Italian, Rome, 1875. Cosquin Emmanuel, Contes Populaires de Lorraine, 2 vols, Paris, 1887. Crane Thomas F. Italian Popular Tales, Boston, 1885. Crook W. Religion and Folklore of Northern India, 2 vols, Westminster, 1896. Danhart Oscar, Nedersigen, Ein Sammlung Nederdutender Sagen Marchen Fabeln und Legenden, 4 vols, Leipzig, 1907-12. Decent G. W. Popular Tales from the Norse, London, N.D., The London Library. Daryl Elphinstone, Folk Stories from Southern Nigeria, West Africa, London, 1910. Dracott Alice E. Simla Village Tales, London, 1906. Dunlop John Collin, History of Fiction, edited by H. Wilson, 2 vols, London, 1896. Evans, Ivor H. N. Folk Stories of the Tempasuk and Tuaran Districts, British North Borneo, in the Journal of the Royal Anthropological Institute of Great Britain and Ireland, 43, 422-479. Cited Evans. Fansler Harriet E. Types of Prose Narratives, Chicago, 1911. Fleeson Catherine Neville, Laux Folklore of Farther India, Chicago, 1899. Folklore Journal, Folklore Society, 7 vols, London, 1883-89. Cited FLJ. Folklore, a Quarterly Review, current since 1890. Cited FL. Freer, M. Old Deccan Days, or Hindu Fairy Legends Current in Southern India, London, 1868. Gerard G. H., The Grateful Dead, Folklore Society, London, 1907. Gesta Romanorum, translated by the Reverend Charles Suan, revised edition, London, 1906. Gonzenbach Laura, Sicilianisch Marchen, 2 vols, Leipzig, 1870. Grimm the Brothers, Household Tales with the author's notes, translated from the German and edited by M. Hunt, with an introduction by Andrew Lang, 2 vols, London, 1884. Groom F. H. Gypsy Folk Tales, London, 1899. Hahn J. G. Vaughan, Greikisch und Albanesisch Marchen, 2 vols, Leipzig, 1864. Hartland E. S. Science of Fairy Tales, London, 1891. Honey James A. South African Folk Tales, New York, 1910. Hose Charles and MacDougall William, The Pagan Tribes of Borneo, 2 vols, London, 1912. Cited Hose MacDougall. Indian Antiquaria Journal of Oriental Research and Archaeology, History, Literature, Languages, Philosophy, Religion, etc. Bombay, current. Ingram J. H. Spanish Fairy Tales, translated from Fernan Caballero, New York, N.D. Jacobs Joseph, Indian Fairy Tales, New York and London, 1913. Cited Jacobs 1. The Fables of Aesop, I History of the Aesopic Fable, London, 1889. Cited Jacobs 2. Jataka or Stories of the Buddha's Former Births, translated from the Pali by various hands, edited by E. B. Cowell, 6 vols, Cambridge, V.D. Journal of American Folklore, cited Jaffel. Baylis Clara K. Tagalog Folk Tales, Jaffel 21, 4553. Benedict Laura W. Bagobo Myths, Jaffel 26, 1363. Chamberlain A.F. Notes on Tagal Folklore, Jaffel 15, 196-198. Gardner Fletcher, Tagalog Folk Tales, Jaffel 20, 104-116, 300-310. Maxfield B.L. and Millington W.H., Viscayan Folk Tales, Jaffel 19, 97-112. 20, 89-1-3, 311-318. Journal of Philology. Journal of the Royal Asiatic Society of Bengal, N.S. cited J. Rasp. Kathasarit Sagara, C. Samidva. Kingscote, Mrs. Howard, Tales of the Sun or Folklore of Southern India, London, 1890. Kittredge, George L. Arthur and Gorlagan, in Harvard Studies and Notes in Philology and Literature. Knowles, the Reverend J. H., Folk Tales of Kashmir, 2D ed., London, 1893. Kohler, Reinhold, Kleiner Schriffen, Eiser Marchenforschung, edited by J. Bolt, Weimar, 1898. Cited Kohler Bolt. Lal Bahari Day, Folk Tales of Bengal, London, 1883. Lang Andrew, Custom and Myth, 2d ed., London, 1885. Legrand et Recul de Contes Populaires Grecs, Paris, 1881. Macaloch J.A., The Childhood of Fiction, A Study of Folk Tales and Primitive Thought, London, 1905. McCulloch William, Bengali Household Tales, London, 1912. Meyer e Deutsche Volksmärchen aus Schwaben, Stuttgart, 1852. Middlerkamp Sani, Aute Carol's Stories, South African Folklore Tales, London, 1914. Mijatovi's MME, Serbian Folklore, London, 1874. Orient und Occident, Insbessendier in Ihren Gegenwärtigen Beziehungen, etc. 3 vols. Göttingen, 1860-64. Panchatantra, C. Benfi. Panzer Friedrich, Studien zur Germanischen Sagengeschichte, I. Beowulf, München, 1910. Persian Tales, The 1001 Days, translated by Ambrose Phillips, 2 vols, London, 1722. References are to the 6th edition. Peter G. Fayeb, Noveline e Racconti Popolari Sicilian, 4 vols, Palermo, 1875. Perhul H. Kinder und Volksmärchen, Leipzig, 1853. Radloff W. Proben der Volksliteratur der türkischen Stamm Südsibiriens, 6 vols, St. Petersburg, 1866-86. Ralston W. R. S. Russian Folk Tales, London, 1873, cited Ralston 1. Tibetan Tales, London, 1882, cited Ralston 2. Ritana Wenceslau, Apparato Bibliografico, 3 vols, Madrid, 1906. Rittershaus Adeline, Die Neuseeländischen Volksmärchen, Halle, 1902. Rivière J. Recul de Contes Populaires de la Kabylie, Paris, 1882. Romancero General, 2 vols, ed. Durin. Romania, Recul Trimestrial, ed. Par P. Mayer et G. Paris, Paris, current since 1872. Rondelayer, Lo Rondelayer, Cuentos Populars Catalans, Coleccionats per fr, Maspons y Labros, Barcelona, 1875. Roth H. Ling, The Natives of Sarawak and British North Borneo, 2 vols, London, 1896. Rouse W. H. D., The Talking Thrush and Other Tales from India, London, 1899. Schiefner Anton von, See Tibetan Tales. Schleicher August, Liddisch Marchen, Sprichwort Ratzel und Lieder, Weimar, 1857. Schneller Sie Marchen und Sagen aus Wallstaral, Innsbruck, 1867. Scott Arthur and Albert, Wallikisch Märchen, Stuttgart, 1845. Scott Jonathan, See Baharei Danish. Sellers See Tales from the Land of Nuts and Grapes, London, 1888. Skeet W. W. Fables and Folk Tales from an Eastern Forest, Cambridge, 1901. Cited Skeet 1. Skeet W. W. Malay Magic, London, 1900. Cited Skeet 2. Samedva Kathasarit Sagara, translated into English by C. H. Tawney, 2 vols, Calcutta, 1880-1884. Steele F.A. and Temple R.C., Wide Awake Stories equals Tales of the Punjab, London, 1894. Cited Steele Temple. Steer E. Swahili Tales, London, 1870. Stokes Mave, Indian Fairy Tales, London, 1880. Straparola Giovan F. Tredisai Piasevelinati, The Knights, now first translated into English by W. G. Waters, 2 vols, London, 1894. Tawny, CHC Samedva. Thornhill Mark, Indian Fairy Tales, London, 1888. Thorpe B. Yuletide Stories, London, 1853. 1001 Nights, see Arabian Nights Entertainment. Tibetan Tales, translated from the Tibetan of the Kajayar by F. Anton von Schiefner, done into English from the German with an introduction by W. R. S. Ralston, London, 1882. Cited Ralston 2. Tutaneme or Tales of a Parrot, Persian text with English translation, Calcutta, 1792. Waldo A. Bomish's Marchenbuch, Prague, 1860. Wardrop M. Georgian Folk Tales, London, 1894. Webster Wentworth, Basque Legends, London 2d ed., 1879. Radislaw, A.H. 60 Slavonic Folk Tales, Boston, 1890. Wack Volksmärchen der Serben, Berlin, 1854. Filipino Popular Tales. Part 1. Hero Tales and Drolls. Tale 1. Suan's Good Luck. Narrated by Macaria Garcia, the story is popular among the Pampangans. There was once an old woman who had an only son named Suan. Suan was a clever, sharp-witted boy. His mother sent him to school. Instead of going to school, however, Suan climbed up the tree that stood by the roadside. As soon as his mother had passed by from the market, Suan hurried home ahead of her. When she reached home, he cried, "Mother, I know what you bought in the market today." He then told her, article by article. This same thing happened so repeatedly that his mother began to believe in his skill as a diviner. One day, the ring of the Datu's daughter disappeared. All the people in the locality searched for it, but in vain. The Datu called for volunteers to find the lost ring, and he offered his daughter's hand as a prize to the one who should succeed. Suan's mother heard of the proclamation, so she went to the palace and presented Suan to the Datu. "Well, Suan, tomorrow tell me where the ring is," said the Datu. "Yes, my lord, I will tell you, if you will give your soldiers over to me for tonight," Suan replied. "You shall have everything you need," said the Datu. That evening Suan ordered the soldiers to stand around him in a semicircle. When all were ready, Suan pointed at each one of them and said, "The ring is here and nowhere else." It so happened that Suan fixed his eyes on the guilty soldier, who trembled and became pale. "I know who has it," said Suan. Then he ordered them to retire. Late in the night, this soldier came to Suan and said, "I will get the ring you are in search of, and will give it to you if you will promise me my safety." "Give it to me, and you shall be safe," said Suan. Very early the next morning Suan came to the palace with a turkey in his arms. "Where is the ring?" the Datu demanded. "Why, sir, it is in this turkey's intestines," Suan replied. The turkey was then killed, and the ring was found inside it. "You have done very well, Suan. Now you shall have my daughter's hand," said the Datu. So Suan became the princess's husband. One day the Datu proposed a bet with anyone who wished to prove Suan's skill. Accordingly, another Datu came. He offered to bet 7 cascos of treasure that Suan could not tell the number of seeds that were in his orange. Suan did not know what to do. At midnight, he went secretly to the cascos. Here he heard their conversation, and from it, he learned the number of seeds in the orange. In the morning Suan said boastfully, "I tell you, your orange has 9 seeds." Thus Suan won the whole treasure. Hoping to recover his loss, the Datu came again. This time he had with him 14 cascos full of gold. He asked Suan to tell him what was inside his golden ball. Suan did not know what to say, so in the dead of night he went out to the cascos, but he could learn nothing there. The next morning Suan was summoned into the presence of the 2 Datus. He had no idea whatever as to what was in the ball, so he said scornfully, "Nonsense." That is right," shouted a man. "The ball contains 9 cents. Consequently, Suan won the 14 cascos full of gold. From now on, nobody doubted Suan's merit. Suan Eket. Narrated by Manuel Reyes, a Tagalog from Rizal Province. He heard the story from his grandfather. Many years ago, there lived in the country of Campau a boy named Suan. While this boy was studying in a private school, it was said that he could not pronounce the letter X very well. He called it Eket. So his schoolmates nicknamed him Suan Eket. Finally, Suan left school because whenever he went there, the other pupils always shouted at him, "Eket, Eket, Eket." He went home and told his mother to buy him a pencil and a pad of paper. "I am the wisest boy in our town now," said he. One night Suan stole his father's plow and hid it in a creek near their house. The next morning his father could not find his plow. "What are you looking for?" said Suan. "My plow," answered his father. "Come here, father, I will guess where it is." Suan took his pencil and a piece of paper. On the paper he wrote figures of various shapes. He then looked up and said, "Ararokes, ararokes, nananakos ina esimbernails," which meant that the plow had been stolen by a neighbor and hidden in a creek. Suan's father looked for it in the creek near their house and found it. In great wonder he said, "My son is truly the wisest boy in the town." News spread that Suan was a good guesser. One day as Suan was up in a guava tree, he saw his uncle Pedro plowing. At noon, Pedro went home to eat his dinner, leaving the plow and the carabao in the field. Suan got down from the tree and climbed up on the carabao's back. He guided it to a very secret place in the mountains and hid it there. When Pedro came back, he could not find his carabao. A man who was passing by said, "Pedro, what are you looking for?" "I am looking for my carabao. Somebody must have stolen it." "Go to Suan, your nephew," said the man. "He can tell you who stole your carabao." So Pedro went to Suan's house and told him to guess who had taken his carabao. Suan took his pencil and a piece of paper. On the paper, he wrote some round figures. He then looked up and said, "Carabas, carabas, nananakos ina sa bundoks," which meant that the carabao was stolen by a neighbor and was hidden in the mountain. For many days, Pedro looked for it in the mountain. At last, he found it in a very secret place. He then went to Suan's house and told him that the carabao was truly in the mountain. In great wonder, he said, "My nephew is surely a good guesser." One Sunday, a proclamation of the king was read. It was as follows: "The princess's ring is lost. Whoever can tell who stole it shall have my daughter for his wife, but he who tries and fails loses his head." When Suan's mother heard it, she immediately went to the palace and said, "King, my son can tell you who stole your daughter's ring." "Very well," said the king. "I will send my carriage for your son to ride to the palace in." In great joy, the woman went home. She was only ascending the ladder when she shouted, "Suan, Suan, my fortunate son." "What is it, mother?" said Suan. "I told the king that you could tell him who stole the princess's ring." "Foolish mother, do you want me to die?" said Suan, trembling. Suan had scarcely spoken these words when the king's carriage came. The coachman was a courtier. This man was really the one who had stolen the princess's ring. When Suan was in the carriage, he exclaimed in great sorrow, "Death is at hand." Then he blasphemed and said aloud to himself, "You will lose your life now." The coachman thought that Suan was addressing him. He said to himself, "I once heard that this man is a good guesser. He must know that it was I who stole the ring because he said that my death is at hand." So he knelt before Suan and said, "Pity me, don't tell the king that it was I who stole the ring." Suan was surprised at what the coachman said. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Where is the ring?" "Here it is." "All right, listen, and I will tell you what you must do in order that you may not be punished by the king. You must catch one of the king's geese tonight and make it swallow the ring." The coachman did what Suan had told him to do. He caught a goose and opened its mouth. He then dropped the ring into it and pressed the bird's throat until it swallowed the ring. The next morning the king called Suan and said, "Tell me now who stole my daughter's ring." "May I have a candle? I cannot guess right if I have no candle," said Suan. The king gave him one. He lighted it and put it on a round table. He then looked up and down. He went around the table several times, uttering Latin words. Lastly, he said in a loud voice, "Me damine." "Where is the ring?" said the king. Suan replied, "Singsing nanewalan inako angakala inaz, big ng gansa," which meant that the ring was not stolen, but had been swallowed by a goose. The king ordered all the geese to be killed. In the crop of one of them, they found the ring. In great joy, the king patted Suan on the back and said, "You are truly the wisest boy in the world." The next day, there was a great entertainment, and Suan and the princess were married. In a country on the other side of the sea was living a rich man named Mayabong. This man heard that the king of Campo had a son-in-law who was a good guesser. So he filled one of his cascos with gold and silver and sailed to Campo. He went to the palace and said, "King, is it true that your son-in-law is a good guesser?" "Yes," said the king. "Should you like to have a contest with me? If your son-in-law can tell how many seeds these melons I have brought here contain, I will give you that casco filled with gold and silver on the sea. But if he fails, you are to give me the same amount of money as I have brought." The king agreed. Mayabong told him that they would meet at the public square the next day. When Mayabong had gone away, the king called Suan and said, "Mayabong has challenged me to a contest. You are to guess how many seeds the melons he has contain. Can you do it?" Suan was ashamed to refuse, so, even though he knew that he could not tell how many seeds a melon contained, he answered, "Yes." When night came, Suan could not sleep. He was wondering what to do. At last he decided to drown himself in the sea, so he went to the shore and got into a tub. I must drown myself far out so that no one may find my body. If they see it, they will say that I was not truly a good guesser, he said to himself. He rode and rode until he was very tired. It so happened that he reached the place where Mayabong's casco was anchored. There he heard somebody talking. How many seeds has the green melon? Said one. 5, answered another. How many seeds has the yellow one? 6. When Suan heard how many seeds each melon contained, he immediately rowed back to shore and went home. The next morning Suan met Mayabong at the public square, as agreed. Mayabong held up a green melon and said, How many seeds does this melon contain? 5 seeds, answered Suan, after uttering some Latin words. The melon was cut and was found to contain 5 seeds. The king shouted, We are right. Mayabong then held up another melon and said, How many does this one contain? Seeing that it was the yellow melon, Suan said, It contains 6. When the melon was cut, it was found that Suan was right again, so he won the contest. Now Mayabong wanted to win his money back again, so he took a bottle and filled it with dung and covered it tightly. He challenged the king again to a contest. But when Suan refused this time, because he had no idea as to what was in the bottle, the king said, I let you marry my daughter because I thought that you were a good guesser. Now you must prove that you are. If you refuse, you will lose your life. When Mayabong asked what the bottle contained, Suan, filled with rage, picked it up and hurled it down on the floor, saying, I consider that you are all waste to me. When the bottle was broken, it was found to contain waste or dung. In great joy, the king crowned Suan to succeed him. Thus, Suan lived happily the rest of his life with his wife the princess. Notes: 2 other printed variants are C. Juan the Guesser, in H. E. Fansler's Types of Prose Narratives, pp. 73-77. D. Juan Pusong, Jaffel 19, 107-108. This story seems to be fairly widespread among the Filipinos. There is no doubt of its popularity. The distinguishing incidents of the type are as follows. A1 lazy son decides that he will go to school no longer, and A2, with his ABC book or a pencil and pad of paper, he has no trouble in making his parents think him wise. A3, he tells his mother that he has learned to be a prophet and can discover hidden things. A4, he spies on his mother, and then guesses what she has prepared for supper. B, he hides his father's plow cattle, and then finds it for him. B1 plays similar trick on his uncle, thereby establishing his reputation as a diviner. C, king's daughter loses ring, and the king sends for Juan to find it under penalty of death if he fails. Or C1, his mother volunteers her son's services. C2, he accidentally discovers the thief by an ejaculation of sorrow. Or C3, shrewdly picks out the guilty one from among the soldiers. In either case, he causes the ring to be hid in a secret place or swallowed by a goose turkey, in whose body it is found the next day. D. Juan marries the princess. E. By overhearing a conversation, Juan is able to tell the number of seeds in an orange melon, and to win a large sum of money from a neighboring king who has come to bet with Hero's father-in-law. F. Hero required to accept another bet as to the contents of 3 jars. Method, as in E. Swimming out to neighboring king's casco and overhearing conversation. G. Ejaculation guess as to contents of golden ball bottle. H. Afraid of being called on for further demonstration of his skill, Hero burns his magic book. These incidents are distributed among the 4 forms of the story as follows. Version A1 A4 C1 C3, Deg version B, A1 A to B B1 C1 C to Deg version C, A1 A to B C C to Da. Accidentally hears answer FH version D, A1 A3 A4 Eb. A concluding adventure is sometimes added to version C, Juan the Guesser. King and queen of another country visit palace of Juan's father-in-law and want their newly born child baptized. Juan is selected to be godfather. When called upon to sign the baptism certificate, he instantly dies of shame, pen in hand. He cannot write even his own name. A connection between our story and Europe at once suggests itself. Dr. Noel, Grimm, number 98, is perhaps the best known, though by no means the fullest Western version. Bolt and Polivka, 402, give the skeleton of the cycle as follows. A1 A peasant with the name of Crab Cricket Rat, who buys a physician's costume and calls himself Dr. Noel, or A2, who would like to satiate himself once with 3 days eating. B discovers the thieves who have stolen from a distinguished gentleman a ring, treasure, by calling out upon the entrance of the servants, or at the end of the 3 days. That is the first, second, third. C. He also guesses what is in the covered dish or closed hand while commiserating himself. Poor crab, cricket, rat. D1, through a purgative he by chance helps to find a stolen horse, or D2, he discovers the horse that has previously been concealed by him. E. He gets a living among the peasants, upon whom he has made an impression with a short or unintelligible sermon or through the crashing down of the pulpit, which has previously been sawed through by him. Bolt lists over 150 stories containing one or more incidents of this cycle. The discovery of the ring inside a domestic fowl, sometimes animal, is found in most of the European versions, as is likewise the ejaculation guess, RC3 and G. These 2 details, however, are also found in Oriental forms of the story, which as a whole have some peculiarly distinctive traits. These see Bolt Polivka, 2, 407, are 1. The role of the wife, 2. The collapsing of the room, 3. The burning of the magic book. The appearance in the Philippine versions of 2 of these motifs, one in modified form, together with a third, the betting contest between the 2 kings, which is undoubtedly Eastern in origin, leads us to believe that our story of Juan the Guesser is in large measure descended directly from Oriental tradition, though it may owe something to Occidental influence. In 2 of our variants, it is the mother who in her fond pride places her son in jeopardy of losing his head. As the hero is a young bachelor when the story opens, the exploitation of his prowess would naturally devolve upon his mother. The burning of the magic book is found in version C, though the incident of the collapsing of the room or house is lacking in all our variants. The most characteristic episode, however, in the Philippine members of this cycle, is the betting contest between the 2 kings. It is introduced 5 times into the 4 tales. Its only other occurrence that I know of in this cycle is in an Arabian story cited by Cosquin 2, 192, which follows. One day, when the king was boasting of his conjurer before some other kings, they said to him, "We too have some diviners. Let us compare their wits with the wisdom of your man." The kings then buried 3 pots, one filled with milk, another with honey, and the third with pitch. The conjurers of the other kings could not say what was in the pots. Then Asfur, the hero, was called. He turned to his wife and said, "All this trouble comes of you. We could have left the country." The first time it was milk, the second honey, the third pitch. The kings were dumbfounded. "He has named the milk the honey and the pitch without hesitation," they said, and they gave him a pension. The close resemblance between this detail and the corresponding one, F, in Juan the Guesser, is immediately evident. The fact that the difficulty in Juan's career is overcome, not by an ejaculation guess, but by a providential accident, much the same thing, however, does not decrease the significance of the 2 passages. That the betting contest between the 2 kings is an Oriental conception, very likely based on actual early custom, is further borne out by its appearance in a remarkable group of Eastern stories of the clever lass type, Sea Child, English and Scottish ballads, 1, 11. The gist of these narratives, writes Professor Child, is that one king propounds tasks to another, in the earlier ones, with the intent to discover whether his brother monarch enjoys the aid of such counselors as will make an attack on him dangerous. In the later, with the demand that he shall acquit himself satisfactorily or suffer a forfeit. And the king is delivered from a serious strait by the sagacity either of a minister or of the daughter of his minister, who came to her father's assistance. These tasks are always such as require ingenuity of one kind or another, whether in devising practical experiments, in contriving subterfuges, in solving riddles, or even in constructing complements. One other Oriental variant of this story may be cited because of its similarity to 2 of our tales, cf. Our episodes C and C2. This is an Annamese version, printed in the Crestamathi Cochin Chines, Paris, 1872, 1:30. There was once a man who, being qualified for nothing, and not knowing how to earn a living, made up his mind one day to become a diviner. As luck had many times served him, the public came to believe in his oracles. He amassed a good round sum, and day by day his success made him more bold and boastful. Once a golden tortoise disappeared from the palace of the king. As all searches for it resulted in nothing, someone mentioned the diviner to the king and begged permission to summon him. The king ordered his litter prepared, the escort and the umbrellas of honor, and sent to have the conjurer fetched. When the conjurer learned what was the matter, he was very much disturbed, but he could not resist the commands of the king. Accordingly, he dressed himself, entered the litter, and set out. Along the road, the poor diviner continually bemoaned his fate. Finally, he cried out, "What is the use of groaning? The stomach, bung, has caused it all. The belly, de, will suffer for it," an Annamese proverb. Now it happened that the two litter-bearers were named Bung and De, and it was they who had stolen the king's gold tortoise. When they heard the exclamation of the diviner, they believed that they had been discovered. They begged him to have pity on them. They confessed that they had stolen the tortoise and had hidden it in the gutter. "Very well," said the diviner, "I will spare you. I will say nothing. Reassure yourselves." When he reached the palace, he went through some magical performances, found the tortoise, and was overwhelmed by the king with rewards and honors. Cosquin, 192. It is entirely possible that this story and our two stories containing the same situation are connected. Trading between Manila and Indochina has been going on for centuries. The history of the Philippine story has probably been something like this: to an early narrative about a wager between two neighboring kings or datus, in which the winner was aided by the shrewdness of an advisor, originally having a considerable amount of real ability, were added other adventures showing how the advisor came to have his post of honor. The germ of this story doubtless came from India via the Malay migrations. The additional details possibly belong to a much later period. It is, moreover, not impossible that this whole cycle of the lucky, anti-hero, grew up as a conscious antithesis to the earlier cycle of the genuinely clever lass. See number 7 in this collection. In conclusion, I might call attention to Benfey's treatment of this droll in Orient und Occident, 1, 371 et seq. Benfey traces the story from the Orient, but considers that its fullest form is that given in Schleicher's Lithuanian legends. The tale is also found in Samadva, chapter 30, Tawny, 1, 272-274. Tale 2. The Charcoal Maker Who Became King. Narrated by Jose R. Perez, a Tagalog living in Manila, who heard the story when a boy from his nurse. Once upon a time, there lived a king who had one beautiful daughter. When she was old enough to be married, her father, as was the custom in ancient times, made a proclamation throughout his kingdom thus: "Whosoever shall be able to bring me 10 carloads of money for 10 successive days shall have the hand of my beautiful daughter and also my crown. If, however, anyone undertakes and fails, he shall be put to death." A boy, the only son of a poor charcoal maker, heard this announcement in his little town. He hurried home to his mother and said that he wanted to marry the beautiful princess and to be king of their country. The mother, however, paid no attention to what her foolish son had said, for she well knew that they had very little money. The next day the boy, as usual, took his hatchet and went to the forest to cut wood. He started to cut down a very huge tree, which would take him several days to finish. While he was busy with his hatchet, he seemed to hear a voice saying, "Cut this tree no more. Dip your hand into the hole of the trunk, and you will find a purse which will give you all the money you wish." At first he did not pay any attention to the voice, but finally he obeyed it. To his surprise, he got the purse, but found it empty. Disappointed, he angrily threw it away, but as the purse hit the ground, silver money rolled merrily out of it. The youth quickly gathered up the coins. Then, picking up the purse, he started for home, filled with happiness. When he reached the house, he spread pedates over the floor of their little hut, called his mother, and began shaking the purse. The old woman was amazed and delighted when she saw dollars coming out in what seemed to be an inexhaustible stream. She did not ask her son where he had found the purse, but was now thoroughly convinced that he could marry the beautiful princess and be king afterwards. The next morning she ordered her son to go to the palace to inform His Majesty that he would bring him the money he demanded in exchange for his daughter and his crown. The guard of the palace, however, thought that the youth was crazy, for he was poorly dressed and had rude manners. Therefore he refused to let him in. But their talk was overheard by the king, who ordered the guard to present the youth before him. The king read the announcement, emphasizing the part which said that in case of failure the contestant would be put to death. To this condition the charcoal maker agreed. Then he asked the king to let him have a talk with his daughter. The meeting was granted, and the youth was extremely pleased with the beauty and vivacity of the princess. After he had bidden her goodbye, he told the king to send the cars with him to get the first 10 carloads of money. The cars were sent with guards. The drivers and the guards of the convoy were astonished when they saw the poor charcoal maker fill the 10 cars with bright new silver dollars. The princess, too, at first was very much pleased with such a large sum of money. 5 days went by, and the youth had not failed to send the amount of money required. 5 days more, and I shall surely be married, said the princess to herself. Married? Yes, married life is like music without words, but will it be in my case? My future husband is ugly, unrefined, and of low descent, but he is rich. Yes, rich, but what are riches if I am going to be wretched? No, I will not marry him for all the world. I will play a trick on him. The next day the guard informed her that the riches of the young man were inexhaustible, for the purse from which he got his money seemed to be magical. When she heard this, she commanded the guard to tell the young man that she wished to see him alone. Filled with joy because of this sign of her favor, the youth hastened to the palace, conducted by the guard. The princess entertained him regally and tried all sorts of tricks to get possession of the magical purse. At last, she succeeded in inducing him to go to sleep. While he was unconscious, the deceitful princess stole the purse and left him alone in the chamber. When he awoke, he saw that the princess had deserted him and that his purse was gone. Surely I am doomed to die if I don't leave this kingdom at once, said he to himself. My purse is gone, and I cannot now fulfill my contract. He at once hurried home, told his parents to abandon their home and town, and he himself started on a journey for another kingdom. After much traveling, he reached mountainous places and had eaten but little for many a day. By good luck he came across a tree heavily laden with fruits. The tree was strange to him, but the delicious appearance of its fruit and his hunger tempted him to try some. While he was eating, he was terrified to find that 2 horns had appeared on his forehead. He tried his best to pull them off, but in vain. The next day he saw another tree, whose fruit appeared even more tempting. He climbed it, picked some fruits, and ate them. To his surprise, his horns immediately fell off. He wrapped some of this fruit up in his handkerchief, and then went back to find the tree whose fruit he had eaten the day before. He again ate some of its fruit, and again 2 horns grew out of his head. Then he ate some of the other kind, and the horns fell off. Confident now that he had a means of recovering his purse, he gathered some of the horn-producing fruits, wrapped them in his shirt, and started home. By this time, he had been traveling for nearly 2 years, and his face had so changed that he could not be recognized by his own parents, or by his townmates who had been hired by the king to search for him for execution. When he reached his town, he decided to place himself in the king's palace as a helper of the royal cook. As he was willing to work without pay, he easily came to terms with the cook. One of the conditions of their agreement was that the cook would tell him whatever the king or the king's family were talking about. After a few months, the charcoal maker proved himself to be an excellent cook. In fact, he was now doing all the cooking in the palace, for the chief cook spent most of his time somewhere else, coming home only at meal times. Now comes the fun of the story. One day while the cook was gone, the youth ground up the 2 kinds of fruit. He mixed the kind that produced horns with the king's food. The other kind, which caused the horns to fall off, he mixed with water and put into a jar. The cook arrived, and everything was ready. The table was prepared, and the king and his family were called to eat. The queen and the king and the beautiful princess, who were used to wearing golden crowns set with diamonds and other precious stones, were then to be seen with sharp, ugly horns on their heads. When the king discovered that they all had horns, he summoned the cook at once and asked, "What kind of food did you give us?" "The same food that your highness ate a week ago," replied the cook, who was terrified to see the royal family with horns. "Cook, go and find a doctor. Don't tell him or anyone else that we have horns. Tell the doctor that the king wants him to perform an operation," ordered the king. The cook set out immediately to find a doctor, but he was intercepted by the charcoal maker, who was eager to hear the king's order. "Where are you going? Say, cook, why are you in such a hurry? What is the matter?" "Don't bother me," said the cook. "I am going to find a doctor. The king and his family have horns on their heads, and I am ordered to find a doctor who can take them off. I can make those horns fall off. You needn't bother to find a doctor. Here, try some of this food, cook," said the helper, giving him some of the same food he had prepared for the king. The cook tried it, and it was good, but to his alarm he felt 2 horns on his head. To prevent rumors from reaching the ears of the king, the youth then gave the cook a glass of the water he had prepared, and the horns fell off. While the charcoal maker was playing this trick on the cook, he related the story of his magical purse and how he had lost it. "Change your clothes then and get ready, and I will present you to the king as the doctor," said the cook. The helper then dressed himself just like a doctor of surgery and was conducted by the cook into the king's presence. "Doctor, I want you to do all you can and use the best of your wisdom to take off these horns from our heads. But before doing it, promise me first that you will not unfold the matter to the people, for my queen, my daughter, and I would rather die than be known to have lived with horns. If you succeed in taking them off, you shall inherit 1/2 of my kingdom and have the hand of my fair daughter," said the king. "I do promise, but listen, O king. In order to get rid of those horns, you must undergo the severest treatment which may cause your death," replied the doctor. "It is no matter. If we should die, we would rather die hornless than live with horns," said the king. After the agreement was written out, the doctor ordered the treatment. The king and the queen were to be whipped until they bled, while the princess was to dance with the doctor until she became exhausted. These were the remedies given by the doctor. While the king and queen were being whipped, the doctor, who, we must remember, was the cook's helper, went to the kitchen to get the jar of water which he had prepared. The cruel servants who were scourging the king and the queen took much delight in their task and did not quit until the king and queen were almost lifeless. The doctor forgot the royal couple while he was dancing with the princess and found them just about to die. He succeeded, however, in giving them some of the fruit water he had made ready, and the horns fell off. The princess, exhausted, also asked for a drink when she stopped dancing, and the horns fell off her head too. A few days afterwards, the king and the queen died, and the doctor succeeded to the throne, with the beautiful princess as his wife. Then the doctor told her that he was the poor charcoal maker who had owned the magic purse that she had stolen from him. As soon as he was seated on the throne, he made his friend the cook one of his courtiers. Although the new king was uneducated and unrefined, he welcomed all wise men to his palace as his counselors, and his kingdom prospered as it had never done under its previous rulers. Notes: the Lanson, Lancium domesticum, is a small tree of Malaysia, extensively cultivated for its fruit, which resembles a yellow plum from E. Ind. Lansa. It is not native to the Philippines and was probably introduced into the islands by the Malays in prehistoric times. Our story, which I think we must consider not imported, is based on a fancied etymological connection between Lanson and Lassen, tag, for poison, and does not appear to be known except to the Tagalogs of La Laguna province, although in Pampango also the word Lassen means poison. Lassen itself is derived from the Malay Rachan, perhaps through the Sulu Lachan. 2 other Tagalog versions, both from Laguna province, also show the influence of Christianity, but vary enough from our story to be worthy of record here. One, related by Manuel Galigo of San Antonio, Nueva Ecija, is entitled The Adam and Eve of the Tagalogs. Mr. Galigo heard the story from a farmer living in Lubang, La Laguna. It runs as follows. Many hundreds of years ago, when Luzon was still uninhabited, Bathala, our supreme god, was envious of Layan, the god of the Visians, because Layan had many subjects, while Bathala's kingdom was a barren desert. It was within the power of Bathala to create human beings, but not food for them. And so he asked for advice from Diwata, the supreme god of the universe. Diwata told Bathala that the next day he would send an angel to earth with seeds to be planted. The promise was fulfilled, and Bathala scattered the seeds all over Luzon. Within a short time, the island was covered with trees and shrubs and was then ready for human habitation. Accordingly, Bathala created Adam and Eve, the ancestors of the Tagalogs. In spite of the fact that they were forbidden to eat the green fruit of a certain plant, they disobeyed and ate it, so as a punishment they were poisoned and made very sick. They did not die, however. As a result of their experience, they gave the name Lassen, poison, to this plant. Conscious of their fault, Adam and Eve implored forgiveness of Diwata. By order of Diwata, Bathala forgave the criminals, but the Lassens still remained poisonous. In order to rid it of its dangerous properties, an angel was sent to earth. He put the marks of his fingernails on the surface of the pulp of each Lassen seed and these marks may be seen to this day. Afterwards, the name of the plant was changed from Lasan to Lanzon, the name by which it has been known ever since. In the other Tagalog version, narrated by Eulogio Benitez of Pagsanjan, La Laguna, the incident of the fingerprints is told as a local saint legend of peat. The story is entitled, How Lanzones Became Edible. The little town of Peat, on the southern and western shore of Laguna de Bay, produces more lanzones than any other town in the province. Steamers call daily at her wharves for the fruits which have made her famous. In the church of this town may still be seen the image of the Mother of God, the Virgin Mary, leading her child. One evening, a long time ago, it was discovered that the beautiful image was missing from its accustomed place in the church. The news spread like wildfire, and all the people were in great amazement and consternation. While all was confusion in the town, a heavenly sight was being presented in a little place outside the municipality. A beautiful woman dressed in white was walking over the grass with a child in her arms. They were going towards a lanzon tree on the other side of the meadow. The boy, who was evidently tired of being carried, asked to be put down. When the child saw the fruits scattered all over the ground, he felt very thirsty, and picking up one of the tempting fruits, began to open it. The mother told her son that the fruit was poisonous, but the child said that he was very thirsty and could go no farther if he did not have a drink. Then the mother took the fruit from his hands and with her delicate white fingers pinched the pulp gently. Turning to her son, she said, "Now you may take this and eat it. You will find it the most delicious and refreshing of all fruits." The child obeyed, and the fruit was indeed sweet. This is the way by which the lanzones were transformed from a poisonous, dangerous fruit to a sweet, delicate food. If anyone discredits this story, all he needs to do to prove its truth is to open up any lanzon he finds, and he will see without fail the fingerprints of the Virgin. Tale 68. Why Cocks Fight One Another. Narrated by Francisco M. Africa. Once upon a time, in an unknown country, there lived a royal couple endowed with almost all the blessings of God. Their palace was decorated with all kinds of precious stones, diamonds, sapphires, and emeralds. They were often honored with visits from the celestial beings. There was hardly an hour of the day when some sort of jubilation or festival was not being held in the royal home. But in spite of all his riches, there was a melancholy in the mind of the king, a brooding, a cankering thought that would not give him an hour of rest or contentment. In spite of all the favors lavished on him by God, he felt miserable and uneasy. He had a happy and wealthy kingdom, but he had no heir. There was nobody to manage the government after his death. Whenever the thought of death came to his mind, he fell on his knees and implored the Almighty to give him a son. "Have mercy on me, O God. Give me a son to manage my kingdom after I am gone." One evening, an angel from paradise came to visit him, and on finding the king at his prayers said, "Dry thy tears, O king, thy royal prayer is heard in heaven. Thou shalt be given more than a son, but not in the same shape as thou art. Thy sons shall see the light of day crowned with their own flesh." The king was so greatly overjoyed that he could not speak a single word of gratitude in reply. Not long afterward, the queen gave birth to a cock that crowed on seeing the light of day. The couple were very glad. Night and day they caressed the royal babe, and they would have made for him a cage of gold had not God forbidden them to do so. Every year a cock was born into the royal family, until the feathered sons numbered 13. But these sons were jealous of one another. Each thought that the others had no right to wear crowns. At last the old king and queen died, and no one was left to manage the royal domain but the dumb sons. Thereafter the feathered orphans began fighting one another, each one trying to wrest the crown from the others. Note: I know of no variant of this story. Tale 69. Why Bats Fly at Night. Narrator, Francisco M. Africa. Many years ago the earth was inhabited by only one man. His body was composed of minute organisms that were incessantly warring against one another. One day this man became so weak that he could not obtain food for his support. He laid himself down on some soft moss by the bank of a river, and there he remained till night. The organisms that lived in his body began to fight against one another most fiercely. Each ate his fellow until he became very big. At last the man died, and only one organism remained alive. This organism then flew away and became the ancestor of the bats. The light of day so dazzled his eyes that he could not fly very far, so he decided to fly only at night. And ever since, his descendants, too, have hidden themselves in the daytime and come out only when it is dark. Note: this somewhat unsatisfactory porkway story appears to represent at bottom a very ancient tradition. I know of no parallels, but tales explaining why the bat flies at night are found among many peoples, e.g. Donhart 3, 94, 267, 270, Darrell knows, Roman 7, Roman 12. Tale 70. Why the sun shines more brightly than the moon. A Tagalog story, narrated by Francisco M. Africa. Long, long ago there lived a fairy with two very beautiful daughters. Era, the elder daughter, was very amiable and had a kindly disposition, but Buin, unlike her sister, was disobedient, cruel, and harsh. She was always finding fault with Era. One night, when the fairy came home from her nocturnal rambles and saw Buin badly mistreating her elder sister, she asked God for help against her unruly daughter. Before this time, God had prepared very valuable gifts for the two sisters. These gifts were two enormous diamonds that could light the whole universe. When God heard the prayer of the fairy, he descended to earth disguised as a beggar. On learning for himself how bad-tempered Buin was and how sweet and kind-hearted Era, God gave the older sister her diamond as a reward. Buin was greatly angered by this favoritism on the part of the Almighty, so she went to the heavenly kingdom and stole one of God's diamonds. Then she returned to earth with the precious stone, but there she found that her jewel was not so brilliant as Era's. When God went back to heaven and learned what Buin had done, he sent two angels to punish her. But the angels abused their commission. They seized both sisters and hurled them into the sea. Then they threw the two stones upward into the sky, and there they stuck. But Era's diamond was bigger and brighter than the one Buin stole. Thereafter the bigger jewel was called Era, day, or sun, and the smaller one, Buin, moon. Notes: a Pangasinan myth, narrated by Emilio Bulitao of San Carlos, Pangasinan, tells how the light from the sun and the moon proceeds from two fiery palaces. The story follows. The sun, the moon, and the stars. There was once a powerful god called Amma, the father and ruler of all others, and the creator of man. He had a wonderful aerial abode from which he could see everything. Of all his sons, Ago and Bulan were his two favorites, and to these he gave each a fiery palace. In accordance with the wish of their father, Ago and Bulan daily passed across the earth side by side, and together they furnished light to mankind. Now, Ago was of a morose and taciturn disposition, but he was always very obedient to his father. Bulan, on the other hand, was merry and full of mischief. Once, when they were near the end of their day's labor, they saw thieves on the earth below, wishing that it were night so that they might proceed with their unlawful business. Bulan, who was one of their kind, urged Ago to be quick, so that the earth might soon be left in darkness. As Ago obstinately refused to be hurried, a quarrel ensued between the two brothers. Their father, who had been watching the two boys and had heard all that passed between them, became very angry with the mischievous Bulan, and, in his wrath, he seized an enormous rock and hurled it whistling through the air. The rock struck the palace of Bulan and was broken into thousands of pieces, which got perpetual light from contact with the fiery palace. These may still be seen in the heavens, and they are called bitun. Bulan was forbidden to travel with Ago anymore, but was commanded to light the ways of thieves henceforth with his much-dimmed fiery palace. A somewhat similar Pampango myth may also be given here, as it has never before been printed. It was narrated by Leopoldo Layug of Guagua, Pampanga, and is entitled The Sun and the Moon. Long ago, the earth was created and ruled by Bathala. He had two children, Apalakwi and Mayari. From the eyes of these two children, the earth received its first light. The people, the birds of the air, the animals of the mountains, and even the fishes of the sea were glad because they had light, and so they were great friends of the two children. Bathala loved his children tenderly and never wanted them to be separated from him. So, no matter how tired he was, he always followed them in their daily walks. But as time went on, and Bathala became old and feeble and could no longer keep up with his active son and daughter, he asked them to stay with him at all times. But they were so absorbed in their pleasures that they paid no heed to their father's wish. One day he became sick, and died suddenly, without leaving any written will as to the disposition of his kingdom. Now Apalakwi wanted to rule the earth without giving any power to his sister Mayari. She refused to consent to her brother's plan, and a bitter conflict arose between them. For a long time they fought with bamboo clubs. At last, Mayari had one of her eyes put out. When Apalakwi saw what he had done to his sister, he felt very sorry for her and said that they should struggle no longer, but that they should exercise equal power on the earth, only at different times. Since that time, Apalakwi, who is now called the sun, has ruled the earth during the day, and from his eyes we receive bright light. Mayari, who is called the moon, rules the world at night. Her light, however, is fainter than her brother's, for she has but one eye. This same struggle between the two great luminaries is reflected in two short cradle songs that Pampangan mothers sing to their children to still them. These verses were contributed by Lorenzo Lickup of Angeles. Ing bulan ilining, aldo mititagalan la bajo pingaras de queding cuarto nipag sunding, mipag pusto. The moon and the sun chased each other above. When they came into a room, they took their daggers from their sides and were ready to fight each other. Ing aldo ilining, bulan mititagalan la lalan pingaras de queding pamping mipag pustu, to mitabakin. The sun and the moon chased each other below. When they came to a bank, they first made preparation and then began to fight each other with bolos. The two stories and the two stanzas just given appear to be genuine old native tradition, unmodified by Christianity. For Tinguian, Bukidnon, Mandaya, and Viscian myths of the sun, moon, and stars, see M.C. Cole, 65, 124, 145, 201. Tale 71. Why the Culing Has a Tonsure. Narrated by Francisco M. Africa. In a certain field there lived two birds, Pogo, quail, and Culing, a small black bird that has no feathers on the top of its head. One day Pogo, while scratching the ground for food, met Culing. When Culing saw Pogo, he said in a taunting tone, "Where are you going, lazy one? Be more active. Don't be as lazy as a leech." Pogo became very angry. "You call me lazy," he said. "You are much lazier than I. Let us see which can fly higher into the sky." Thereupon Culing agreed, and he began to fly upward until he was lost from sight. He flew so high that his head touched the surface of the sky. As the sky was hot, all the feathers on the top of his head were burned off, and ever since, the Culing has had a tonsure. The Culito and the Crow. Narrated by Leopoldo Yuichenko, a Tagalog from Calamba, La Laguna. He says, "This tradition is a favorite one among Tagalog children. I have often heard the story told by old men while I was waiting my turn at barbershops in my province. The Culito is a fine singer, but it is bald-headed. The natives often capture it and train it to talk. Formerly, this little black bird was not so bald as it is today. Its head, in fact, was covered with a thick growth of feathers. And the crow, too, it was not black once, but its feathers were as white as starch. Once upon a time, shortly after the deluge, the crow was merrily crowing on the branch of a tree when the Culito came by. The voice of the crow was so harsh that the Culito made fun of it. "Good morning, Mr. Crow," said the Culito. "I am very glad to hear you sing. Your voice is so fine that I cannot help closing my ears." "Pray think first of yourself," answered the crow. "What do I care for a good voice, so long as I have a strong body? Why don't you laugh at yourself? See how weak and tiny you are." "Weak," said the Culito. "Do you call me weak? I would fly a race even with an eagle." "Ha, ha, ha," laughed the crow. "The idea of racing the eagle when you do not even dare race me." "Race with you? Why, you would only disgrace yourself," retorted the Culito. "Wait," answered the crow. "Eat some more rice, drink some more water, fill your body with more air, and wait till you grow bigger before you venture to race with me." "The strength of a person," said the Culito, nettled, "is not to be judged by his size. Don't you know that it is the smallest pepper that is the hottest?" "Well, then," replied the crow, "if you wish to race me now at your own risk, let us begin." 1, 2, 3, counted the Culito, and up they flew. During their flight, the two birds became separated from each other by a dense cloud. The Culito flew at full speed so high upward that he knocked his head very hard against the door of the sky. So hard, in fact, that a large piece of skin was scraped from his scalp. The crow, having lost his way, flew so near the sun that his feathers were burned black. It is on account of this bet between the Culito and the crow that all the descendants of the former have been bald-headed, while all the descendants of the crow have black feathers today. The Hawk and the Coling. Narrated by Agapito Ga of Tal, Batangas. He says that this Tagalog story is well known in every town in Batangas province. He heard the story from his grandfather. Early one morning, a hawk sallied forth from his nest to find something to eat. He flew so high that he could hardly be seen from the earth. He looked down, but as he could not see anything, he flew lower and lower until he came to the top of a tree. On one of the branches, he saw sitting quietly a coling. The hawk despised the little bird and at once made up his mind to challenge him to a flight upward. So the hawk said to the coling, "Do you wish to fly up into the sky with me to see which of us can fly the faster and the higher?" The coling did not answer at once, but he thought of the matter for a while. Then he said to the hawk, "When do you want to have the race?" "That is for you to decide," said the hawk. "If you wish to have it now, well and good." "Well," said the coling, "let us have it tomorrow morning before sunrise." "All right," said the hawk. "But," said the coling, "each of us is to carry a load with him to make the flight a little more difficult." "Well, what do you want to take with you?" said the hawk. "I will take some salt," said the coling. "Then I will take some cotton," replied the hawk. "Let us meet here in this tree early tomorrow." This agreed upon, the two birds separated. The hawk went to the cotton field and got his load of cotton, while the coling went to the sea and got some salt. The next morning they met in the tree, each having the object he would carry with him in his flight. They asked the crow, who was present, to be the judge of the contest. The crow accepted the commission and said that he would give a caw as a signal for them to start. He did so, and the two contestants were off. At first the hawk flew faster and higher than the coling, but very soon it began to rain. The cotton on the hawk's back became soaked with water and soon was very heavy, but the salt on the coling's back was soon dissolved, and then he had no load at all. Under these conditions, the coling soon overtook the bigger bird. For a time they flew side by side, but after a few minutes the coling had the best of the race, and in a little while longer the hawk could no longer see his rival. But the coling flew so high that at last his head touched the sun, and all the feathers on the top were burned off. The hawk now flew down to the crow and said that he had won the race, for the coling had fallen to the ground dead. But by and by the coling himself came. He showed them the top of his head as a proof that he had won the race. The crow gave his decision in favor of the coling, and the hawk flew off disgraced. From that time, all colings have had the tops of their heads bald to show that they are the descendants of the victorious bird. Notes: these three forms of the flight contest incident are all from southern Luzon, the provinces of La Laguna and Batangas. The tale seems to be definitely localized there. I know of its occurrence nowhere else in the islands, nor have I found any Malayan variants. For other Porkway stories of why certain birds are bald, see Donhart 3:11-14. Donhart Ibid 142 cites a Ceylon tale of the crow and the drongo, who had a bet as to which could fly the higher carrying a load. Crow selected tree cotton for his burden, but Drongo, noticing the black rain clouds overhead, carried salt, and thus won, for his load became constantly lighter, while Crow's became heavier. With the explanation given in the second tale of this group of why the crow is black, compare a Pawnee story, Jaffel 6. 126, in which a crow, which is sent to the sun to get fire, has all his feathers singed. Tale 72. Why the cow's skin is loose on the neck. Narrated by Francisco M. Africa. There was once a poor farmer who possessed a cow and a carabao. These two animals were his only wealth. Every day he led them to the field to plow. He worked his animals so hard that they often complained to him, but the cruel master would not even listen to their words. One day the cow, who had grown tired of this kind of life, said to the carabao, "Let us run away from this evil man. Though we are very dirty, he is not willing for us even to take a bath. If we remain here with him, we shall be as ugly and as filthy as pigs. If we run away from him, however, he will have to do his own work, and then we shall be revenged. Hurry up, let us go." The spirit of the carabao was aroused. He jumped with a loud roar and said, "I too have long been meditating escape, but I hesitated because I was afraid you might not be willing to join me in flight. We are so ill-treated by our cruel master that God will have pity on us. Come on, let us go." The two animals at once set out, running as fast as they could, always trying to avoid any human beings. When they came to a river, the cow said, "We are very dirty. Let us take a bath before we go on. The water of this river is so clean and clear that we shall soon be as clean as we were before our contemptible master got hold of us." The carabao answered, "We would better run a little farther, for perhaps our master is already in pursuit of us. Besides, we are very tired now, and I have been told that to take a bath when one is tired injures the health." "Don't believe that," returned the cow. "Our bodies are so big that we do not need to fear sickness." At last the carabao was persuaded by the arguments of the cow, and he said, "All right, let us take off our clothes before we go into the water." The two animals then stripped themselves of all their clothes, then they plunged into the deep, cool river. They had been in the water less than an hour, however, when they saw their master coming after them with a big stick in his hand. They ran up to where their clothes were, but in their haste the carabao put on the cow's clothes, and the cow got the carabao's. As soon as they were dressed, they continued their mad flight, and as their master was very tired, he had to give up the chase and return home disappointed. Since the carabao was larger than the cow, the skin on the cow's neck has been loose ever since, because the two friends were separated and could never exchange clothes again. And likewise, the skin on the carabao's neck has been tight ever since these two animals made their mistake in dressing. The first loose-skinned cow and the first tight-skinned carabao. Narrated by Amanda Mort, a Tagalog from Pinay Malayan, Mindoro. She heard the story from an old woman of her town. Many years ago, when the people of the world were still few in number and the animals took the place of servants, an old man bought a cow and a carabao from his neighbor. With these animals he traveled until he reached the top of a mountain. There they saw a cave, and the old man told his servants to enter and see if there was any danger inside. With slow and cautious steps the carabao and the cow went in, examining every corner. All at once the cow perceived something moving. In his fright he jumped back and hid behind his companion, but the slow-going carabao did not see the figure, and suddenly he felt his hind leg seized in a strong grasp. The god of the cave had caught him. Then the god of the cave spoke. His voice was terrifying, but his words were kind. He told them how for many days he had been hungry, and he asked for meat. The cow, whose courage had by this time been somewhat restored, gladly offered him some of her master's provisions, which she was carrying. In return for this kindness, the god gave each of the animals a dress. To the carabao he gave one of gold, and to the cow one of bronze. He also invited the two to remain with him and be his servants. Some time after the two friends had been installed in their new home, the god of the cave sent them one day to gather fruits. The carabao and the cow were delighted at this prospect of a change, and they jumped with joy. They rushed out into the woods, and when they came to a pond, they took off their new clothes and plunged into the soft mud. While they were enjoying their bath, they saw their master coming. He was carrying a big stick. They knew very well that he would beat them, for they had been away the whole morning. In their haste to get their clothes back on, they made a mistake. The carabao got into the cow's dress, and the cow into the carabao's. After that, they never exchanged their clothes, which finally became their outer skin. So today the carabao has a tight bronze-colored skin, and the cow a loose golden-colored one. Tale 5. How Suan Became Rich. Narrated by Bonifacio Unaires, a Tagalog living in Pasig, Rizal. Pedro and Suan were friends. Pedro inherited a great fortune from his parents, who had recently died, but Suan was as poor as the poorest of beggars that ever lived. Early one morning, Suan went to his friend and said, "I wonder if you have a post that you do not need." "Yes, I have one," said Pedro. "Why do you need it?" "Yes, I need one badly, to build my house." "Very well, take it," said Pedro. "Do not worry about paying for it." Suan, who had not thought evil of his friend, took the post and built his house. When it was finished, his house was found to surpass that of his friend. This fact made Pedro so envious of Suan that at last he went to him and asked Suan for the post back again. "Why, if I take it from its place, my house will be destroyed. So let me pay you for it, or let me look for another post in the town and get it for you." "No," said Pedro, "I must have my own post, for I wish to use it." Finally, Suan became so greatly annoyed by his friend's insistence that he exclaimed, "I will not give you back your post." "Take heed, Suan, for I will accuse you before the king." "All right, do as you please." "We will then go to the king Monday," said Pedro. "Very well, I am always ready." When Monday came, both prepared to go to the palace. Pedro, who cared for his money more than for anything else, took some silver coins along with him for the journey. Suan took cooked rice and fish instead. Noon came while they were still on the road. Suan opened his package of food and began to eat. Pedro was also very hungry at this time, but no food could be bought on the way. So Suan generously invited Pedro to eat with him, and they dined together. After eating, the two resumed their journey. At last they came to a river. The bridge over it was broken in the middle, and one had to jump in order to get to the other side. Pedro jumped. Suan followed him, but unfortunately fell. It so happened that an old man was bathing in the river below, and Suan accidentally fell right on him. The old man was knocked silly, and as a consequence was drowned. When Isidro, the son, who dearly loved his father, heard of the old man's death, he at once made up his mind to accuse Suan before the king. He therefore joined the two travelers. After a while, the three came to a place where they saw Barbican having a hard time getting his carabao out of the mire. Suan offered to help. He seized the carabao by the tail and pulled with great force. The carabao was rescued, but its tail was broken off short by a sudden pull of Suan. Barbican was filled with rage because of the injury done to his animal, so he, too, resolved to accuse Suan before the king. When they came to the palace, the king said, "Why have you come here?" Pedro spoke first. "I have come," he said, "to accuse Suan to you. He has one of my posts and he won't return it to me." On being asked if the accusation was true, Suan responded with a nod and said in addition, "But Pedro ate a part of my rice and fish on the way here." "My decision then," said the king, "is that Suan shall give Pedro his post, and that Pedro shall give Suan his rice and fish." Isidro was the next to speak. "I have come here to accuse Suan. While my father was bathing in the river, Suan jumped on him and killed him." "Suan then must bathe in the river," said the king, "and you may jump on him." When Barbican was asked why he had come, he replied, "I wish to accuse Suan. He pulled my carabao by the tail, and it was broken off short." "Give Suan your carabao then," said the king. "He shall not return it to you until he has made its tail grow to its full length." The accused and the accusers now took their leave of the king. "Give me the carabao now," said Suan to Barbican when they had gone some distance from the palace. The carabao was young and strong, and Barbican hated to give it up. So he said, "Don't take the carabao, and I will give you 50 pesos. "No, the decision of the king must be fulfilled," said Suan. Barbican then raised the sum to 90 pesos, and Suan consented to accept the offer. Thus Suan was rewarded for his work in helping Barbican. When they came to the bridge, Suan went down into the river and told Isidro to jump on him. But the bridge was high, and Isidro was afraid to jump. Moreover, he did not know how to swim, and he feared that he would but drown himself if he jumped. So he asked Suan to pardon him. "No, you must fulfill the decision of the king," answered Suan. "Let me off from jumping on you, and I will give you 500 pesos, said Isidro. The amount appealed to Suan as being a good offer, so he accepted it and let Isidro go. As soon as Suan reached home, he took Pedro's post from his house and started for Pedro's house, taking a razor along with him. "Here is your post," he said, "but you must lie down, for I am going to get my rice and fish from you." In great fright, Pedro said, "You need not return the post any more." "No," said Suan, "we must fulfill the decision of the king." "If you do not insist on your demand," said Pedro, "I will give you half of my riches." "No, I must have my rice and fish." Suan now held Pedro by the shoulder and began to cut Pedro's abdomen with the razor. He had no sooner done that than Pedro, in great terror, cried out, "Don't cut me, and you shall have all my riches." Thus Suan became the richest man in town, by using his tact and knowledge in outwitting his enemies. The King's Decisions. Narrated by Jose M. Hilario, a Tagalog from Batangas, who heard the story from his father. Once a poor man named Juan was without relatives or friends. Life to him was a series of misfortunes. A day often passed without his tasting even a mouthful of food. One day, weakened with hunger and fatigue, as he was walking along the road, he passed a rich man's house. It so happened that at this time the rich man's food was being cooked. The food smelled so good that Juan's hunger was satisfied merely with the fragrance. When the rich man learned that the smell of his food had satisfied Juan, he demanded money of Juan. Juan refused to give money, however, because he had none, and because he had neither tasted nor touched the rich man's food. "Let's go to the king then," said Pedro, the rich man, "and have this matter settled." Juan had no objection to the proposal, and the two set out for the palace. Soon they came to a place where the mire was knee-deep. There they saw a young man who was trying to help his horse out of a mud hole. "Hey, you lazy fellows, help me to get my horse out of this hole," said Manuel. The three tried with all their might to release the horse. They finally succeeded, but unfortunately Juan had taken hold of the horse's tail, and it was broken off when Juan gave a sudden hard pull. "You have got to pay me for injuring my horse," said Manuel. "No, I will not give you any money, because I had no intention of helping you until you asked me to," said Juan. "Well, the king will have to settle the quarrel." Juan, who was not to be frightened by threats, went with Pedro and Manuel. Night overtook the three on their way. They had to lodge themselves in the house of one of Pedro's friends. Juan was not allowed to come up, but was made to sleep downstairs. At midnight, the pregnant wife of the host had to make water. She went to the place under which Juan was sleeping. Juan, being suddenly awakened and frightened, uttered a loud shriek, and the woman, also frightened because she thought there were robbers or ghosts about, miscarried. The next morning the husband asked Juan why he had cried out so loud in the night. Juan said that he was frightened. "You won't fool me. Come with us to the king," said the husband. When the four reached the palace, they easily gained access to the royal presence. Then each one explained why he had come there. "I'll settle the first case," said the king. He commanded the servant to fetch 2 silver coins and place them on the table. "Now, Pedro, come here and smell the coins. As Juan became satisfied with the smell of your food, so now satisfy yourself with the smell of the money." Pedro could not say a word, though he was displeased at the unfavorable decision. "Now I'll give my decisions on the next 2 cases. Manuel, you must give your horse to Juan and let him have it until another tail grows. And you, married man, must let Juan have your wife until she gives birth to another child." Pedro, Manuel, and the married man went home discontented with the decisions of the king, Pedro without having received pay, Manuel without his horse, and the other man without his wife. Notes: these 2 Tagalog stories, together with another, How Pyro Became Rich, which is almost identical with number 5, A, may possibly be descended directly from an old Buddhist birth story, Gamani Kanda Jataka, number 257, a tale in which W. A. Clouston, C. Academy, number 796 for Og. 6, 1887, sees the germ of the pound of flesh incident. An abstract of the first part of this Jataka will set forth the striking resemblance between our stories and this old Hindu apologue. The part of the Jataka that interests us is briefly the account of how a man was haled to the king's tribunal for injuries done unwittingly, and how the king passed judgment thereupon. The abstract follows. Gamani, a certain old courtier of the ruling king's dead father, decided to earn his living by farming, as he thought that the new king should be surrounded with advisors of his own age. He took up his abode in a village 3 leagues from the city, and after the rainy season was over, one day borrowed 2 oxen from a friend, with which to help him do his plowing. In the evening he returned the oxen, but the friend being at dinner, and not inviting Gamani to eat, Gamani put the oxen in the stall, and got no formal release from his creditor. That night thieves stole the cattle. Next day the owner of the oxen discovered the theft, and decided to make Gamani pay for the beasts. So the 2 set out to lay the case before the king. On the way they stopped for food at the house of a friend of Gamani's. The woman of the house, while climbing a ladder to the storeroom for rice for Gamani, fell and miscarried. The husband, returning that instant, accused Gamani of hitting his wife and bringing on untimely labor, so the husband set off with Gamani's first accuser to get justice from the king. On their way they met a horse that would not go with its groom. The owner of the horse shouted to G to hit the horse with something and head it back. G threw a stone at the animal, but broke its leg. "Here's a king's officer for you," shouted the man. "You've broken my horse's leg." G was thus 3 men's prisoner. By this time G was in despair and decided to kill himself. As soon as opportunity came, he rushed up a hill near the road and threw himself from a precipice. But he fell on the back of an old basket maker and killed him on the spot. The son of the basket maker accused Ji of murder and went along with the 3 other plaintiffs to the king. I omit here the various questions that persons whom Ji meets along the road beg him to take to the king for an answer. All 5 appearing in the presence of the king, the owner of the oxen demanded justice. In answer to the king's question, he at first denied having seen Ji return the oxen, but later admitted that he saw them in the stall. Ji was ordered to pay 24 pieces of money for the oxen, but the plaintiff, for lying, was condemned to have his eyes plucked out by Ji. Terrified at the prospect, he threw money to Ji and rushed away. The judgment in the case of the second false accuser was this: Ji was to take his friend's wife and live with her until she should bear another son to take the place of the child that miscarried. Again, Ji was bought off by the plaintiff. In the third case, the owner of the horse at first denied having requested Ji to hit the beast, but later admitted the truth. Judgment: Ji was to pay 1,000 pieces, which the king gave him for the injured animal, but was also to tear out his false accuser's tongue. The fellow gave Ji a sum of money and departed. The fourth decision was as follows: inasmuch as Ji could not restore the dead father to life, he was to take the dead man's widow to his home and be a father to the young basket maker. But he, rather than have his old home broken up, gave Ji a sum of money and hurried away. It is to be regretted that this Buddhistic birth story was not known to Theodore Benfey, who, in his exhaustive discussion of our present cycle, particularly from the point of view of the pound of flesh, Incident 1, 393-410, writes, "I may remark that this recital i.e., of the decisions, which here borders on the comic, is based upon serious traditional legends which have to do with Buddhistic casuistry." p. 397. Benfey's fragmentary citations are not very convincing, but this Jataka proves that his reasoning, as usual, was entirely sound. An Indo-Persian version called the Kazi of Emesa, cited by Clouston, Op. Cit., might be mentioned here, as it too has close resemblances to our stories. While a merchant is being taken by a Jew before the king because the merchant will not pay his bond of a pound of flesh, he meets with the following accidents. 1. In attempting to stop a runaway mule, he knocks out one of the animal's eyes with a stone. 2. While sleeping on a flat roof, he is aroused suddenly by an uproar in the street, and jumping from the roof, he kills an old man below. 3. In trying to pull an ass out of the mud, he pulls its tail off. The owner of the mule, the sons of the dead man, and the owner of the ass go along with the Jew to present their cases before the king, whose decisions are as follows. 1. The owner of the mule, valued at 1,000 dinars, is to saw the animal in 2 lengthwise and is to give the blind half to the merchant, who must pay 500 dinars for it. As the owner refuses, he is obliged to pay the merchant 100 dinars for bringing in a troublesome suit. 2. Merchant must stand below a roof and allow himself to be jumped on by the sons of the dead man, but they refuse to take the risk and are obliged to pay the merchant 100 dinars for troubling him. 3. The owner of the tailless ass is compelled to try to pull out the tail of the Kazi's mule. Naturally, the animal resents such treatment, and the accuser is terribly bruised. Finally, to avoid further punishment, he says that his own animal never had a tail. Hence, he is forced to give the merchant 100 dinars for bringing in a false suit. In the Kathasarit Sagara, translated by C. H. Tawney, 2, 181-81 occurs this story. One day, when Brahman Devabhuti had gone to bathe, his wife went into the garden to get vegetables and saw a donkey belonging to a washerman eating them. She took up a stick and ran after the donkey. The animal, trying to escape, fell into a pit and broke its hoof. When the master heard of that, he came in a passion and beat and kicked the Brahmin woman. Accordingly, she, being pregnant, had a miscarriage, but the washerman returned home with his donkey. Her husband, hearing of it, went in his distress and complained to the chief magistrate of the town. The foolish man, after hearing both sides of the case, delivered this judgment. Since the donkey's hoof is broken, let the Brahmin carry the donkey's load for the washerman until the donkey is again fit for work, and let the washerman make the Brahmin's wife pregnant again, since he made her miscarry. When the Brahmin and his wife heard this decision, they, in their despair, took poison and died. And when the king heard of it, he put to death that inconsiderate judge. The Tagalog story of how Pyro became rich, which I have not printed here, is identical with how Suan became rich, with this exception, that a horse's tail instead of a carabao's is pulled off by the hero. And there is this addition, While traveling to the king's court, Pyro hears cries for help coming from the woods. He rushes to the spot and sees a young lady fighting a swarm of bees. Pyro helps kill the bees with his stick, but in doing so, injures the woman somewhat severely. Her father, angered, joins the accusers and requests the king that he order Pyro to cure his daughter. The king rules that if Pyro is to do this, and if the young woman is to get the best care, she must become Pyro's wife. For relinquishing his right to the girl, Pyro receives 100 alfonsos from the father. All in all, the close agreement between our stories and the three Eastern versions, cited above, makes it reasonably certain that the wonderful decisions group in the Philippines derives directly from India. Tale 6. The Four Blind Brothers. Narrated by Eudiciano Garcia, a Pampangan who said he heard the story from a boy from Misamis, Mindanao. There was once a man who had 8 sons. 4 of them were blind. He thought of sending the children away, simply because he could not afford to keep them in the house any longer. Accordingly, one night he called his 8 children together and said, "He who does not provide for the future shall want in the present. You are big enough and are able to support yourselves. Tomorrow I shall send you away to seek your fortunes." When morning came, the boys bade their father goodbye. The blind sons went together in one party and the rest in another. Now begins the pathetic story of the 4 blind brothers. They groped along the road, each holding the hand of the other. After a day of continuous walking, the 4 brothers were very far away from their town. They had not tasted food during all that time. In the evening, they came to a coconut grove. "Here are some coconut trees," said one of them. "Let us get a bunch of coconuts and have something to eat." So the eldest brother took off his camisa china and climbed up one of the trees. When he reached the top, the tree broke. Bung, down came the poor fellow. "1," cried the youngest brother. "3 more," shouted the rest. "Don't come down until you have dropped 4. They all cried at once. Who would answer them? Their brother lay dead on the ground. While they were waiting for the second bung, the second brother climbed up the same tree. What had happened to the first happened also to him, and so to the third in turn. As soon as the youngest brother heard the third fall, he thought of looking for his share. He crept about to find the coconuts. Alas! He discovered that his 3 brothers lay dead on the ground. He went away from the place crying very loud. Now his crying happened to disturb the Patianak, who were trying to sleep. They went out to see what was the matter. When they found the poor helpless blind man, they were very much moved, and they gave him food and shelter for the night. They also gave him the tail of a pagui, which would help him find his fortune, they said. At daybreak, they showed him the way out of the grove. The blind man walked on until he was hailed by a lame man resting under a shady tree. "Friend, carry me on your shoulders, and let us travel together," said the lame man to the blind. "Willingly," replied the blind man. They traveled for many hours and at last came to a big, lonely house. They knocked at the open door, but nobody answered. At last they entered and found the place empty. While they were searching through the house, the owner came. He was a 2-headed giant. The blind man and the lame man were upstairs. The giant was afraid to enter the house, but he called in a voice of thunder, "Who's there?" "We are big men," answered the 2 companions. "How big are you?" asked the giant. "We are so big that the foundation of the house shakes when we walk," the 2 replied. "Give me a proof that you are really big men," cried the giant again. "We will show you one of our hairs," they answered, and they dropped from the window the tail of the pagui. The giant looked at it in wonder. He was immediately convinced that they were more powerful than he was. So, picking up the hair, the giant went away, afraid to face such antagonists in single combat. So the prediction of the Patianak came true. The house and all the property of the giant fell into the hands of the blind man and the lame man. They lived there happily all the rest of their lives. Juan the Blind Man. Narrated by Pedro D. L. Sorita, a Bicol from Vurac, Catanduanes, where the story is common. Many years ago, there lived in a little village near a thick forest 8 blind men who were close friends. In spite of their physical defects, they were always happy, perhaps much happier than their fellow villagers. For at night, they would always go secretly to one of the neighboring coconut groves, where they would spend their time drinking tuba or eating young coconuts. One evening, a severe typhoon struck the little village, and most of the coconut trees were broken off at the top. The next afternoon, the joyous party went to the coconut grove to steal fruits. As soon as they arrived there, 7 of them climbed trees. Juan, the youngest of all, was ordered to remain below so as to count and gather in the coconuts his friends threw down to him. While his companions were climbing the trees, Juan was singing. 8 friends, good friends, 1 fruit each eats. Good Juan here bends, young nuts he takes. He had no sooner repeated his verse 3 times than he heard a fall. 1, he counted, and he began to sing the second verse. Believe me that everything which man can use he must bring, no matter at all of what it's made. So, friends, a counter you need. CR wrap-up, he heard another fall, which was followed by 3 in close succession. Good, he said, 5 in all, 3 more, friends, and he raised his head as if he could see his companions. After a few minutes he heard 2 more falls. 6, 7, well, only 7, he said, as he began searching for the coconuts on the ground. 1 more for me, friends, 1 more, and everyone is satisfied. But it was his friends who had fallen, for, as the trees were only stumps, the climbers fell off when they reached the tops. Juan, however, did not guess what had happened until he found one of the dead bodies. Then he ran away as fast as he could. At last he struck Justo, a lame man. After hearing Juan's story, Justo advised Juan not to return to his village, lest he be accused of murder by the relatives of the other men. After a long talk, the 2 agreed to travel together and seek a place of refuge, for the blind man's proposal seemed a good one to the lame man. Blind man, strong legs, lame man, good eyes, 4-footed are pigs, 4-handed are monkeys, but we'll walk on 2 and we'll see with 2. So when morning dawned, they started on their journey. They had not traveled far when Justo saw a horn in the road and told Juan about it. Juan said, Believe me that everything which man can use he must bring, no matter at all of what it's made. So, friend, a horn too we need. The next thing that Justo saw was a rusted axe, and after being told about it, Juan repeated his little verse again, ending it with, So, friend, an axe too we need. A few hours later, the lame man saw a piece of rope, and when the blind man knew of it, he said, Bring 1, bring 2, bring all, the horn, the axe, the rope as well. And last of all, they found an old drum, which they took along with them too. Soon Justo saw a very big house. They were glad, for they thought that they could get something to eat there. When they came near it, they found that the door was open, but when they entered it, Justo saw nothing but bolos, spears, and shields hanging on the walls. After a warm discussion as to what they should do, they decided to hide in the ceiling of the house and remain there until the owner returned. They had no sooner made themselves comfortable than they heard some persons coming. When Justo saw the bloody bolos and spears of the men and the big sack of money they carried, he was terrified, for he suspected that they were outlaws. He trembled, his hair stood on end, he could not control himself. At last he shouted, "I here." The blind man, who could not see the danger they were in, stopped the lame man, but not before the owners of the house had heard them. "Ho, you mosquitoes, what are you doing there?" asked the chief of the outlaws as he looked up at the ceiling. "Aha, you rascals, we are going to eat you all," answered the blind man in the loudest voice he could muster. "What's that you say?" returned the chief. "Why, we have been looking for you, for we intend to eat you all up," replied Juan. "And to show you what kind of animals we are, here is one of my teeth," and Juan threw down the rusted axe. "Look at one of my hairs," continued Juan as he threw down the rope. The outlaws were so frightened that they were almost ready to run away. The chief could not say a single word. "Now listen, you ants, to my whistle," said Juan, and he blew the horn. "And to show you how big our stomachs are, hear us beat them," and he beat the drum. The outlaws were so frightened that they ran away. Some of them even jumped out of the windows. When the robbers were all gone, Juan and Justo went down to divide the money, but the lame man tried to cheat the blind man, and they had a quarrel over the division. Justo struck Juan in the eyes with the palm of his hand, and the blind man's eyes were opened so that he could see. Juan kicked Justo so hard that the lame man rolled toward one corner of the house and struck a post. His lameness was cured so that he could stand and walk. When they saw that each had done the other a great service, they divided the money fairly and lived ever after together as close friends. Teofilo the Hunchback and the Giant. Narrated by Loretta Benavides, a Bical student who heard the story from her aunt. Once there lived a hunchback whose name was Teofilo. He was an orphan and used to get his food by wandering through the woods. He had no fixed home. Sometimes he even slept under large trees in the forest. His one blind eye, as well as his crooked body, would make almost anyone pity his miserable condition. One day, while he was wandering through the woods looking for something to eat, he found a piece of large rope. He was very glad, for he could sell the rope and in that way get money to buy food. Walking a little farther, he found a gun leaning against a fence. This gun, he supposed, had been left there by a hunter. He was glad to have it, too, for protection. Finally, while crossing a swampy place, he saw a duck drinking in the brook. He ran after the duck and at last succeeded in catching it. Now he was sure of a good meal. But it had taken him a long time to capture the duck. Night soon came on, and he had to look for a resting place. Fortunately, he came to a field, and his eye caught a glimpse of light on the other side. He went towards the light and found it to come from a house, all the windows of which were open. He knocked at the door, but nobody answered, so he just pushed it open and entered. He then began to feel very comfortable. He prepared his bed and then went to sleep. He did not know that he was in a giant's house. At midnight, Teofilo was awakened by a loud voice. He made a hole in the wall and looked out. There in the dark, he saw a very tall man, taller even than the house itself. It was the giant. The giant said, "I smell someone here." He tried to open the door, but Teofilo had locked it. "If you are really a strong man and braver than I," said the giant, "let me see your hair." Teofilo then threw out the piece of rope. The giant was surprised at its size. He then asked to see Teofilo's louse, and Teofilo threw out the duck. The giant was terrified, for he had never seen such a large louse before. Finally, the giant said, "Well, you seem to be larger than I, let me hear your voice." Teofilo fired his gun. When the giant heard the gun and saw it spitting fire, he trembled, for he thought that the man's saliva was burning coals. Afraid to challenge his strange guest anymore, the giant ran away and disappeared forever. And so Teofilo, the hunchback, lived happily all the rest of his days in the giant's house, without being troubled by anyone. Juan and the Bearing Cantata. Narrated by Pacifico Buencancillo, a Bicol who heard the story from his grandmother. A long time ago, when the Bicols had not yet been welded into one tribe, there lived a couple in the mountains of Albay who had one son named Juan. Before the boy was 5 years old, his father died. As Juan grew up, he became very lazy. He did not like to work, nor would he help his mother earn their daily bread. Despite his laziness, Juan was dearly loved by his mother. She did not want him to work in the field under the hot sun. Because of his mother's indulgence, he grew lazier and lazier. Every afternoon, Juan used to take a walk while his mother was working. She was a kind-hearted woman and often told her son to help anybody he met that needed help. One afternoon, while he was walking in a field, he saw 2 carabaos fighting. One was gored by the other and was about to die. Juan, mindful of what his mother told him, went between the 2 animals to help the wounded one. Suddenly, the 2 animals gored him in the back, and he fell to the ground. A man, passing by, found him and took him to his home. When Juan's mother learned why her son had been gored, she was greatly distressed that her son was so foolish. Juan soon recovered, and one day he invited his mother to go with him to look for money. He insisted so hard that finally she agreed to accompany him. On their way, they found an axe, which Juan picked up and took along with him. They had not gone much farther when they saw a long rope stretching across the road. Juan's mother did not want him to take it, but he said that it would be of some use to them later. By and by they came to a river, on the bank of which they found a large drum. Juan took this with him too. When they had been traveling about a week, they came upon a big house. Juan said that he wanted to go see what was in the house, but his mother told him that he should not go. However, he kept urging and urging, until at last his mother consented and went with him. When they reached the hall, they found it well decorated with flowers and leaves. They visited all the apartments of the house, and when they came to the dining room, they saw a large hole in the ceiling. Juan told his mother that they had better hide in the ceiling until they found out who the owner of the house was. The mother thought that the plan was a wise one, so they went to the ceiling, taking with them the axe, the rope, and the drum. They had not been hiding many minutes when the Bearing Cantata, a giant with one eye in the middle of his forehead and with 2 long tusks that projected from the sides of his mouth, came in with his friends and servants. When the dinner was ready, the servant called his master and his guests into the dining room. While they were eating, Juan said in a loud voice. Tawi kami sakwasami qui masarem na ulaman. The Baron Cantata was very angry to hear the voice of a man in the ceiling, and he said in a thundering voice, If you are a big man like me, let me see one of your hairs. Juan showed the rope from the hole in the ceiling. Astonished at the size of the hair, the Baron Cantata said again, Let me see one of your teeth. Juan showed the axe. By this time, Juan's mother was almost dead with fear, and she told her son not to move. After a few minutes, the Baron Cantata said again, Beat your stomach, and let me hear the sound of it. When Juan beat the drum, the Baron Cantata and all the guests and servants ran away in fright, for they had never heard such a sound before. Then Juan and his mother came down from the ceiling. In this house they lived like a rich family, for they found much money in one of the rooms. As for the Baron Cantata, he never came back to his house after he left it. The Manglalabas. Narrated by Arsenio Bonifacio, a Tagalog, who heard the story from his father. Once upon a time, in the small town of Balubid, there was a big house. It was inhabited by a rich family. When the head of the family died, the house was gloomy and dark. The family wore black clothes and was sad. 3 days after the death of the father, the family began to be troubled at night by a Manglalabas. He threw stones at the house, broke the water jars, and moved the beds. Some pillows were even found in the kitchen the next day. The second night, Manglalabas visited the house again. He pinched the widow, but when she woke up, she could not see anything. Manglalabas also emptied all the water jars. Accordingly, the family decided to abandon the house. A band of brave men in that town assembled and went to the house. At midnight the spirit came again, but the brave men said they were ready to fight it. Manglalabas made a great deal of noise in the house. He poured out all the water, kicked the doors, and asked the men who they were. They answered, "We are fellows who are going to kill you." But when the spirit approached them, and they saw that it was a ghost, they fled away. From that time on, nobody was willing to pass a night in that house. In a certain barrio of Balubid there lived 2 queer men. One was called Bulag because he was blind, and the other Cuba because he was hunchbacked. One day these 2 arranged to go to Balubid to beg. Before they set out, they agreed that the blind man should carry the hunchback on his shoulder to the town. So they set out. After they had crossed the Balubid River, Cuba said, "Stop a minute, Bulag, here is a hatchet." Cuba got down and picked it up. Then they proceeded again. A second time, Cuba got off the blind man's shoulder, for he saw an old gun by the roadside. He picked this up also, and took it along with him. When they reached the town, they begged at many of the houses, and finally they came to the large abandoned house. They did not know that this place was haunted by a spirit. Cuba said, "Maybe no one is living in this house," and Bulag replied, "I think we had better stay here for the night." As they were afraid that somebody might come, they went up into the ceiling. At midnight, they were awakened by Manglalabas making a great noise and shouting, "I believe that there are some new persons in my house." Cuba, frightened, fired the gun. The ghost thought that the noise of the gun was someone crying, so he said, "If you are truly a big man, give me some proofs." Then Cuba took the handle out of the hatchet and threw the head down at the ghost. Manglalabas thought that this was one of the teeth of his visitor, and, convinced that the intruder was a powerful person, he said, "I have a buried treasure near the barn. I wish you to dig it up. The reason I come here every night is on account of this treasure. If you will only dig it up, I will not come here anymore." The next night, Bulag and Cuba dug in the ground near the barn. There they found many gold and silver pieces. When they were dividing the riches, Cuba kept 3/4 of the treasure for himself. Bulag said, "Let me see if you have divided fairly." And, placing his hands on the 2 piles, he found that Cuba's was much larger. Angry at the discovery, Cuba struck Bulag in the eyes and they were opened. When Bulag could see, he kicked Cuba in the back and straightway his deformity disappeared. Therefore they became friends again, divided the money equally, and owned the big house between them. Notes: a Pampango version, The Cripple and the Blind Man, I have it only in abstract, is almost identical with the second part of The 4 Blind Brothers. A blind man and a cripple travel together, blind man carrying, cripple guiding. Rope, drum, hatchet, etc., but these 2 companions do not quarrel over the distribution of the wealth, they live peacefully together. I have printed in full 5 of the versions because, while they are members of a very widespread family of tales in which a poor but valiant hero deceives and outwits a giant, ogre, ghost, or band of robbers, They form a more restricted brotherhood of that large family, and the deception is of a very definite special sort. The hero and the outwitted do not meet face to face, nor is there a contest of prowess between them. Merely by displaying as tokens of his size and strength certain seemingly useless articles which he has picked up and carried along with him on his travels, the hero frightens forever from their rich home a band of robbers or a giant or a ghost, and remains in possession of the treasures of the deceived one. Trolls, ogres, giants, robbers, dragons are proverbially stupid, and a clever hero with more wits than brawn has no difficulty in thoroughly frightening them. Grimm's story of the brave little tailor, number 20, with its incidents of cheese squeezing, bird throwing, pretended carrying of the oak tree, springing over the cherry tree, and escape from the bed, and opening with the seven at a blow episode, is typical of one large group of tales about a giant outwitted. For an enumeration of the analogues, see Bolt Polivka, 1, 148-165. For a fuller discussion of some of them, see Cosquin, 1, 96-102. In another group, the hero takes service with the giant, dragon, etc., keeps up the deception of being superhumanly strong, but gets the monster to do all the work, and finally wins his way to wealth and release, see Grimm, number 183. Von Hahn, number 18 and notes, Crane, 345, note 34, Dasent, nose. V. and Roman 32. Then there is the group of stories in which the cannibal witch is popped into her own oven, which she had been heating for her victim, cf. Grimm, number 15, and Bolt Polivka, 1, 123. Our particular group of stories, however, seems to owe little or nothing to the types just mentioned. It appears to belong peculiarly to the Orient. In fact, I do not know of its occurrence outside of India and the Philippines. That the tale is well known in the islands at least as far north as central Luzon, our 5 variants attest, and that it is fairly widespread in India refer particularly to the method of the deception. For on this the whole story turns. 3 Hindu versions may be cited as evidence. 1. The blind man, the deaf man, and the donkey, Freer, number 18, presents many close correspondences to Juan the blind man. In the Indian tale, a blind man and a deaf man enter into partnership. One day, while on a long walk with his friend, the deaf man sees a donkey with a large water jar on its back. Thinking the animal will be useful to them, they take it and the jar with them. Farther along, they collect some large black ants in a snuff box. Overtaken by storm, they seek shelter in a large, apparently deserted house and lock the door, but the owner, a terrible Rakshas, returns and loudly demands entrance. The deaf man, looking through a chink in the wall, is greatly frightened by the appearance of the monster, but the blind man boldly says that he is Bakshas, Rakshas's father. Incredulous, the Rakshas wishes to see his father's face. Donkey's head shown. On his desiring to see his father's body, the huge jar is rolled with a thundering noise past the chink in the door. Rakshas asks to hear Baksha's scream. Deaf man puts ants into the donkey's ear. The animal, bit by the insects, brays horribly, and the Rakshas flees in fright. Rakshas returns the next morning, and seeing the blind man, deaf man, and donkey, laden with treasures, leaving his house, he determines to be avenged. But by a lucky series of accidents, the travelers succeed in discomfiting and thoroughly terrifying the Rakshas and his 6 companions summoned to help him, and travel on. In the division of the spoils, the deaf man attempts to cheat the blind man, who in a rage gives him so tremendous a box on the ear that his hearing is restored. In return, the deaf man gives his neighbor so hard a blow in the face that the blind man's eyes are opened. They are both so astonished that they become good friends at once and divide the wealth equally. 2. The Brahmin girl that married a tiger, Kingscote No. X. In this story, 3 brothers on their way to rescue their sister who had been married to a tiger take along with them an ass, an ant, a palmyra tree, and a big iron washing tub. The sister hides her brothers and their possessions in a loft. The tiger comes home and frightens the brothers into making a noise and thus betraying their presence. He asks to hear their voice. Youngest brother puts his ant into the ear of the ass, which, when bit, begins to bawl out horribly. Asking to see their legs, tiger is shown the trunk of the palmyra tree, and on asking to see their bellies, is shown the iron tub. Frightened, he runs away and the sister is rescued. 3. Learning and Motherwit, McCulloch number Roman 26. Here Motherwit, as in the other stories, deceives a Raghoshi by means of a thick rope shown for hair. spades shone for fingernails, and wet lime shone for spittle. At last, with sharp-pointed hot iron rods, Ulysses fashion, he puts out the monster's eyes. In another Bengal story, the ghost who was afraid of being bagged, Lal Bihari Day, number Roman 20, a barber frightens a ghost with a looking-glass and becomes rich. An interesting parallel to the incident of the death of the blind brothers by climbing up too high on palm trees the tops of which have been broken off is to be found in the Arabian story of the blind thief, Jarasp 3, 645-660, no, Roman 3. A thief who used to steal dates from off the trees became blind, but he still went on thieving. The people planned to get rid of him. In the presence of the blind man, someone praised the dates of so-and-so. Now this tree was withered and no longer had any leaves. The covetous thief, with his rope, started to climb the tree that night, but his rope slipped off over the naked top of the palm, and he fell to the ground and was killed. The situation of a blind man and a lame man joining forces and traveling together, the blind man carrying the lame man, who directs the way, is found in the Gesta Romanorum, tale LXXI. Certain of the false proofs in the Filipino stories have no parallel in the Indian tales, viz., duck for louse, gun or horn for voice, tail of stingray, pagui for hair. The suggestion for this last comparison may have come from the belief among the Filipinos that the tail of the stingray is a very efficacious charm against demons and witches. It is a specific against the mancuculum. On the other hand, there are certain details of the Indian versions lacking in the Filipino, the donkey, the palmyra tree, the washtub. Nevertheless, the close agreement, not only of motifs, but of motifs in the same sequence, makes it certain beyond all reasonable doubt that the story as we find it in the islands, most fully represented by the Bicol, Juan the Blind Man, goes back directly to southern India, possibly to the parent story of Miss Frere's Old Deccan narrative. Tale 7. Sagacious Marcella. Narrated by Lorenzo Lickup, a Pampangan. Long before the Spaniards came, there lived a man who had a beautiful, virtuous, and above all, clever daughter. He was a servant of the king. Marcella, the daughter, loved her father devotedly and always helped him with his work. From childhood, she had manifested a keen wit and undaunted spirit. She would even refuse to obey unjust orders from the king. No question was too hard for her to answer, and the king was constantly being surprised at her sagacity. One day, the king conceived a plan by which he might test the ingenious Marcella. He bade his servants procure a tiny bird and carry it to her house. "Tell her," said the king, "to make 12 dishes out of that one bird." The servants found Marcella sewing. They told her of the order of the king. After thinking for 5 minutes, she took one of her pins and said to the servants, "If the king can make 12 spoons out of this pin, I can also make 12 dishes out of that bird." On receiving the answer, the king realized that the wise Marcella had gotten the better of him, and he began to think of another plan to puzzle her. Again, he bade his servants carry a sheep to Marcella's house. "Tell her," he said, "to sell the sheep for 6 reals, and with the money this very same sheep must come back to me alive." At first, Marcella could not make out what the king meant for her to do. Then she thought of selling the wool only and not the whole sheep. So she cut off the wool and sold it for 6 reals and sent the money with the live sheep back to the king. Thus she was again relieved from a difficulty. The king by this time realized that he could not beat Marcella in points of subtlety. However, to amuse himself, he finally thought of one more scheme to test her sagacity. It took him 2 weeks to think it out. Summoning a messenger, he said to him, "Go to Marcella and tell her that I am not well, and that my physician has advised me to drink a cup of bull's milk. Therefore she must get me this medicine, or her father will lose his place in the palace." The king also issued an order that no one was to bathe or to wash anything in the river, for he was going to take a bath the next morning. As soon as Marcella had received the command of the king and had heard of his second order, she said, "How easy it will be for me to answer this silly order of the king." That night, she and her father killed a pig and smeared its blood over the sleeping mat, blanket, and pillows. When morning came, Marcella took the stained bed-clothing to the source of the river, where the king was bathing. As soon as the king caught sight of her, he said in a voice of thunder, "Why do you wash your stuff in the river when you know I ordered that nobody should use the river today but me?" Marcella replied, "It is the custom, my lord, in our country, to wash the mat, pillows, and other things stained with blood, immediately after a person has given birth to a child. As my father gave birth to a child last night, custom forces me to disobey your order, although I do it much against my will." "Nonsense," said the king. "The idea of a man giving birth to a child, absurd, ridiculous." "My lord," said Marcella, "it would be just as absurd to think of getting milk from a bowl." Then the king, recollecting his order, said, "Marcella, as you are so witty, clever, and virtuous, I will give you my son for your husband." King Tasio. Narrated by Leopoldo Faustino, a Tagalog, who says that the story is popular and common among the people of La Laguna province. Juan was a servant in the palace of King Tasio. One day King Tasio heard Juan discussing with the other servants in the kitchen the management of the kingdom. Juan said that he knew more than anybody else in the palace. The king called Juan and told him to go down to the seashore and catch the rolling waves. "You said that you are the wisest man in the palace," said the king. "Go and catch the waves of the sea for me." "That's very easy, O king," said Juan, "if you will only provide me with a rope made of sand taken from the seashore." The king did not know what to answer. He left Juan without saying anything, went into his room, and began to think of some more difficult work. The next day he called Juan. "Juan, take this small bird and make 50 kinds of food out of it," said the king. "Yes, sir," said Juan, "if you will only provide me with a stove, a pan, and a knife made out of this needle," handing a needle to the king, "with which to cook the bird." Again the king did not know what to do. He was very angry at Juan. "Juan, get out of my palace. Don't you let me see you walking on my ground around this palace without my consent," said the king. "Very well, sir," said Juan, and he left the palace immediately. The next day King Tasio saw Juan in front of the palace, riding on his paragos drawn by a carabao. "Did I not tell you not to stand or walk on my ground around this palace? Why are you here now? Do you mean to mock me?" shouted the king. "Well," said Juan, "will your majesty's eyes please see whether I am standing on your ground or not? This is my ground." And he pointed to the earth he had on his paragos. "I took this from my orchard." "That's enough, Juan," said King Tasio. "I can have no more foolishness." The king felt very uncomfortable because many of his courtiers and servants were standing there listening to his talk with Juan. "Juan, put this squash into this jar. Be careful. See that you do not break either the squash or the jar," said the king, as he handed a squash and a jar to Juan. Now, the neck of the jar was small, and the squash was as big as the jar. So Juan had indeed a difficult task. Juan went home. He put a very small squash, which he had growing in his garden, inside the jar. He did not, however, cut it from the vine. After a few weeks, the squash had grown big enough to fill the jar. Juan then picked off the squash enclosed in the jar and went to the king. He presented the jar to the king when all the servants, courtiers, and visitors from other towns were present. As soon as the king saw the jar with the squash in it, he fainted. It was many hours before he recovered. Notes. A third version, see, a Bicol story entitled Marcella Outwits the King, narrated by Gregorio Frondoso of Camarines, resembles closely the Pampango story of Marcella, with these minor differences. The heroine is the daughter of the king's advisor Bernardo. To test the girl's wit, the king sends her a mosquito he has killed and tells her to cook it in such a way that it will serve 12 persons. She sends back a pin to him, with word that if he can make 12 forks from the pin, the mosquito will serve 12 persons. The second and third tasks are identical with those in the Pampango version. At last, satisfied with her sagacity, the king makes her his chief counselor. In addition to the 3 popular tales of the clever last cycle, 2 chapbook versions of the story, containing incidents lacking in the folk tales, may be mentioned here. Abuhay nang isang pastorang tubo sa villain na naging asawa ng hari sa isang kalabasa. Life of a shepherdess who was born in a town and who became the wife of a king because of a pumpkin. Manila, 1908. This story is in verse and comprises 66 quatrains of 12-syllable assonance lines. It is known only in Tagalog, I believe. Buhay na pinagdanan ni Rodolfo na anak ni Felizardo at ni Prisca sa Kaharing Valencia. Life of Rodolfo, son of Felizardo and Prisca in the Kingdom of Valencia. Manila, 1910. Like the preceding, this corrido is known only in Tagalog and is written in 12-syllable assonance lines. Of these two printed versions, I give below a literal translation of the first A, not only because it is short, 264 lines, but also because it will be seen to be closely connected with the folktales. For help in making this translation, I am under obligation to Mr. Salvador Unson, which I gratefully acknowledge. The second story, B, I give only in partial summary. It is much too long to be printed in full, and besides, contains many incidents that have nothing to do with our cycle. It will be noticed that Rodolfo, B, resembles rather the European forms of the story, while in the three folk tales are more Oriental, despite the conventional historical setting of A. Tale A. Ki Kalabasa, the life of a shepherdess born in a town who became the wife of a king because of a pumpkin. One ye holy angels in the heavens, help my tongue to express and to relate the story I will tell. 2. In early times, when Adovnes, king of Borgona, was still alive, he went out into the plains to hunt for deer and accidentally became separated from his companions. 3. In his wandering about, he saw a hut which had a garden surrounding it. A beautiful young maiden took care of the garden, in which were growing melons and pumpkins. 4. The king spoke to the maiden and asked, "What plants are you growing here?" The girl replied, "I am raising pumpkins and melons." 5. Now the king happened to be thirsty and asked her for but a drink. "We were hunting in the heat of the day, and I felt this thirst come on me." 6. The maiden replied, "O illustrious king, we have water in a mean jar, but it is surely not fitting that your majesty should drink from a jar." 7. If we had a jar of pure gold, in which we could put water from a blessed fountain, then it would be proper for your majesty. It is not right or worthy that you should drink from a base jar. 8. The king replied to the girl, "Never mind the jar, provided the water is cool." The maiden went into the house, and presently the king drank his fill. 9. After he had drunk, he handed her back the jar, but when the maiden had received it in her hands, she suddenly struck it against the staircase. The jar was shattered to bits. 10. The king saw the act and wondered at it, and in his heart he thought that the maiden had no manners. For the impudence of her action, he decided to punish her. 11. He said, "You see in me, the traveler, a noble king, and you know that I hold the crown. Why did you shatter that jar of yours, received from my hands?" 12. The maiden replied, "The reason I broke the jar, long kept for many years by my mother, O king, is that I should not like to have it used by another." 13. After hearing that, the king made no reply, but returned back towards the city, believing in his heart that the woman to whom he had spoken was virtuous. 14. After some time, the king one day ordered a soldier to carry to the maiden a new narrow-necked jar, into which she was to put a pumpkin entire. 15. He also ordered the soldier to tell the girl that she should not break the jar, but that the jar and pumpkin should remain entire. 16. Inasmuch as the maiden was clever, her perception good, and her understanding bold, she answered with another problem. She sent him back a jar that already had a pumpkin in it. 17. She delivered it to the soldier, and the upshot of her reply was this: "The pumpkin and the jar are whole. The king must remove the pumpkin without breaking the jar." 18. The soldier shouldered it and went back to the king, and told him that her answer was that he should take the pumpkin out of the jar and leave both whole. 19. When the king saw the jar, he said nothing, but he thought in his heart that he would send her another puzzle. 20. Again by the soldier he sent her a bottle and requested that it be filled with the milk of a bull. He further added that, if the order was not complied with, she should be punished. 21. The girl's answer to the king was this: "Last night my father gave birth to a child, and even though you order it, it is impossible for me to get you any bull's milk today." 22. Who would not wonder, when he comes to hear of it, at the language back and forth between the king and the girl? For what man can give birth to a child, and what bull can give milk? 23. At a great festival which the king gave, attended by knights and counts, he sent a pipit to the girl and ordered her to cook 7 dishes of it. 24. The maiden, in reply, sent the king a needle, and asked him to make a steel frying pan, knife, and spit out of it, which she might use in cooking the pipit. 25. The king again sent to her with this word: If you are really very intelligent, and if you are truly wise, you will catch the waves and bind them. 26. The soldier returned at once to the maiden, and told her that the orders of the king were that she should catch and bind the waves. 27. The maiden sent back word by the soldier that it is not proper to disobey a king. Tell the king to make me a rope out of the loam I am sending. 28. Again the soldier returned to the palace, and taking the black earth to the king, he said, "Make her a rope out of this loam, with which she will catch and bind the waves." 29. After the soldier had delivered his message, the king was almost shaking with rage. Who under heaven can make a rope out of loam? 30. Now he ordered the soldier to fetch the maiden. And for her impudence, he said, I will punish her. 31. He ordered the soldier to make haste and to return at once. The maiden did not resist her punishment and was placed in a well. 32. Now, this well into which she was cast lay in front of the window of the king, so that whenever he should look out of the window he might see her. 33. One morning, as he looked out and saw her there below him, she asked him to give her fire. 34. The king said to her, I am a world-famed king, and it is not my desire to descend just because of your request. Go ask fire from the mountain. 35. The girl made no answer to his jesting reply. Some time later the king held some games and ordered that the maiden be taken out of the well. 36. The king told her that she was pardoned for all her offenses. But as long as I have visitors, he said, you are to be my cook. 37. Then this order was given to the girl, you are to cook the food, everything must be well prepared, all the food must be palatable and tasty. 38. The maiden, however, deliberately left all the food unsalted, but she fastened to the bottom of the plate the necessary salt. 39. When at the table the king and his council were not satisfied with the food, because there was no salt in it, the maiden was again summoned. 40. I ordered you to cook because you were clever, but you took no care of the cooking. Why am I thus insulted and my honor destroyed before my guests? 41. The maiden at once returned answer to the council and to his majesty. Look underneath the plates, and if there is not the necessary salt, my lord, condemn me as you see fit. 42. She had those near the king lift their plates, and she had him look under. The salt was found not lacking, and the king ceased from his contention and thought about the matter. 43. Then he said, if you had mixed in a little with the food, then it would have been good and palatable. Explain to me the significance of your act. 44. O great king, answered the maiden, I can easily reply to your question. By leaving the salt out, I meant me and no one else She meant to suggest her own case when she was in the well. 45. You instructed me to get fire from the mountain. Why can you not taste this salt, which is just under the plate? 46. Because I am an unfortunate person, an unworthy shepherdess from the woods. If I were a city-bred person, even though most ordinary, I should be honored in your presence. 47. To the reply of the girl, the king shook his head and pressed his forehead in thought. He had fallen in love and his heart was oppressed. He determined to marry her. 48. They were married at once, and at once she was clothed as a queen. Although she was only a lowly shepherdess, she was loved because of the sweetness of her voice. 49. After living together a long time, they had a quarrel. The king had conceived a dislike for her cleverness. 50. Return at once to your father and mother, he said. Go back to the mountains and live there. 51. I will allow you to take with you whatever you want, gold, silver, dresses. Take with you also 2 maids. 52. The queen could not utter a word. Silently she let her tears fall. She thought that bad fortune had come upon her. 53. To be brief, the king got up from his chair and lay down in his bed. He pretended to go to sleep in order that he might not see the queen depart. 54. When the queen saw that the king was really sleeping, she covered him up in her sorrow and summoned the servants. 55. She ordered them to lift him up and carry him to the mountains. In carrying him, be careful not to wake him until the mountains are reached. 56. They lifted the bed and took him downstairs, but when they were carrying it out of the palace, the bed struck against the front door. The king awoke in surprise. 57. He said, What is the reason for carrying away a sleeping man? He asked them whether they intended to throw away their sovereign. 58. At once he summoned the guards of the palace and ordered the arrest of the servants, but they protested that they were merely obeying the orders of the queen. 59. Then the king asked where the queen was who had ordered that. He had her brought before him and demanded of her why she wished to cast him away. 60. The queen answered, reminding him thus, "My husband, my beloved, what did you tell me some time ago when you were driving me away?" 61. Did you not tell me to select whatever I might desire, including gold and silver, and take it with me? You are my choice. 62. Even if I should become very good and very rich, I should still be without honor before God and the people. 63. It would be shameful to the divine word for us married people to separate. You would be taunted by your counselors for having married someone beneath you. 64. Her reply reminded the king that whatever might happen, they were married and should remain together all their lives. 65. Forgive me, my wife, light of my eyes, forgive the wrongs I have done. I am to blame for the mistake. 66. From then on, they loved each other the more and were happy because they never quarreled further. Tale B. The story of Rodolfo. Rodolfo was the only son of Felizardo and Prisca, who lived in Valencia. When Rodolfo was 7 years old, he was sent to school and proved to be an apt scholar, but his father died within a few years, and the boy was obliged to abandon his studies because of poverty. At the suggestion of his mother, Rodolfo one day set out for the capital, where he sought a place in the palace as servant. In time, he was appointed head steward, mayordomo, in the royal household. The king became so fond of this trusty servant, whose bravery, executive ability, and cleverness he could not help noticing, that finally he determined to make him his son-in-law by marrying him to the Princess Leocadia. When Rodolfo was offered Leocadio's hand by her father, however, he respectfully declined the honor, saying that though he admired the beauty of the princess, he did not admire her character, and could not take her as his wife. The king was so angry that he ordered Rodolfo cast into prison. But after a few days' consideration, he had him released, and promised to pardon him for the insult if within a month he could bring before the king as his wife just such a virtuous woman as he had stipulated his wife should be. Rodolfo left the palace, taking with him only a pair of shoes and an umbrella. On his way, he saw an old man, whom he invited to go along with him. Shortly afterwards, they saw a funeral procession, and Rodolfo asked his companion whether the man that was to be buried was still alive. The old man did not reply, because he thought that his companion was a fool. Outside the city, they met many persons planting highland rice on a mountain clearing, Kyngen. Again Rodolfo spoke, and asked if the rice that the farmers were planting was already eaten, but the old man remained silent. In the course of their journey, they reached a shallow river. Rodolfo put on his shoes and waded across. When he reached the other bank, he removed his shoes again and carried them in his hand. Next, they passed a great plain. When they became tired from the heat, they rested by the side of the road under a big tree. Here, Rodolfo opened his umbrella, which he had not used when they were crossing the hot plain. Once more, the old man believed that his companion was crazy. At last, the travelers reached the old man's house, but the old man did not invite Rodolfo to spend the night with him. Rodolfo went into the house, however, for he saw that a young woman lived in the house. This was Estella, the old man's daughter, who received the stranger very kindly. That night, when Estella set the table for supper, she gave to her father the head and neck of the chicken, the wings to her mother, the body to Rodolfo, and the legs to herself. After eating their meal, the old man and his wife left Estella and Rodolfo together in the dining room. Rodolfo expressed his love for her, for he had already recognized her worth. When she found that he was in earnest, she said that she would accept him if her parents consented to the marriage. Then they joined the old couple in the main room, but there the father scolded her for showing hospitality to a visitor whom he considered a fool. He also felt insulted for having been given only the head and neck of the chicken. Accordingly, the old man told his daughter how Rodolfo had foolishly asked him if the person to be buried was still alive, and whether the rice that the farmers were planting on the mountain clearing had already been eaten. He also mentioned the fact that Rodolfo wore his shoes only when crossing the river, and that he had opened his umbrella only when they were in the shade of the tree. Estella, in reply, cleverly explained to her father the meaning of all Rodolfo had said and done. The memory of a man who has done good during his lifetime will never be forgot. Rodolfo wished to know whether the man to be buried was kind to his fellow men. If he was, he will always be remembered, and he is not dead. When Rodolfo asked you whether the rice which the farmers were planting was already eaten, he wished to know if those farmers had borrowed so much rice from their landlords that the next harvest would only be enough to pay it back. In a river, it is impossible to see the thorns which may hurt one's feet, so it is wise to wear shoes while crossing a river. The idea of opening an umbrella under a tree is a very good one, because it forms a protection against falling branches and fruits. I will tell you why I divided the chicken as I did. I gave you the head and neck because you are the head of the family. The wings I gave my mother because she took care of me in my childhood. The body I gave to Rodolfo because it is courteous to please a visitor. The legs I kept myself because I am your feet and hands. The anger of Estella's father was pacified by her explanation. He was now convinced that Rodolfo was not a fool, but a wise man, and he invited Rodolfo to live with them. Rodolfo stayed and helped with all the work about the house and in the field. At last, when the old man realized that Rodolfo loved Estella, he gave his consent to their marriage, and the next day they became husband and wife. After his marriage, Rodolfo returned to Valencia, leaving Estella at her home in Babylonia, and reported to the king that he had found and taken as his wife a virtuous woman. The rest of the story turns on the chastity wager motif, and ends with the establishment of the purity of Rodolfo's wife. For this motif, constituting a whole story, see The Golden Lock, number 30. An examination of the 5 representatives of this cycle of the clever lass in the Philippines reveals at least 9 distinct problems, tasks, or riddles to be solved. For most of these, parallels may be found in other Oriental and in Occidental stories. 1 problem, catching waves of the sea. Solution, demanding rope of sand for the work. This identical problem and solution are found in A North Borneo story, Gina's and the Raja, Evans, 468-469. In the Mahamagajataka, number 546, a series of 19 tasks is set the young sage Mahasadha. One of these is to make a rope of sand. The wise youth cleverly sent some spokesmen to ask the king for a sample of the old rope, so that the new would not vary from the old. See also Child 1, 1011, for a South Siberian story containing the counter-demand for thread of sand to make shoes from stone. 2 problem, making many kinds of food from 1 small bird or 12 portions from mosquito. Solution, requiring king to make stove, pan, and bolo or 12 forks from needle pin. Analogous to this task is Bolt and Polivka's motif B3-2, 349, the challenge to weave a cloth out of 2 threads. Bolt and Polivka enumerate 35 European folk tales containing their motif B3. 3 problem, putting large squash hole into narrow neck jar. Solution, hero grows squash in the jar and sometimes demands that king remove the squash without breaking either it or the jar. I know of no other folk tale occurrences of this task. It is not found in any of the European stories of this cycle and may be an addition of the Tagalog narrators. It is a common enough trick, however, to grow a squash or cucumber in a small-necked bottle. 4 problem, getting milk from bull. Solution, hero tells king that his father has given birth to a child. Compare Jataka, number 546 tr. by Cowell and Rouse 6, 167-168, in which the king sends his fattened bull to East Market Town with this message. Here is the king's royal bull in calf. Deliver him and send him back with the calf, or else there is a fine of 1,000 pieces. The solution of this difficulty is the same as above. See also Child 1, 1011 for almost identical situation. This problem and number 1 are to be found in a Tibetan tale, Ralston 2, 138, 141-41. 5 problem, selling lamb for a specified sum of money and returning both animal and coin. Solution, heroine sells only the wool. 2 of these problems, 3 and 5, are soluble and belong in kind with the Halbjarret motif, where the heroine is ordered to come to the king not clothed and not naked, not walking and not riding, not in the road and not out of the road, etc. The other 3 problems are not solved at all, strictly speaking. the heroine gets out of her difficulties by demanding of her taskmaster the completion of counter-tasks equally hard, or by showing him the absurdity of his demands. See Bolt Polivka 2, 362-370 for a full discussion of these subgroups. In all stories of the kind, writes Child, the person upon whom a task is imposed stands acquitted if another of no less difficulty is devised which must be performed first. This preliminary may be something that is essential for the execution of the other, as in the German ballads, or equally well something that has no kind of relation to the original requisition, as in the English ballads. It will be seen that in the nature of the counter-demands, the Filipino stories agree rather with the German than the English. 6. Hero is forbidden to walk on the king's ground. To circumvent the king, Hero fills a sledge with earth taken from his own orchard and has himself drawn into the presence of his majesty. When challenged, the hero protests that he is not on the king's ground but his own. This same episode is found in Juan the Fool, number 49, QV. 7. The stealing of the sleeping king by the banished wife, who has permission to take with her from the palace what she loves best, is found only in A. This episode, however, is very common elsewhere, and forms the conclusion of more than 70 Occidental stories of this cycle. See Bolt Polivka 2, 349-355. 8. The division of the hen, found in B and also at the end of Juan the Fool, number 49, is fully discussed by Bolt and Polivka 2, 360. See also R. Kohler's notes to Gonzenbach 2, 205-206. The combination of this motif with the chastity wager motif found in Rodolfo B is also met with an Amentonized story, La Femme Avicée, Romania 11, 415-416. 9. For wearing of shoes only when crossing rivers and raising umbrella only when sleeping under a tree, see again, Juan the Fool. A rather close parallel to this incident, as well as to the seemingly foolish questions Rodolfo asks Estella's father, and the daughter's wise interpretation of them, may be found in the Kashmir story. Why the Fish Laughed. Knowles, 484-490 equals Jacob 1, no, Roman 24. See also a Tibetan story in Ralston 2, 111, Benfey in Ausland, 1859 p. 487, Spence Hardy, Manual of Buddhism, pp. 222-27, 364. Compare especially Bompa's number LXX6, The Bridegroom Who Spoke in Riddles. Finally, mention may be made of 2 Arabian stories overlooked by Bolt and Polivka, in one of which a woman sends supper to a stranger, and along with the food, an enigmatical message describing what she has sent. The negress porter eats a part of the food, but delivers the message. The stranger shrewdly guesses its meaning and sends back a reply that convicts the negress of theft of a part of the gift. The other story opens with the bride wager riddle and later enumerates many instances of the ingenuity of the clever young wife. See Filat and Azu, Some Arab Folktales from Hazramaut, Nose. I and Roman 17, in J-Rasp 2, 399-439. Benfey Ausland, 1859, Passim, traces the story of the clever lass back to India. The original situation consisted of the testing of the sagacity of a minister who had fallen into disgrace. This minister aids his royal master in a riddle contest with a neighboring hostile king. Later in the development of the cycle, these sagacity tests were transferred to a wife who helps her husband, or to a maiden who helps her father, out of similar difficulties. Compare the last part of my note to number 1 in this collection. Bolt and Polivka, however, 2, 373, seem to think it probable that the last part of the story, the marriage of the heroine, her expulsion, and her theft of the sleeping king, was native to Europe. The Filipino folktales belonging to this cycle appear to go back directly to India as a source. Incident 4, see above, seems to me conclusive evidence, as this is a purely Oriental conception, being recorded only in India, Tibet, and South Siberia. The chapbook version, doubtless owes much to popular tradition in the islands, although the anonymous author, in his preface to the reader, says that he has derived his story from a book, unnamed, Hengo sa Novela. I have not been able to trace his original. There is no Spanish form of the tale, so far as I know. Compare with this whole cycle number 38, A Negrito Slave, and the notes. Tale 8. The Story of Zaragoza. Narrated by Teodato P. Macabulos, a Tagalog from Manila. Years and years ago, there lived in a village a poor couple, Louis and Maria. Louis was lazy and selfish, while Maria was hardworking and dutiful. 3 children had been born to this pair, but none had lived long enough to be baptized. The wife was once more about to be blessed with a child, and Louis made up his mind what he should do to save its life. Soon the day came when Maria bore her second son. Louis, fearing that this child, like the others, would die unchristened, decided to have it baptized the very next morning. Maria was very glad to know of her husband's determination, for she believed that the early deaths of their other children were probably due to delay in baptizing them. The next morning, Louis, with the infant in his arms, hastened to the church, but in his haste, he forgot to ask his wife who should stand as godfather. As he was considering this oversight, a strange man passed by, whom he asked, "Will you be so kind as to act as my child's godfather?" "With all my heart," was the stranger's reply. They then entered the church, and the child was named Louis after his father. When the services were over, Louis entreated Zaragoza, such was the name of the godfather, to dine at his house. As Zaragoza had just arrived in that village for the first time, he was but too ready to accept the invitation. Now, Zaragoza was a kind-hearted man and soon won the confidence of his host and hostess, who invited him to remain with them for several days. Louis and Zaragoza became close friends and often consulted each other on matters of importance. One evening, as the two friends were conversing, their talk turned upon the affairs of the kingdom. Louis told his friend how the king oppressed the people by levying heavy taxes on all sorts of property, and for that reason was very rich. Zaragoza, moved by the news, decided to avenge the wrongs of the people. Louis hesitated, for he could think of no sure means of punishing the tyrannical monarch. Then Zaragoza suggested that they should try to steal the king's treasure, which was hidden in a cellar of the palace. Louis was much pleased with the project, for he thought that it was Zaragoza's plan for them to enrich themselves and live in comfort and luxury. Accordingly, one evening the two friends, with a pickaxe, a hoe, and a shovel, directed their way towards the palace. They approached the cellar by a small door and then began to dig in the ground at the foot of the cellar wall. After a few hours of steady work, they succeeded in making an excavation leading into the interior. Zaragoza entered and gathered up as many bags of money as he and Louis could carry. During the night, they made several trips to the cellar, each time taking back to their house as much money as they could manage. For a long time, the secret way was not discovered, and the two friends lost no opportunity of increasing their already great hoard. Zaragoza gave away freely much of his share to the poor, but his friend was selfish and kept constantly admonishing him not to be too liberal. In time, the king observed that the bulk of his treasure was considerably reduced, and he ordered his soldiers to find out what had caused the disappearance of so much money. Upon close examination, the soldiers discovered the secret passage, and the king, enraged, summoned his counselors to discuss what should be done to punish the thief. In the meantime, the two friends were earnestly discussing whether they should get more bags of money or should refrain from making further thefts. Zaragoza suggested that they would better first get in touch with the secret deliberations of the court before making another attempt. Louis, however, as if called by fate, insisted that they should make one more visit to the king's cellar and then inquire about the unrest at court. Persuaded against his better judgment, Zaragoza followed his friend to the palace and saw that their secret passage was in the same condition as they had lately left it. Louis lowered himself into the hole, but lo, the whiz of an arrow was heard, and then a faint cry from Louis. "What is the matter? Are you hurt?" asked Zaragoza. "I am dying, take care of my son." These were Louis's last words. Zaragoza knew not what to do. He tried to pull up the dead body of his friend, but in vain, for it was firmly caught between two heavy blocks of wood and was pierced by many arrows. But Zaragoza was shrewd, and, fearing the consequences of the discovery of Louis's corpse, he cut off the dead man's head and hurried home with it, leaving the body behind. He broke the fatal news to Maria, whose grief was boundless. She asked him why he had mutilated her husband's body, and he satisfied her by telling her that they would be betrayed if Louis were recognized. Taking young Louis in her arms, Maria said, "For the sake of your godson, see that his father's body is properly buried." "Upon my word of honor, I promise to do as you wish," was Zaragoza's reply. Meantime, the king was discussing the theft with his advisors. Finally, wishing to identify the criminal, the king decreed that the body should be carried through the principal streets of the city and neighboring villages, followed by a train of soldiers, who were instructed to arrest any person who should show sympathy for the dead man. Early one morning, the military procession started out and passed through the main streets of the city. When the procession arrived before Zaragoza's house, it happened that Maria was at the window, and seeing the body of her husband, she cried, "Oh, my husband." Seeing the soldiers entering their house, Zaragoza asked, "What is your pleasure?" "We want to arrest that woman," was the answer of the chief of the guard. "Why, she has not committed any crime." "She is the widow of that dead man." Her words betrayed her, for she exclaimed that the dead man was her husband. "Who is her husband?" "That remark was meant for me, because I had unintentionally hurt our young son," said Zaragoza, smiling. The soldiers believed his words and went on their way. Reaching a public place when it was almost night, they decided to stay there until the next morning. Zaragoza saw his opportunity. He disguised himself as a priest and went to the place, taking with him a bottle of wine mixed with a strong narcotic. When he arrived, he said that he was a priest, and being afraid of robbers, wished to pass the night with some soldiers. The soldiers were glad to have with them, as they thought, a pious man whose stories would inspire them to do good. After they had talked a while, Zaragoza offered his bottle of wine to the soldiers, who freely drank from it. As was expected, they soon all fell asleep, and Zaragoza succeeded in stealing the corpse of Louis. He took it home and buried it in that same place where he had buried the head. The following morning, the soldiers woke up and were surprised to see that the priest and the corpse were gone. The king soon knew how his scheme had failed. Then he thought of another plan. He ordered that a sheep covered with precious metal should be let loose in the streets, and that it should be followed by a spy, whose duty it was to watch from a distance, and in case anyone attempted to catch the sheep, to ascertain the house of that person, and then report to the palace. Having received his orders, the spy let loose the sheep and followed it at a distance. Nobody else dared even to make a remark about the animal, but when Zaragoza saw it, he drove it into his yard. The spy, following instructions, marked the door of Zaragoza's house with a cross and hastened to the palace. The spy assured the soldiers that they would be able to capture the criminal, but when they began to look for the house, they found that all the houses were similarly marked with crosses. For the third time the king had failed, and giving up all hopes of catching the thief, he issued a proclamation pardoning the man who had committed the theft, provided he would present himself to the king within 3 days. Hearing the royal proclamation, Zaragoza went before the king and confessed that he was the perpetrator of all the thefts that had caused so much trouble in the court. True to his word, the king did not punish him. Instead, the king promised to give Zaragoza a title of nobility if he could trick Don Juan, the richest merchant in the city, out of his most valuable goods. When he knew of the desire of the king, Zaragoza looked for a fool whom he could use as his instrument. He soon found one whom he managed to teach to say "sí," Spanish for yes, whenever asked a question. Dressing the fool in the guise of a bishop, Zaragoza took a carriage and drove to the store of Don Juan. There he began to ask the fool such questions as these: "Does your grace wish to have this? Does not your grace think that this is cheap?" To all of which the fool's answer was "sí." At last, when the carriage was well loaded, Zaragoza said, "I will first take these things home and then return with the money for them." To which the fool replied, "Sí." When Zaragoza reached the palace with the rich goods, he was praised by the king for his sagacity. After a while, Don Juan, the merchant, found out that what he thought was a bishop was really a fool. So he went to the king and asked that he be given justice. Moved by pity, the king restored all the goods that had been stolen, and Don Juan wondered how his majesty had come into possession of his lost property. Once more, the king wanted to test Zaragoza's ability. Accordingly, he told him to bring to the palace an old hermit who lived in a cave in the neighboring mountains. At first, Zaragoza tried to persuade Tubal to pay the visit to the king, but in vain. Having failed in his first attempt, Zaragoza determined to play a trick on the old hermit. He secretly placed an iron cage near the mouth of Tubal's cave, and then in the guise of an angel he stood on a high cliff and shouted, "Tubal, Tubal, hear ye me." Tubal, hearing the call, came out of his cave, and seeing what he thought was an angel, knelt down. Then Zaragoza shouted, "I know that you are very religious and have come to reward your piety. "The gates of heaven are open, and I will lead you thither. Go enter that cage, and you will see the way to heaven." Tubal meekly obeyed, but when he was in the cage, he did not see the miracle he expected. Instead, he was placed in a carriage and brought before the king. Thoroughly satisfied now, the king released Tubal and fulfilled his promise toward Zaragoza. Zaragoza was knighted and placed among the chief advisors of the kingdom. After he had been raised to this high rank, he called to his side Maria and his godson, and they lived happily under the protection of one who became the most upright and generous man of the realm. Juan the Peerless Robber. Narrated by Vicente M. Hilario, a Tagalog from Batangas who heard the story from a Batangas student. Not many centuries after Charlemagne died, there lived in Europe a famous brigand named Juan. From childhood, he had been known as the deceitful Juan, the unrivaled pilferer, the treacherous Juan. When he was 20, he was forced to flee from his native land, to which he never returned. He visited Africa, where he became acquainted with a famous Ethiopian robber named Pedro. Not long after they had met, a dispute arose between them as to which was the more skillful pickpocket. They decided to have a test. They stood face to face, and the Ethiopian was first to try his skill. "Hey," exclaimed Juan to Pedro, "don't take my handkerchief out of my pocket." It was now Juan's turn. He unbuckled Pedro's belt and slipped it into his own pocket. "What's the matter with you, Juan?" said Pedro after a few minutes. "Why don't you go ahead and steal something?" "Ha ha ha," said Juan. "Whose belt is this?" Pedro generously admitted that he had been defeated. Although these two thieves were united by strong ties of common interest, nevertheless their diverse characteristics and traits produced trouble at times. Pedro was dull, honorable, and frank. Juan was hawk-eyed and double-faced. Pedro had so large a body and so awkward and shambling a gait that Juan could not help laughing at him and saying sarcastic things to him. Juan was good-looking and graceful. While they were traveling about in northern Africa, they heard the heralds of the king of Tunis make the following proclamation: "A big bag of money will be given to the captor of the greatest robber in the country." The two friends, particularly Juan, were struck by this announcement. That night, Juan secretly stole out of his room. Taking with him a long rope, he climbed up to the roof of the palace. After making a hole as large as a peso in the roof, he lowered himself into the building by means of the rope. He found the room filled with bags of gold and silver, pearls, carbuncles, diamonds, and other precious stones. He took the smallest bag he could find, and after climbing out of the hole, went home quickly. When Pedro heard Juan's thrilling report of the untold riches, he decided to visit the palace the following night. Early in the morning, Juan went again to the palace, taking with him a large tub. After lowering it into the room, he departed without delay. At nightfall, he returned to the palace and filled the tub with boiling water. He had no sooner done this than Pedro arrived. Pedro was so eager to get the wealth that he made no use of the rope, but jumped immediately into the room when he reached the small opening his treacherous friend had made in the roof. Alas! Instead of falling on bags of money, Pedro fell into the fatal tub of water and perished. An hour later, Juan went to look for his friend, whom he found dead. The next day, he notified the king of the capture and death of the greatest of African robbers. "You have done well," said the king to Juan. "This man was the chief of all the African highwaymen. Take your bag of money." After putting his gold in a safe place, Juan went out in search of further adventures. On one of his walks, he heard that a certain wealthy and devout abbot had been praying for 2 days and nights that the angel of the Lord might come and take him to heaven. Juan provided himself with 2 strong wings. On the 3rd night, he made a hole as large as a peso through the dome of the church. Calling the abbot, Juan said, "I have been sent by the Lord to take you to heaven. Come with me and bring all your wealth." The abbot put all his money into the bag. "Now get into the bag," said Juan, "and we will go." The old man promptly obeyed. "Where are we now?" said he after an hour's flight. "We are within 1,000 miles of the abode of the blessed," was Juan's reply. 20 minutes later, and they were in Juan's cave. "Come out of the bag and behold my rude abode," said Juan to the old man. The abbot was astounded at the sight. When he heard Juan's story, he advised him to abandon his evil ways. Juan listened to the counsels of his new friend. He became a good man, and he and the abbot lived together until their death. Notes: The story of Zaragoza is of particular interest because it definitely combines an old form of the Rhampsinitus story with the master thief cycle. In his notes to number 11, The Two Thieves, of his collection of gypsy folk tales, F.H. Groom observes, The Two Thieves is so curious a combination of the Rhampsinitus story in Herodotus and of Grimm's Master Thief, that I am more than inclined to regard it as the lost original, which, according to Campbell of Isla, it were vain to look for in any modern work or in any modern age. By lost original, Mr. Groom doubtless meant the common ancestor of these two very widespread, and for the most part quite distinct cycles, Rhampsinitus and the Master Thief. Both of these groups of stories about clever thieves have been made the subjects of investigation. The fullest bibliographical study of the Rhampsinitus saga is that by Achilles Campbell, The Seven Sages of Rome, Boston, 1907, pp. LXXXVXC. Others have treated the cycle more or less discursively. R. Kohler, Huber J. F. Campbell's Samlung Gallischer Marchen, no. Romans 17d, In Orient und Occident 2, 303-313, Sir George Cox, The Migration of Popular Stories, in Fraser's Magazine, July 1880, pp. 96-111, W. A. Clouston, Popular Tales and Fictions, London, 1887, 2, 115-165. See also F. H. Groom, 4853, McCulloch, 161, Note 9, and Campbell's Bibliography. The Master Thief cycle has been examined in great detail as to the component elements of the story by Cosquin 2, 274-281, 364-365. See also Grimm's Notes to the Master Thief, no. 192-2, 464, and J. G. von Hahn, 2, 178-183. F. Max Muller believed that the story of the Master Thief had its origin in the Sanskrit droll of the Brahmin and the goat, Hittapedza, Roman 4, 10 equals Panchatantra, Roman 3, 3, which was brought to Europe through the Arabic translation of the Hittapedza. Further, he did not believe that the Master Thief story had anything to do with Herodotus's account of the theft of Rhampsinitus's treasure, sea chips from a German workshop, 228. Wilhelm Grimm, however, in his notes to number 192 of the Kinder und Hausmarchen, says, the well-known story in Herodotus, Roman 2, 121, is nearly related to this. As Sir G. W. Cox remarks op. Cit. p. 98, it is not easy to discern any real affinity either between the Hittapedza tale and the European traditions of the Master Thief, or between the latter and the Rhampsinitus story. M. Cosquin seems to see at least one point of contact between the two cycles. The idea of the episode of the theft of the horse, or at least of the means which the thief uses to steal the horse away, might well have been borrowed from Herodotus's story. Of Rhampsinitus, Contes de Lorraine, 2, 277. A brief analysis of the characteristic incidents of these two thieving cycles will be of some assistance, perhaps, in determining whether or not there were originally any definite points of contact between the two. The elements of the Rhampsinitus story follow. A two sons of king's late architect plan to rob the royal treasure house. A1 in some variants of the story, the robbers are a town thief and a country thief. A2 they gain an entrance by removing a secret stone, a knowledge of which their father had bequeathed them before he died. B the king discovers the theft and sets a snare for the robbers. C robbers return, eldest caught inextricably. To prevent discovery, the younger brother cuts off the head of the older, takes it away, and buries it. D the king attempts to find the confederate by exposing the headless corpse on the outer wall of the palace. D1 the younger thief steals the body by making the guards drunk. He also shaves the right side of the sleeping guards' beards. E king makes second attempt to discover confederate. He sends his daughter as a common courtesan, hoping that he can find the thief, for she is to require all her lovers to tell the story of their lives before enjoying her favors. E1 the younger thief visits her and tells his story. When she tries to detain him, however, he escapes by leaving in her hand the hand of a dead man he had taken along with him for just such a contingency. F the king, baffled, now offers to pardon and reward the thief if he will discover himself. The thief gives himself up and is married to the princess. In some of the later forms of the story, the king makes various other attempts to discover the culprit, before acknowledging himself defeated, and is met with more subtle countermoves on the part of the thief. D2. King orders that anyone found showing sympathy for the corpse as it hangs up shall be arrested. D3. By the trick of the broken water jar or milk jar, the widow of the dead robber is able to mourn him unsuspected. D4. The widow involuntarily wails as the corpse is being dragged through the street past her house, but the thief quickly cuts himself with a knife and thus explains her cry when the guards come to arrest her. They are satisfied with the explanation. E2. The king scatters gold pieces in the street and gives orders to arrest anyone seen picking them up. E3. The thief, with pitch or wax on the soles of his shoes, walks up and down the road and, unobserved, gathers in the money. E4. The king turns loose in the city a gold-adorned animal and orders the arrest of any person seen capturing it. The thief steals it as in D1 or is observed and his house door marked. Then as in E6. E5. Old woman begging for hind's flesh or camel grease finds his house, but the thief suspects her and kills her. Or E6. She gets away, after marking the house door so that it may be recognized again. But the thief sees the mark and proceeds to mark similarly all the other doors in the street. E7. The king puts a prohibitive price on meat, thinking that only the thief will be able to buy, but the thief steals a joint. However many the changes and additions of this sort, king's move followed by thief's move, rung in, almost all of the stories dealing with the robbery of the king's treasury end with the pardon of the thief and his exaltation to high rank in the royal household. In none of the score of versions of the Rhampsinitus story cited by Clouston is the thief subjected to any further tests of his prowess after he has been pardoned by the king. We shall return to this point. The master thief cycle has much less to do with our stories than has the Rhampsinitus cycle. Hence, we shall merely enumerate the incidents to be found in it. For bibliography of stories containing these situations, see Cosquin. A hero, the youngest of 3 brothers, becomes a thief. For various reasons, the motives are different in Grimm 192 and Decent Roman 35, he displays his skill. B1. Theft of the purse, conducted as a droll. The young apprentice thief, noodle-like, brings back purse to robber gang after throwing away the money. B2. Theft of cattle being driven to the fair. This trick is usually conducted in one of 4 ways. A. 2 shoes in road. B. Hanging self. C. Bawling in the wood like a strayed ox. D. Exciting peasant's curiosity, comedy of comedies, wonder of wonders. B3. Theft of the horse. This is usually accomplished by the disguised thief making the grooms drunk. B4. Stealing of a live person and carrying him in a sack to the one who gave the order. The thief disguises himself as an angel and promises to conduct his victim to heaven. Other instances of the master thief's cleverness, not found in Cosquin, are B5. Stealing sheet or coverlet from sleeping person Grimm, Decent. B6. Stealing roast from spit, while whole family is guarding it Decent. We may now examine the members of the Rhampsinitus group that contain situations clearly belonging to the master thief formula. These are as follows. Groom number Roman 2, the 2 thieves, B2D, B4F. Liebrecht in a Cyprus story job, F. Rom, Undang. Lit 13-374 equals Legrand, Conts Grex, P205. The Master Thief, B2ACD, Wardrop No. Roman 14, The 2 Thieves, B4, Radloff in a Tartar story, Roman 4, P193, B4. Prim and Sasson in a Syriac story, Roman 2, number 42, B4. It seems very likely that the Georgian, Tartar, and Syriac stories are nearly related to one another. The Romanian gypsy tale, too, it will be noted, adds to the Rhampsinitus formula the incident of the theft of a person in a sack. This latter story, again, is connected with the Georgian tale, in that the opening is identical in both. One thief meets another and challenges him to steal the eggs, feathers, from a bird without disturbing it. While he is doing so, he is in turn robbed unawares of his drawers by the first thief. Compare Grimm No. 129, a Kashmir story in Knowles, 110-112, and a Kabylie story Riviere 13. The number of tales combining the 2 cycles of the Master Thief and Rhampsinitus's treasure house is so small compared with the number of pure versions of each cycle that we are led to think it very unlikely that there ever was a lost original. There seems to be no evidence whatsoever that these 2 cycles had a common ancestor. Besides the fact that the number of stories in which the contamination is found is relatively very small, there is also to be considered the fact that these few examples are recent. No one is known to have existed more than 75 years ago. Hence, the snowball theory will better explain the composite nature of the gypsy version and our story of Zaragoza than a missing link theory. These two cycles, consisting as they do of a series of tests of skill, are peculiarly fitted to be interlocked. The wonder is not that they have become combined in a few cases, but that they have remained separate in so many more, particularly as both stories are very widespread. And, given the ingredients, this is a combination that could have been made independently by many storytellers. Could not the idea occur to more than one narrator that it is a greater feat to steal a living person, B4 than a corpse, D1? A piece of roast meat guarded by a person who knows that the thief is coming, B6, than a piece of raw meat from an unsuspecting butcher, E7. All in all, it appears to me much more likely that the droll and certainly later cycle of the master thief grew out of the more serious and earlier cycle of Rhampsinitus's treasure house, by the same process as is suggested in the notes to number 1 of this present collection, than that the two are branches from the same trunk. In any case, our two stories make the combination. When or whence these Tagalog versions arose I cannot say, nor need they be analyzed in detail, as the texts are before us in full. I will merely call attention to the fact that in Zaragoza, the king sets a snare, cf. Herodotus, for the thief, instead of the more common barrel of pitch. There is something decidedly primitive about this trap, which shoots arrows into its victim. Zaragoza's trick whereby he fools the rich merchant has an analogue in Knowles's Kashmir story of the day thief and the night thief, p. 298. Juan the peerless robber, garbled and unsatisfactory as it is in detail and perverted in denouement, presents the interesting combination of the skill contest between the two thieves, see above, the treachery of one, cf. The Persian Baharai Danish, 2, 225-48, and the stealing of the abbot in a sack. Tale 9. The 7 Crazy Fellows. Narrated by Cipriano Serafica from Mangaldan, Pangasinan. Once there were living in the country in the northern part of Luzon 7 crazy fellows, named Juan, Felipe, Mateo, Pedro, Francisco, Eulalio, and Jacinto. They were happy all the day long. One morning, Felipe asked his friends to go fishing. They stayed at the Cagayan River a long time. About 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Mateo said to his companions, "We are hungry, let us go home." "Before we go," said Juan, "let us count ourselves to see that we are all here." He counted, but because he forgot to count himself, he found that they were only 6 and said that one of them had been drowned. Thereupon they all dived into the river to look for their lost companion, and when they came out, Francisco counted to see if he had been found, but he too left himself out, so when they dived again, Jacinto said that they should not go home until they had found the one who was lost. While they were diving, an old man passed by. He asked the fools what they were diving for. They said that one of them had been drowned. "How many were you at first?" said the old man. They said that they were 7. "All right," said the old man, "dive in and I will count you." They dived, and he found that they were 7. Since he had found their lost companion, he asked them to come with him. When they reached the old man's house, he selected Mateo and Francisco to look after his old wife. Eulalio he chose to be water carrier, Pedro, cook, Jacinto, wood carrier, and Juan and Felipe, his companions in hunting. When the next day came, the old man said that he was going hunting, and he told Juan and Felipe to bring along rice with them. In a little while they reached the mountains, and he told the 2 fools to cook the rice at 10 o'clock. He then went up the mountain with his dogs to catch a deer. Now, his 2 companions, who had been left at the foot of the mountain, had never seen a deer. When Felipe saw a deer standing under a tree, he thought that the antlers of the deer were the branches of a small tree without leaves, so he hung his hat and bag of rice on them, but the deer immediately ran away. When the old man came back, he asked if the rice was ready. Felipe told him that he had hung his hat and the rice on a tree that ran away. The old man was angry and said, "That tree you saw was the antlers of a deer. We'll have to go home now, for we have nothing to eat." Meanwhile, the 5 crazy fellows who had been left at home were not idle. Eulalio went to get a pail of water. When he reached the well and saw his image in the water, he nodded, and the reflection nodded back at him. He did this over and over again, until finally, becoming tired, he jumped into the water and was drowned. Jacinto was sent to gather small sticks, but he only destroyed the fence around the garden. Pedro cooked a chicken without removing the feathers. He also let the chicken burn until it was as black as coal. Mateo and Francisco tried to keep the flies off the face of their old mistress. They soon became tired because the flies kept coming back, so they took big sticks to kill them with. When a fly lighted on the nose of the old woman, they struck at it so hard that they killed her. She died with seemingly a smile on her face. The two fools said to each other that the old woman was very much pleased that they had killed the fly. When the old man and his two companions reached home, the old man asked Pedro if there was any food to eat. Pedro said that it was in the pot. The old man looked in and saw the charred chicken and feathers. He was very angry at the cook. Then he went in to see his wife and found her dead. He asked Mateo and Francisco what they had done to the old woman. They said that they had only been killing flies that tried to trouble her, and that she was very much pleased by their work. The next thing the crazy fellows had to do was to make a coffin for the dead woman, but they made it flat, and in such a way that there was nothing to prevent the corpse from falling off. The old man told them to carry the body to the church, but on their way they ran, and the body rolled off the flat coffin. They said to each other that running was a good thing, for it made their burden lighter. When the priest found that the corpse was missing, he told the 6 crazy fellows to go back and get the body. While they were walking toward the house, they saw an old woman picking up sticks by the roadside. "Old woman, what are you doing here?" they said. "The priest wants to see you." While they were binding her, she cried out to her husband, "Ah, here are some bad boys trying to take me to the church." But her husband said that the crazy fellows were only trying to tease her. When they reached the church with this old woman, the priest, who was also crazy, performed the burial ceremony over her. She cried out that she was alive, but the priest answered that since he had her burial fee, he did not care whether she was alive or not, so they buried this old woman in the ground. When they were returning home, they saw the corpse that had fallen from the coffin on their way to the church. Francisco cried that it was the ghost of the old woman. Terribly frightened, they ran away in different directions and became scattered all over Luzon. Tale 11. Lucas the Strong. Narrated by Paulo Macasit, a Tagalog, who heard the story from a Tagalog farmer. Once there was a man who had 3 sons, Juan, Pedro, and Lucas. His wife died when his children were young. Unlike most of his countrymen, he did not marry again but spent his time in taking care of his children. The father could not give his sons a proper education because he was poor, so the boys grew up in ignorance and superstition. They had no conception of European clothes and shoes. Juan and Pedro were hard workers, but Lucas was lazy. The father loved his youngest son Lucas, nevertheless, but Juan and Pedro had little use for their brother. The lazy boy used to ramble about the forests and along river banks looking for guavas and birds' nests. One day, when Lucas was in the woods, he saw a boa constrictor. He knew that this reptile carried the center of its strength in the horny appendage at the end of its tail. Lucas wished very much to become strong because the men of strength in his barrio were the most influential. So he decided to rob the boa of its charm. He approached the snake like a cat, and then with his sharp teeth bit off the end of its tail and ran away with all his might. The boa followed him but could not overtake him, for Lucas was a fast runner, and besides, the snake had lost its strength. Lucas soon became the strongest man in his barrio. He surprised everybody when he defeated the man who used to be the Hercules of the place. One day, the king issued a proclamation. "He who can give the monarch a carriage made of gold shall have the princess for his wife." When Juan and Pedro heard this royal announcement, they were very anxious to get the carriage and receive the reward. Juan was the first to try his luck. He went to a neighboring mountain and began to dig for gold. While he was eating his lunch at noon, an old leper with her child approached him and humbly begged him to give her something to eat. "No, the food I have here is just enough for me. Go away, you are very dirty," said Juan with disgust. The wretched old woman, with tears in her eyes, left the place. After he had worked for 3 weeks, Juan became discouraged, gave up his scheme of winning the princess, and returned home. Pedro followed his brother, but he had no better luck than Juan. He was also unkind to the old leper. Lucas now tried his fortune. The day after his arrival at the mountain, when he was eating, the old woman appeared and asked him to give her some food. Lucas gave the woman half of his meat. The leper thanked him and promised that she would give him not only the carriage made of gold, but also a pair of shoes, a coat, and some trousers. She then bade Lucas goodbye. 9 days passed, and yet the woman had not come. Lucas grew tired of waiting, and in his heart began to accuse the woman of being ungrateful. He repented very much the kindness he had shown the old leper. Finally, she appeared to Lucas and told him what he had been thinking about her. "Do not think that I shall not fulfill my promise," she said. "You shall have them all." To the great astonishment of Lucas, the woman disappeared again. The next day he saw the golden carriage being drawn by a pair of fine fat horses, and in the carriage were the shoes, the coat, and the trousers. The old woman appeared and showed the young man how to wear the shoes and clothes. Then he entered the carriage and was driven toward the palace. On his way he met a man. "Who are you?" said Lucas. "I am Runner, son of the good runner," was the answer. "Let us wrestle," said Lucas. "I want to try your strength. If you defeat me, I will give you 100 pesos, but if I prove to be the stronger, you must come with me." "All right, let us wrestle," said Runner. The struggle lasted for 10 minutes and Lucas was the victor. They drove on. They met another man. When Lucas asked him who he was, the man said, "I am Sharpshooter, son of the famous shooter." Lucas wrestled with this man too, and overcame him because of his superhuman strength. So Sharpshooter went along with Lucas and Runner. Soon they came up to another man. "What is your name?" said Lucas. "My name is Farsight. I am son of the great Sharp Eyes." Lucas proposed a wrestling match with Farsight, who was conquered, and so obliged to go along with the other 3. Last of all, the party met Blower, son of the great Blower. He likewise became one of the servants of Lucas. When Lucas reached the palace, he appeared before the king, and in terms of great submission, he told the monarch that he had come for 2 reasons. First, to present his majesty with the golden carriage. Second, to receive the reward which his majesty had promised. The king said, "I will let you marry my daughter provided that you can more quickly than my messenger bring to me a bottle of the water that gives youth and health to everyone. It is found at the foot of the 7th mountain from this one," he said, pointing to the mountain nearest to the imperial city. "But here is another provision," continued the king. "If you accept the challenge and are defeated, you are to lose your head." "I will try, O king," responded Lucas sorrowfully. The king then ordered his messenger, a giant, to fetch a bottle of the precious water. Lucas bade the monarch goodbye and then returned to his 4 friends. "Runner, son of the good runner, hasten to the 7th mountain and get me a bottle of the water that gives youth and health." Runner ran with all his might and caught up with the giant, but the giant secretly put a gold ring in Runner's bottle to make him sleep. 2 days passed, but Runner had not yet arrived. Then Lucas cried, "Farsight, son of the great Sharp Eyes, see where the giant and Runner are." The faithful servant looked, and he saw Runner sleeping, and the giant very near the city. When he had been told the state of affairs, Lucas called Blower and ordered him to blow the giant back. The king's messenger was carried to the 8th mountain. Then Lucas said, "Sharpshooter, son of the famous shooter, shoot the head of the bottle so that Runner will wake up." The man shot skillfully. Runner jumped to his feet, ran and got the precious water, and arrived in the city in 12 hours. Lucas presented the water to the king, and the monarch was obliged to accept the young man as his son-in-law. The wedding day was a time of great rejoicing. Everybody was enthusiastic about Lucas, except the king. The 3rd day after the nuptials, the giant reached the palace. He said that he was very near the city when a heavy wind blew him back to the 8th mountain. Juan and his 6 companions. Narrated by Vicente M. Hilario, a Tagalog from Batangas, who heard the story from an old woman from Balian. Not very long after the death of our Savior on Calvary, there lived in a faraway land a powerful king named James. By judicious usurpations and matrimonial alliances, this wise monarch extended his already vast dominions to the utmost limits. Instead of ruling his realm as a despot, however, he devoted himself to the task of establishing a strong government based on moderation and justice. By his marvelous diplomacy, he won to his side counts, dukes, and lesser princes. To crown his happiness, he had an extremely lovely daughter, whose name was Maria. Neither Venus nor Helen of Troy could compare with her in beauty. Numerous suitors of noble birth from far and near vied with one another in spending fortunes on this pearl of the kingdom. But Maria regarded all suitors with aversion, and her father was perplexed as to how to get her a husband without seeming to show favoritism. After consulting gravely with his advisers, the monarch gave out this proclamation: "He who shall succeed in getting the golden egg from the moss-grown oak in yonder mountain shall be my son-in-law and heir." This egg, whose origin nobody knew anything about, rendered its possessor very formidable. When the proclamation had been made public, the whole kingdom was seized with wild enthusiasm, for though the task was hazardous, yet it seemed performable and easy to the reckless. For 5 days and 5 nights, crowds of lovers, adventurers, and ruffians set sail for the Mountain of the Golden Egg, as it was called, but none of the enterprisers ever reached the place. Some were shipwrecked, others were driven by adverse winds and currents to strange lands, where they perished miserably. And the rest were forced to return because of the horrible sights of broken planks and mangled bodies. Some days after the return of the last set of adventurers, 3 brothers rose from obscurity to try their fortunes in this dangerous enterprise. They were Pedro, Fernando, and Juan. They had been orphans since they were boys and had grown up amid much suffering and hardship. The 3 brothers agreed that Pedro should try first, Fernando second, and Juan last, provided the others did not succeed. After supplying himself with plenty of food, a good boat, a sword, and a sharp axe, Pedro embraced his brothers and departed, never to return. He took a longer and safer route than that of his predecessors. He had no sooner arrived at the mountain than an old gray-headed man in tattered clothes came limping towards him and asking for help. But the selfish Pedro turned a deaf ear to the supplications of the old man, whom he pushed away with much disrespect. Ignorant of his doom, and regardless of his irreverence, Pedro walked on with hasty steps and high animal spirits. But lo! When his axe struck the oak, a large piece of wood broke off and hit him in the right temple, killing him instantly. Fernando suffered the same fate as his haughty brother. Juan alone remained. He was the destined possessor of the egg and the conqueror of King James. Juan's piety, simplicity, and goodness had won for him the goodwill of many persons of distinction. After invoking God's help, he set sail for the mountain, where he safely arrived at noon. He met the same old man, and he bathed, dressed, and fed him. The old man thanked Juan and said, "You shall be amply requited," and immediately disappeared. With one stroke of his axe, Juan broke the oak in 2, and in a circular hole lined with down, he found the golden egg. In the afternoon, he went to King James, to whom he presented the much-coveted egg. But the shrewd and successful monarch did not want to have a rustic son-in-law. "You shall not marry my daughter," he said, "unless you bring me a golden ship." The next morning Juan, very disconsolate, went to the mountain again. The old man appeared to him and said, "Why are you dejected, my son?" Juan related everything that had happened. "Dry your eyes and listen to me," said the old man. "Not very far from this place you will find your ship all splendidly equipped. Go there at once." The old man disappeared, and Juan ran with all possible speed to where the ship was lying. He went on deck, and a few minutes later the ship began to move smoothly over stumps and stones. While he was thus traveling along, Juan all of a sudden saw a man running around the mountain in less than a minute. "Jeroen, son of the great runner," shouted Juan, "what are you doing?" The man stopped and said, "I'm taking my daily exercise." "Never mind that," said Juan, "come up here and rest," and Jeroen readily accepted the offer. Pretty soon Juan saw another man standing on the summit of a high hill and gazing intently at some distant object. "Jeroen, son of the great Farsight," said Juan, "what are you doing?" "I'm watching a game of two begins 7 miles away," answered the other. "Never mind," said Juan, "come up here and eat with me," and Jeroen gladly went on deck. After a while Juan saw a hunter with gun leveled. Puntin, son of the great Sure-shot," said Juan, "what are you doing?" 3 miles away there is a batfly annoying a sheep. I want to kill that insect." "Let the creature go," said Juan, "and come with me," and Puntin too joined the party. Not long after, Juan saw a man carrying a mountain on his shoulders. Cargin, son of the great Strongback," shouted Juan, "what are you doing?" "I'm going to carry this mountain to the other side of the country to build a dam across the river," said the man. "Don't exert yourself so much," said Juan. "Come up here and take some refreshment." The brawny carrier threw aside his load, and as the mountain hit the ground, the whole kingdom was shaken so violently that the inhabitants thought that all the volcanoes had simultaneously burst into eruption. By and by the ship came to a place where Juan saw young flourishing trees falling to the ground, with branches twisted and broken. "Friends," said Juan, "is a storm blowing?" "No, sir," answered the sailors, amazed at the sight. "Master Juan," shouted Miran Myern, "sitting on the summit of yonder mountain," pointing to a peak 3 miles away, "is a man blowing with all his might." "He is a naughty fellow," muttered Juan to himself. "He will destroy all the lumber trees in this region if we do not stop him." Pretty soon Juan himself saw the mischievous man and said, "Soplan, Soplan, son of the great blast blower, what are you doing?" "Oh, I'm just exercising my lungs and trumpeter's muscles," replied the other. "Come along with us." After blowing down a long line of trees like grain before a hurricane, Soplan Soplan went on board. As the ship neared the capital, Juan saw a man lying on a bed of rushes, with his ear to the ground. "What are you doing, friend?" said Juan. "I'm listening to the plaintive strains of a young man mourning over the grave of his deceased sweetheart, and to the touching love ditties of a moonstruck lover," answered the man. "Where are those 2 men?" asked Juan. "They are in a city 12 miles away," said the other. "Never mind, Waran Waran, son of the great Heral," said Juan. "Come up and rest on a more comfortable bed, my divans superabound." When Waran Waran was on board, Juan said to the helmsman, "To the capital." In the evening the magnificent ship, with sails of silk and damask, masts of gold heavily studded with rare gems, and covered with thick plates of gold and silver, arrived at the palace gate. Early in the morning King James received Juan, but this time more coldly and arrogantly than ever. The princess bathed before break of day. With cheeks suffused with the rosy tint of the morning, golden tresses hanging in beautiful curls over her white shoulders, hands as delicate as those of a newborn babe, eyes merrier than the hummingbird, and dressed in a rich outer garment displaying her lovely figure at its best, she stood beside the throne. Such was the appearance of this lovely mortal, who kindled an inextinguishable flame in the heart of Juan. After doffing his bonnet and bowing to the king, Juan said, "Will you give me the hand of your daughter?" Everybody present was amazed. The princess's face was successively pale and rosy. Juan immediately understood her heart as he stood gazing at her. "Never," said the king after a few minutes, "you shall never have my daughter." "Farewell, then, until we meet again," said Juan as he departed. When the ship was beyond the frontier of James' kingdom, Juan said, "Cargwin Cargan, overturn the king's realm." Cargwin Cargan obeyed. Many houses were destroyed, and hundreds of people were crushed to death. When the ship was within 7 miles of the city, Waran Waran heard the king say, "I'll give my daughter in marriage to Juan if he will restore my kingdom." Waran Waran told Juan what he had heard. Then Juan ordered Cargwin Cargan to rebuild the kingdom, but when the work was done, James again refused to fulfill his promise. Juan went away very angry. Again the kingdom was overturned, and more property and lives were destroyed. Again Waran Waran heard the king make a promise. Again the kingdom was rebuilt, and again the king was obstinate. Juan went away again, red with anger. After they had been traveling for an hour, Waran Waran heard the tramp of horses and the clash of spears and shields. "I can see King James' vast host in hot pursuit of us," said Miran Myern. "Where is the army?" said Juan. "It is 9 miles away," responded Miran Myern. "Let the army approach," said Soplan Soplan. When the immense host was within 800 yards of the ship, Soplan Soplan blew forcible blasts, which scattered the soldiers and horses in all directions like chaff before a wind. Of this formidable army, only a handful of men survived, and these were crippled for life. Again the king sued for peace, and promised the hand of his daughter to Juan. This time he kept his word, and Juan and Maria were married amidst the most imposing ceremonies. That very day King James abdicated in favor of his more powerful son-in-law. On the site of the destroyed houses were built larger and more handsome ones. The lumber that was needed was obtained by Soplan Soplan and Cargwin Cargan from the mountains. Soplan Soplan felled the trees with his mighty blasts, and Cargwin Cargan carried the huge logs to the city. Juan made Coran Caran his royal messenger, and Soplan Soplan commander-in-chief of the raw troops, which later became a powerful army. The other 4 friends were assigned to high positions in the government. The royal couple and the 6 gifted men led a glorious life. They conquered new lands and ruled their kingdom well. The story of King Pomeran, paraphrased from the vernacular by Anastasia Villegas of Ariat, Pampanga. Note, while the following story is not, strictly speaking, a folktale, since it is a native student's close paraphrase of a Pampango corrido or metrical romance, it is typically Filipino in many respects and is closely connected with the 2 foregoing folktales. Moreover, it presents significant features lacking in the other stories. As it is too long to be relegated to the notes, I take the liberty of printing it here in full. My justification is the fact that, after all, sagas or printed folktales are only the crystallized sources or products, as the case may be of folktales. Long, long ago, the kingdom of Marcella was ruled over by the worthy King Pomeran and his wife Isperta. They were attentive to their duty and kind to their subjects, whose love they won. All Marcella admired the goodness and generosity of the king. To whatever he wanted, his counselors agreed, and because of his good judgment, his reign was peaceful. Time came when the queen gave birth to a child. The whole kingdom rejoiced, and a great feast was prepared. "Let the feast last 6 months," said Zetnin, chief advisor. The new baby was a girl of peerless beauty. The holy bishop was summoned to baptize the child. As the Virgin Mary was the patron saint of the king and queen, they asked the worthy prelate to name the little princess Maria, and so she was named. One day the king went to hunt in the mountains. There was no forest or cave that the party did not visit. All the animals in the mountains were thrown into confusion when they heard the great noise. Bears, tigers, and lions came out of their dens. As soon as these wild beasts reached the plain, they began to pursue the king and his men. The noise and confusion cannot be imagined. By the help of God, the king and his men put to flight their savage foes, and when the chase was ended, nobody had been hurt. After the hunters had been gathered together by the sound of the trumpet, they all returned home, thankful that no one had been injured. The king, however, had unwittingly lost his favorite reliquary. When King Pomeran reached Marcella and discovered that his locket was missing, he at once sent many of his soldiers back to look for it. They searched all parts of the mountain and even the valley. At last they returned to the capital and said to the king, "We, whom your majesty commanded to look for the reliquary, have come to tell you that, after a thorough search through the entire forest and valley, we have not been able to find it." The king was very sad to hear this report, but he kept his sorrow to himself and did not reveal his heart to his counselors. He grieved, not because of the value of the reliquary, but because it had been handed down to him by his father, whose will and recommendations it contained. As time went on, the king forgot his lost reliquary. He ceased looking for it. His daughter, the princess, was now grown up. She was beautiful, happy, good-natured, and modest. Those who saw her said that she was not inferior even to Elsa, Judith, or Anne Boleyn. Now, the king wished his daughter to marry so that there might be someone to inherit his throne when he died. He made his desire known to his counselors. He told them that if they agreed, he would issue proclamations throughout the whole kingdom and the neighboring cities, towns, and villages. While this meeting with his council was going on, the king stood up to powder his face. He took his powder case out of his pocket, but when he opened it, there inside he found, to his surprise, a tuma. He could not imagine how this tiny insect had got into his box to eat the powder. Feeling very much ashamed, he did not powder his face. He merely closed the box. The meeting was adjourned without being finished, for when the king stood up, the counselors rose from their seats and silently left the room. The king retired to his room and opened his powder case to look at the tumor again. He was thoroughly astonished to find that what had been but a tiny insect a moment before now filled the whole box. He was indeed perplexed, so he consulted God. Then it came to his mind to take the tuma from the box and place it in the cellar of the palace. After 3 days, the king found that a miracle had happened. The cellar was filled with the tuma. He was not a little surprised. He said to himself, "What a wonderful animal it is. In 3 days it has grown to such an enormous size. If I let it live, I fear that it will destroy the whole kingdom." Then he heard a voice saying, "You need not fear, for the tuma you nourish shall not produce bad fruit. But if you let it live, it will have a long life and will fill all of Marcella with its huge body. Listen to me and obey what I tell you. Let the tuma be killed. Burn all its flesh but save its skin. Use the skin for the covers of a drum. When you have done all these things, write to all your neighboring kingdoms and bet with them. Let them guess the kind of skin out of which the heads of the drum are made. If you will but obey me, and take care not to let anyone know what I have told you, you will become very rich." Then the voice ceased. The king comprehended well all that the voice had told him, so he called his Negro servant and led him secretly into his room. The king then said softly, "Let no one know of the secret that I am to disclose to you, and you shall profit by it. I have a tuma which accidentally got into my powder case. One day I put the insect into the cellar, where it has grown to an enormous size. Now my command to you is to kill the tuma, burn all its flesh, and clean its skin. Then have the skin made into a drum. When everything is done perfectly, I will repay you." Accordingly, the Negro servant killed the tuma. He followed minutely the king's directions. When the drum was finished, he presented it to the king. Instead of receiving the promised reward, however, the poor Negro was instantly put to death, for the king feared that he might betray the secret. King Pomeran then summoned all his counselors. He said to them, "I want you to spread the news of my desire." Taking out the drum and putting it on the table, he continued, "Let all the villages, cities, and kingdoms know of the wager. Anyone who can guess of what skin the covers of this drum are made, be he rich or poor, if he is unmarried, he shall be my son-in-law. But if he fails to guess aright, his property shall be forfeited to the crown if he is rich, he shall lose his head if he is poor." The counselors proclaimed the edict. Many rich nobles, lords, princes, and knights heard of it. All those who ventured lost their fortune, for they could not guess what the drum was made of. So the king gained much wealth. Among them there was one particularly rich, who declared to the king his great desire to win the princess's hand. King Pomeran said to this knight, "Examine the drum carefully." After looking at it closely, he said, "This drum is made of sheep's hide." "Your observation has deceived you," said the king. "Now all the wealth you have brought with you shall be mine." "What can I do if fortune turns against me?" said the knight. "Let your majesty send his servants to get all my property from the ship." The names of the hides of all known animals were given, but no one guessed correctly. At last, some of those who had been defeated said to the king, "Of what is the drum made?" "I cannot tell you yet," replied the king. In one of the villages where the edict was proclaimed, there lived a young man named Juan. He was an orphan. After the death of his parents, the property he had inherited from them he gave to the poor. One day he met the king's messengers, who explained the edict minutely to him so that he might tell about it to others. Don Juan then went away. He was sad, for he had no wealth to take with him to Marcella. Though he had inherited much property, he had given away most of it, so that now very little was left to him. One day, while he was looking about his farm, he saw all of a sudden some dead persons lying prostrate in the thicket. They had been murdered by bandits. He hired men to bury these corpses decently in the sacred ground and paid the priest to celebrate masses for their souls. He then returned home sad, meditating on his bad luck. At midnight, while he was sleeping soundly, he heard a voice saying to him, "Go to Marcella and take part in the wager of King Pomeran. Do not be troubled because you have no riches. Your horses are enough. Equip them in the best way you can." Then the voice ceased. Don Juan felt very glad. The next morning he prepared materials for equipping his horses and hired laborers whom he paid double so as to hasten the work. The harnesses were of pure gold, decorated with pearls and rubies. The saddle cloths were embroidered. 2 of the horses, they were all very fat and had long manes, were hazel-colored, 2 were spotted, 2 were orange-colored, and 1 was white. When everything was ready, Don Juan mounted the white one and loaded on the other 6 his baggage. God rewarded Don Juan for what he had done to the dead bodies. He called Saint Michael and said to him, "Go to purgatory and get 6 of the souls who were benefited by Don Juan, for now is the time for them to repay him. They shall go back to the world to meet Don Juan on his way, follow him to Marcella, and provide him with everything he needs. They must not leave him until you call them back, for there are many serious dangers on his way." The angel went on his errand. He selected 6 souls and told them to return to the world to help Don Juan. The spirits were glad to go, for they longed to repay their benefactor. Don Juan was now on his journey. As he rode along, the birds in the forest sang to cheer him so that the long journey might not tire him. By and by he saw a man in the middle of the forest, lying on his face. "Grandpa, what are you doing there?" said Juan. "I am observing the world. Are you not a nobleman? Whither are you bound?" To Marcella, replied Don Juan. To bet, if that is your purpose, you are sure to lose, for it is certain that you cannot guess of what the drum is made, interrupted the man. I entreat you to tell me the right answer, if you know it, said Don Juan. I will not only tell it to you, but I will also accompany you. That is why I am here. I was waiting for you to pass, said the man. Grandpa, I'm astonished. You must be a prophet. You are right. I am the sage prophet known, who will go with you to King Pomeran. I appreciate your help and am grateful to you, Grandpa, said Don Juan. You had better ride on one of the horses. Known and Don Juan rode on together. The prophet then related to Juan the whole story of the tuma that had got into the powder case of the king. While the two travelers were talking, they saw a man sitting under a tree. As it was very hot, they dismounted so that their horses might rest. Don Juan was surprised at the stranger. He was whistling, and every time he whistled, the wind blew strong, so that the trees in the forest were broken off. This man was Supla Supling, a companion and friend of Known. Supla Supling, why are you here? Said Known. To follow you, was the reply. If that is your desire, said Don Juan, you will please mount one of the horses. So the three men went on their journey. They had not gone far when they met a man walking alone. Known said to him, What are you here for? Come along with us. This man was Jeroen, who had a wonderfully loud voice. When he shouted, his sound was more sonorous than thunder. He also had very keen sight. He could see clearly an object, though it were covered with a cover 100 yards thick. When the four travelers had gone a little farther, they saw a man walking swiftly on one leg. They spurred up their horses to overtake him, but in vain. At last Known said, I think that is my friend Jeroen, so there is little hope of our catching him. Let me call him, said Jeroen, and he shouted. When Jeroen heard the voice, he stopped so they reached him. Jeroen said to him, You are in a great hurry. Where are you going? You know that I cannot stop my feet when I walk, said Jeroen. Why do you hold up one of your legs as if it were in pain? Said Don Juan. Do not be surprised at my walking on one foot, for, if I should let loose the other one, I should walk straight out of the world. Will you join us, Jeroen? Said Known. Oh, yes, let me have a horse. If I should walk, you might lose me on account of my speed, replied Jeroen. So the 5 adventurers went on together. As it soon grew very warm, they stopped to rest under a tree. Then they saw a wounded deer coming toward them. As they were hungry, they killed it and cooked it. While they were eating, the hunter Punting came. He said, Have you seen a wounded deer? Oh yes, here it is. We are eating it already, said Supla Supling, for we are very hungry. I'm glad that the deer I wounded relieves your hunger, said Punting. What are you all doing here? Where are you going? Why don't you take me with you? If that is your wish, we are very glad to have you, said Don Juan. The little party rode on, but suddenly stopped, for a mountain was walking toward them. As it approached, they saw that a man was carrying the mountain. Don Juan was not a little surprised at this astonishing feat of strength. Where have you been, Kargan? Where did you get that mountain? Said Known. I took it from behind the church of Candaba, for I want to transfer it here, where the land is level. This mountain is not fitted for Candaba, for the natives, rich or poor, build their houses out of wood, even the poorest who cannot afford such luxury. They desolate its forests, for they cut down even the young trees. Then with a great thunder Kargan dropped his burden on the land of Aryat, just behind the church. On account of its immense size, this mountain reached clear to Delapaz. The slopes reached Kalampit, and its base was in view of a pallet. Thus we see that Mount Alea Aryat has come from Candaba. The original site of this mountain became a river, swamps, and brooks. Now Candaba has many ponds. Friend, I entreat you to come with us, said Known. I shall be glad to go with you, if I shall only have the opportunity of serving you with my strength, replied Kargan. Now the little band of 7 traveled on. When they came near the gates of Marcella, Known said, Let us rest here first. There they hired a house, where they stayed at the expense of Don Juan. The next morning Don Juan made himself ready to go on alone. Leading his horses, he was about to start for the palace, when Known called to him and said, Be sure not to forget the name of the skin I told you. Put it in the depths of your heart. Have no fear that I shall forget, said Don Juan. Furthermore, Don Juan, I want you to undertake to do whatever the king may ask of you. do not refuse. No matter how hard the task the king may impose on you, do not hesitate to undertake it, for God Almighty is ever merciful and will help you. If the king requires you to do anything, just come back here and let me know of it. Now you may go. Take courage, for God loves a person who suffers, said Not Known. Goodbye to every one of you, said Don Juan to his companions. Then he went on his journey. When he reached the palace, he asked the soldier who was on guard to announce him to the king. When the king heard of the message, he said to the soldier, "Let him come in if his purpose is to bet, but assure him that if he loses, he shall also lose his life." Then the soldier went back to the gate and said to the stranger, "The king admits you into his presence." Don Juan entered the palace. He saluted the king. "What is it that you want? Tell it to me so that I may know," said the king. "O king, pardon me for disturbing your majesty. It is the edict your highness issued that gives me the right to come here, and that has made me forget my inferiority. For I do rely entirely on the fact that your word in the proclamation will never be broken. So now I hope that, if fortune goes with me, your majesty will carry out his promise." These words made the king laugh, for he was sure that there was no one who could beat him in the wager. So he said, "What property have you with you that you wish to risk?" Don Juan replied, 6 horses, of which your highness can make use." The king looked out the window, and there he saw Don Juan's horses. King Pomerin was much pleased at their beauty, sleekness, and elegance of equipment. Turning to Don Juan, he said, "Do you really wish to bet? I feel as if you were already beat. Princes and wise kings have taken part in the wager, and all have lost. I tell you about them because I do not want you to repent in the end. Moreover, I have pity for your life and your property. What can I do if fortune turns against me? I will never lay the fault on anybody." "Well," said the king, leading Don Juan to the table where the drum was, "try your skill." Holding and sounding the drum, and pretending to examine it carefully, Juan said softly to the king, "I think that it is made of the skin of a tuma." And he went on relating to the king the whole story of the tuma from the time it got into his powder case, until the king finally interrupted. "Enough, you have beaten me." "I am glad if I have. I hope that the terms of the proclamation will be fulfilled," said Don Juan. The king remarked, "You are not fitted to join my royal family. Such a low person as you would disgrace me and humble my dynasty. So take your horses with you and go back to your country." "O king, I am not at fault in the least. It is your majesty who issued the edict that anyone, rich or poor, who could beat you in the wager, should be wedded to your daughter. Now I only cling to the right your majesty has given me," returned Don Juan. "I had been thinking that the proclamation your highness signed would be kept, for it is known far and wide that you are a king." By this answer King Pomerin was perplexed. He stopped for a moment to consider the matter. Then the thought of getting rid of Don Juan, that is, of killing him, came into his mind. So he said, "Though you are far below my family, if you can do what I shall ask you to do now, I will admit you into the royal line." "I am always ready to obey your majesty's command," said Don Juan. "I had a reliquary, which I inherited from my royal father. I lost it while I was hunting once in the forest 20 years ago. Now I want you to look for it. I will give you 3 days. If you do not find it in that time, you shall be severely punished," said the king. Don Juan left the court and returned to his companions. He told them what had passed between him and the king in the palace. Not Known encouraged him and said, "Do not be sad, for by the aid of God the reliquary shall be found. Remember, there is nothing difficult if you call on God. What do you say, comrades? It is now time for you to help Don Juan so as to distract him from his sorrow. Murin Myron, as you have keen eyes, it will not take you long to find it. Try your best and look everywhere." "Trust me, I'll be responsible for finding it," said Murin Myron. "Tomorrow I will set out in quest of it." As to the king, he was at ease, for he was sure that Don Juan could not find the reliquary. The next day Murin Myron set out in search of the reliquary, which he found covered with 30 yards of earth. He dug out the earth until he reached the locket, then he returned to his companions and delivered it to Don Juan. His comrades, seeing him rejoice at the sight of the reliquary, said, "Again we have beaten the king." Not Known said, "Don Juan, tomorrow take King Pomerin his reliquary." The next day Don Juan set out for the court. When he reached the palace, he saluted the king, who was astonished. "How, Don Juan, have you given up so soon? How goes the quest?" "Here, I have found the reliquary," said Don Juan, taking it out and putting it on the table. Then he continued, "Let your majesty examine to see if it is the right one." The king looked at it carefully. Indeed, it was his own reliquary. He said to himself, "What a wonder Don Juan is! In 2 days without any difficulty he has found the reliquary. I did not even tell him the exact place where I lost it, and many people failed to come across it as soon as it was missed. Here in Marcella he has no equal." Then he said to Don Juan, "I am astonished at the ability you have shown. There is no tongue that can express my gratitude to you for bringing me back my reliquary, the delight of my heart." Don Juan replied, "If there is yet something to be done, let your highness command his loyal vassal, who is always ready to obey." "If that is so, in order that you may obtain what you wish," said the king, "go to Rome and take my letter to the Pope. Wait for his answer. I will also send another person to carry the same message. The one who comes after the other shall receive death as a punishment," said the king. "Your loyal subject will try to obey you," said Don Juan. So the king wrote 2 letters to the Holy Pope, and gave one to Don Juan, who immediately left the palace and went to his friends. He was sad, meditating on his fate. The king's messenger, Bruja, set out for Rome that very moment. He was told to use his charm and to hurry up, so he went flying swiftly, like an arrow shot from a bow. When Don Juan reached his comrades, he said, "I gave the reliquary to the king. Now he wants me to go to Rome to deliver this letter to the Pope and wait for his answer. At the same time, the king has sent another messenger. If I come after his arrival in Marcella, I shall lose my life. You see what a hard task the king has given me. I do not know very well the way to Rome, and besides, the wise Bruja is winged." "Do not worry," said Note Known. "If God will, we shall defeat the king. Even if he has Bruja to send, you have someone also, so pluck up your courage." "What do you say, Jeroen Curring? Show your skill and go to Rome flying like the wind," said Note Known. "Do not be troubled, Don Juan," said Jeroen Curring. "I will carry the letter even to the gates of heaven. For me a journey to Rome is not far, in just 1 leap I shall be there. Give me the letter. Tomorrow I will set out. Today I will rest so that I can walk fast." Don Juan gave Jeroen Curring the letter, and they all went to sleep. Perhaps by this time Bruja had already arrived at Rome. The next morning Jeroen Curring started on his journey to deliver the letter to the Pope. When he was halfway to Rome, he met Bruja walking very swiftly and already returning to Marcella. "Are you Don Juan?" said Bruja, "and are you just going to Rome now? You are beat. Do not waste your energy anymore. If you walk like that, you cannot reach Rome in 2 months." Bruja spoke so because Jeroen Curring was walking on only 1 leg. But when he heard these words, he let loose his other leg and went faster than a bullet. He arrived almost instantly at Rome and delivered the letter to the Holy Pope, who, after reading it, wrote an answer and gave it to the messenger. Jeroen Curring then made his way back towards his companions. He went as fast as the wind and overtook Bruja on the road. "What? Are you still here? What is the matter? How is it that you have not reached Marcella yet? Where is that boast of yours that I am already beaten? Now I am sure that you will disappoint your king, who relies too much upon your skill," said Jeroen Curring. Bruja, fearing that he should be defeated, for Don Juan's messenger was very spry, planned to trick Jeroen Curring. So Bruja said, "Friend, let us rest here a while. I have a little wine with me. We will drink it if it pleases you, and take a little rest while the sun is so hot." "Oh yes, if you have some wine. It will be a fine thing for us to drink to quench our thirst," replied Jeroen Curring. The wine was no sooner handed to him than he fell asleep. Then Bruja put on one of Jeroen Curring's fingers a ring, so as to ensure victory for the king. Whoever had Bruja's ring would sleep soundly and never wake as long as the charmed ring was on his finger. So Bruja, with a light heart, flew away and left the sleeping messenger. Bruja flew so swiftly that in a moment he was seen by Jeroen Curring's companions. When they saw the king's messenger coming swiftly near them, they felt very sad. But as soon as Suplasupling was sure that it was Bruja flying through the air toward them, he said, "Let me manage him. I will make his journey longer. I will blow him back so that he will not win." Suplasupling then breathed deeply and blew. Bruja was carried back beyond Rome. How Don Juan's companions rejoiced. Bruja did not sleep during the whole night. He was trying his best to reach Marcella. The next morning Note Known said, "I never thought that our friend Jeroen Curring would be so slow. He has not come yet. Bruja has made him drink wine and has put him to sleep. The trickish fellow has placed on one of Curin Curring's fingers a magic ring, which keeps him in a profound sleep. When Punta Punting heard Note Known's words, he shot his arrow, though he could not see the object he was aiming at. But the ring was hit, and the arrow returned to its master with the magic ring on it. Such was the virtue of Punta Punting's arrow. As for Curin Curring, he was awakened. He felt the ring being moved from his finger, but the charm was still working in him, and he fell asleep again. Note Known, knowing that Curin Curring was again asleep, called Murin Myern and said, "Pray, wake the sleeper under the tree." Murin Myern then shouted. Curin Curring awoke suddenly, frightened at the noise. Now, being wide awake, he realized the trick Bruja had played on him. He looked to see if he still had the Pope's letter. Luckily, Bruja had not stolen it. Curin Curring then began his journey. Though he went faster than the lightning, he could not overtake Bruja, who was very far ahead of him. In the meantime, Bruja was seen by Murin Myern. He was enraged and cried out loud. When Supla Supling heard his friend shout, he blew strongly. Bruja got stuck in the sky. He was scorched by the glowing sun. Not long afterwards, Curin Curring arrived and gave the letter to Don Juan. Don Juan at once set out for Marcella. When he reached the palace, he delivered the Pope's letter to the king. The king, realizing that he was beaten, said to Don Juan, "Though you have one, I will not grant your request, for you are too inferior. You may go." Don Juan replied, "Great king, nobody ordered your highness to issue the decree to which your hand did sign your name. I trusted your word, and I ventured to take part in the wager. Now, honorable king, my complaint is that your majesty breaks his word." The king was meditating as to what to do next to check Don Juan. At last he said, "I want you to show me some more of your wisdom. If you can sail on dry land, and I can see your ship tomorrow morning moored here in front of the palace, I will believe in your power and wisdom. So you may go. My subjects, the queen, and I will be here to see you sail on dry land tomorrow morning." Don Juan did not complain at all. He rose from his seat, sad and melancholy, and bade the king goodbye. When he reached his companions, Note Known said, "You need not speak. I know what is the matter. I will manage the business, and all our comrades will help, so that our sailing on dry land tomorrow will not be delayed. Kargan, my friend, go to the inn and fetch a large, strong ship." Kargan went on his errand. It was not long before he found the right ship. So, shouldering it, he brought it back to his companions. The next day everything was ready for the journey. Note Known said, "You will be in charge of the rudder, Kargan, so that the ship may go smoothly. Supla Supling, sit at the stern and blow the sails, so that we may go fast. The rest of us will serve as mariners. Cry, happy voyage, as soon as we enter the city." Accordingly, Supla Supling blew the sails. The wind roared and many trees fell down. The little band sailed through the kingdom. All the people who saw them were wondering. They said, "Were this deed not by enchantment, they could not sail on dry land. Where do you think this ship came from, if not from the land of enchanters?" When the sailors reached the city, they found King Pomerin looking out of the window of his palace. Don Juan then disembarked from his ship and went before the king to greet him. Don Juan said, "Your Majesty's servant is here. He is ready to obey your will, so, if there is anything more to be done, let your highness order him." The king felt ashamed for being a liar and did not ask Don Juan to perform any more miracles. "Don Juan, I have now seen your wonderful wisdom. You may return to your country, for I will not give you the hand of my daughter," said King Pomerin. "Farewell, O king, your own order has caused all that has happened. Though I have not succeeded in accomplishing my purpose, I have no reason to be ashamed to face anybody. What troubles me is that, in spite of your widespread reputation for honor, you do not keep even one of your 1,000,000,000 words. After someone has done you some service, you turn him away. Farewell, king, to my own country I will return," said Don Juan as he left the palace. The king did not say anything, for he realized the truth of the knight's statement. Don Juan went to the boat. He and his companions sailed back to their station. As they passed out of the city, the people hailed them. His companions cheered him up and encouraged him. When they arrived at their lodging place, Note Known said, "Let us stay a little longer and wait for God's aid, which he always gives to the humble. All that has happened is God's will, so do not worry, Don Juan." "I will do whatever you wish," said Don Juan. So they stayed in the ship. Several months passed by, but nothing was heard. At last the Moors invaded Marcella. They put to death many of the inhabitants and shut up the king and the rest of his men in jail. He, the queen, and the princess grieved very much, for they suffered many hardships in their narrow prison. When news of this conquest reached the Seven, Known said to his companions, "Now is our turn to help Marcella. Use all your skill, for in driving away the Moors we serve a double purpose. First, we help the Christians, second, Don Juan." "Let me be general," said Curring. "If I rush at the Moors, they will not know what to do." Supplus Supling said, "As for me, no Moor can stay near me, for I will blow him away, and he will be lost in the air. Though I have no weapons, no one can face me in battle without tumbling down in fear," said Murin Myern. Cargan joined in. "I will pull up a tree and carry it with me, so that, even if all the Moors unite against me, they shall lie prostrate before me." "My arrow is enough for me to face Moors with," said Punta Punting. At the command of Known they set out. Curring walked with one leg, still he was far ahead of his companions. He then would stop, return to his friends, and say impatiently, "Hurry up." At last they told him that he would be overtired. "The general ought to get weary if he commands," said Curring, "but I shall never get tired from walking at this rate." When they arrived at Marcella, Known encouraged his companions. Cargan pulled up a tree 15 yards tall and 6 yards in circumference. He rushed at the Moors, and by swinging the tree constantly, he swept away the enemy. Curring walked with both his legs. He crushed the enemy, who fell dead as he stepped on them. Murin Myern shouted. His loud voice frightened the Moors. Punta Punting shot with his arrow. Whenever it had killed a Moor, it returned to its master. After many Moors had fallen, the rest could not maintain the fight, and they fled. Known then gathered together his men and said, "Let us look for the king." They opened all the jails and freed the prisoners. The 6 victors cried, "Hurrah for Don Juan!" and said to the released persons, "All of you who have been held prisoners must thank Don Juan, for were it not for him, we should not have come to your aid." "Who is this benefactor? We wish to know to whom we owe our lives," said the king. Known said, "By God's will we gain the victory. It is Don Juan who brought us here to save you from the hands of the infidels, so he is indeed the benefactor." "Don Juan," the crowd then shouted, "our lives we owe to you, hurrah for our savior, hurrah for the whole kingdom." The king, queen, princess, counselors, and the victors went to the palace. They were all happy. When they had taken their seats, the king spoke thus, "What shall we give the victor? As for me, even the whole kingdom is too small a reward for saving us. Lend me your advice." Known answered, "Let me make a suggestion, O king. You already know what Don Juan desires. Do him justice, for he not only beat you in the wager, but also succeeded in accomplishing all your commands. Now he saves you and your kingdom and restores you to power. Let your issued decree be carried out." The king then consulted the queen and said that the stranger was right. The counselors said, "King, Don Juan deserves the reward named in the edict, for, were it not for him, your people and even you would now be slaves." So at last the king agreed, and as a bishop was present, the marriage was performed immediately. After the marriage ceremony, the king said, "Hear me, counselors. As I am now too old to rule, and can no longer perform the duty of king, I am going to abdicate in favor of my son-in-law Don Juan. On your head I lay the crown with its scepter. Do whatever you will, for you are now full king." The queen rose from her seat, and taking off the diadem from her head, she placed it on her daughter, saying, "My darling, receive the diadem of the kingdom so that all may recognize you as their new queen." All the counselors then rose and shouted, "Hurrah for the new couple! May God give them long lives, may they be successful." The entire kingdom rejoiced and held banquets. When Don Juan had become king, he made a trip with his 6 companions throughout the entire kingdom, giving alms to the needy and sick. When the royal visit was over, he returned with his friends to the palace. Then Known said to the king, "Our king, Don Juan, do not be astonished at what I am going to tell you. Since you have now got what you wanted, we now bid you farewell." "Why are you going away? What is there in me that you do not like? Pray do not leave me until I have repaid you." He then called each of the 6 and expressed his great gratitude to him and begged him not to go away. "I will even abdicate the throne if you want me to," Don Juan said, "for your departure will kill me." The queen also begged the 6 men not to leave. At last Known said, "Don Juan, long have we lived together. Yet you know not whence we come, for we have never told you. We cannot be absent from there much longer." The prophet then related minutely to the king who they were and why they had come to his aid. Then the 6 men disappeared. Notes: the course of events common to these 3 stories is this. A king proclaims that he will give the hand of his daughter to the one who can furnish him with a very costly or marvelous conveyance. The poor young hero, because of his kindness to a wretched old man or woman or corpse, is given the wonderful conveyance. On his way to the palace to present his gift, he meets certain extraordinary men, whom he takes along with him as companions. The king, realizing the low birth of the hero, refuses the hand of his daughter until additional tasks have been performed. With the help of his companions, the hero performs these and finally weds the princess. This group of stories was almost certainly imported into the Philippines from Europe, where analogues of it abound. I know of no significant Eastern variants. Parallels to certain incidents can be found in Malayan and Filipino lore, but the cycle as a whole is clearly not native to the islands. In a broad sense, our stories belong to the bride wager formula, see Von Hahn, 154 knows, 23 and 24. The requirement that a suitor shall guess correctly the kind of skin from which a certain drumhead is made, usually a louse skin, is to be found in Italian, Basel, 1-5, cf. Gonzenbach, number 22, Schneller, number 31, Spanish Caballero trans by J. H. Ingram, The Hunchback, German Grimm, 2, 467, The Louse, where the princess makes a dress, not a drum, from the skin of the miraculous insect. Only Basil's story combines the louse skin motif with the wonderful Companions A combination found in our King Pomeran. There seems to be no close connection, however, between these 2 tales. Although Oriental marchen turning on this motif of the louse skin drum are lacking, the Filipino corrido need not have got the conception from Europe. It is Malayan. In a list of the Jelibu regalia occurs this item. The royal drums, Jendeng Nabet, said to be headed with the skins of lice, Kulit Tuma. See Skeet 2, 27. We have already met with the extraordinary companions. Number 3, see especially variant D, Sandankle, which relates a contest between the hero's runner and the king's messenger. For the formula, see Bolt Polivka's Notes to Grimm, number 71. Benfey Osland, 1858 pp. 1038 et sec. 1067 et sec. Believes the skillful companions, cycle as represented by Grimm knows. 71 and 134, Basil knows. 28 and 36. Straparola, 4, 1, etc. be a kind of humorous derivative of the cycle we shall call the rival brothers. QV, number 12 of this collection, and which he shows to have spread into Europe from India. There are significant differences, however, between these 2 groups, and Benfey's treatment of them together causes confusion. In the skillful companions cycle, the extraordinary men are in reality servants of the hero, who sets out and wins the hand of a princess. They are picked up by chance. In the rival brothers cycle, on the other hand, the 3 or 4 brothers set out to learn trades and to win their fortunes, often wonderful objects of magic. The brothers meet later by appointment, combine their skill to succor a princess, and then quarrel as to which deserves her most. In stories of the strong hands type, e.g. Grimm, number 166, or John the Bear, Cosquin, number 1, where the extraordinary companions also appear, they turn out to be rascals who faithlessly desert the hero. In our stories, however, the specially endowed men are supplied by a grateful supernatural being to help the kind-hearted hero win in his contests with the stubborn king. Compare Gonzenbach's Sicilian story, No. 74, which includes a thankful saint with characteristics of the Grateful Dead, a land-and water ship, and skillful companions. The names of the companions in King Pomeran and Juan and his 6 friends are clearly derived from the Spanish. In Caballero's story of Lucifer's ear, we find these names: Carguin, carrier; Oiden, hearer; Soplin, sire or blower. All 3 occur in Juan and his 6 friends. In the 3 Filipino tales, the total number of different strong men is only 7 know-all: blower, farsight, runner, hunter, carrier, sharpier. This close conformity, when we consider the wide variety to be found in the European stories, see Bolt Polivka, 2, 8794. Panzer Beowulf 6674 suggests an ultimate common source for our variants. The phrase Soplin Soplan, son of the great blower, in Juan and his 6 friends, is almost an exact translation of Soplin Soplan, hijo del buen soplador, caballero, Lucifer's ear. This same locution in the vernacular is found in the Tagalog folktale of Lucas the Strong. The ship that will sail on land is often met with in European stories. C. R. Kohler, Orient und Occident, 296-99, also his notes to Gonzenbach, number 74. Compare also the Argonaut Saga and Bolt Polivka, 8795 Passim. In two of our stories, the hero's runner is almost defeated by the king's messenger, who treacherously makes use of a magic sleep-producing ring. One of the other companions, however, discovers the trick, and the skillful hunter awakens the sleeper with a well-aimed shot. For this feat of sharpshooters, see Gonzenbach, number 74, Grimm no. 71, Meyer, number 8, I. Harsmarchenbuch, 116. Of native beliefs found in our stories, two are deserving of comment. The method by which Lucas becomes possessed of great strength reflects a notion held by certain old Tagalogs. Some of the men around Calamba, Laguna province, make an incision in the wrist and put in it a small white bone taken from the end of the tail of the sowing bittern, a species of boa. The cut is then sewed up. Those who have a talisman of this sort believe that at night it travels all over the body and produces extraordinary strength. For similar Malayan superstitions, see Skeet 2, 303-4. The legend in King Pomeran about the origin of Mount Ararat and the swamp of Candaba is but one of many still told by old Pampangans. Its insertion into a romance with European setting is an instance of the Filipino romance writer's utter disregard or ignorance of geographical propriety. In conclusion, attention may be called to the fact that while these three stories have the same basic framework, each has its own peculiar variations. The testimony of the narrator of Juan and his 6 companions, that his informant, an old Balian woman, said that the story was very popular in her section of the country, is a bit of evidence that the tale has been known in the Philippines for decades, probably. Whether or not her form of the story was derived from a printed account, I am unable to say, but I suspect that it was. The diction sounds bookish. Nevertheless, I have found no external evidence of a Tagalog corrido treating the story we have printed. Tale 12. The Three Brothers. Narrated by Claudualdo Garcia and Lacano, who was told the story by his mother when he was a small boy. There was once an old woman who had 3 sons. The father died when Tito, the youngest brother, was only 5 years old, and the mother was left alone to bring up her 3 boys. The family was very poor, but the good woman worked hard, and her sons grew into sturdy young men. One day the mother called her sons before her and said, "Now, my sons, as you see my strength is failing me, I want each of you to go into the world to seek his fortune. After 9 years, come back home and show me what you have learned to do." The 3 brothers consented and resolved to leave home the very next morning. Early the following day, the 3 brothers Zenno, the oldest, Berto the second, and Tito the youngest bade their mother goodbye and set out on their travels. They followed a wide road until they came to a place where it branched in 3 directions. Here they stopped and consulted. It was at last agreed that Zenno should take the north branch, Berto the south branch, and Tito the east branch. Before they separated, Zenno proposed that at the end of the 9 years they should all meet at the crossroads before presenting themselves to their mother. Then each, wishing the others good luck, proceeded on his way. Well, to make a long story short, at the end of the 9 years the 3 brothers met again at the place designated. Each of them told what he had learned during that time. Zenno had been in the company of glassmakers, and he had learned the art of glassmaking. Berto had been employed in a shipyard, and during the 9 years had become an expert boat builder. The youngest brother, unfortunately, had fallen into the company of bad men, some notorious robbers. While he was with this band, he became the best and most skillful robber in the gang. After each had heard of the other's fortunes, they started for their home. Their mother felt very glad to have all her sons with her once more. Shortly after this family had been reunited, the king issued a proclamation stating that his daughter, the beautiful Princess Amelia, had been kidnapped by a brave stranger, and that whoever could give any information about her and restore her to the palace should be allowed to marry her. When the 3 brothers heard this news, they resolved to use their knowledge and skill to find the missing princess. Zenno had brought home with him a spyglass in which everything hidden from the eyes of men could be seen. With this instrument, he told his brothers he could locate the princess. He looked through his glass and saw her confined in a tower on an island. When Ano had given this information to the king, the next question was how to rescue her. "We'll do the rest," said the two younger brothers. Accordingly, Berto built a ship. When it was finished, the three brothers boarded her and sailed to the island where the princess was confined. But there they found the tower very closely guarded by armed soldiers, so that it seemed impossible to get into it. "Well, that is easy," said Tito. "You stay here and wait for my return. I will bring the princess with me." The famous young robber then went to work to steal the princess. Through his skill, he succeeded in rescuing her and bringing her to the ship. Then the four sailed directly for the king's palace. The beautiful princess was restored to her father. With great joy, the king received them, and a great feast was held in the palace in honor of the rescue of his daughter. After the feast, the king asked the three brothers to which of them he should give his daughter's hand. Each claimed the reward, and a quarrel arose among them. The king, seeing that all had played important parts in the rescue of the princess, decided not to bestow his daughter on any of them. Instead, he gave half his wealth to be divided equally among Ano, Berto, and Tito. Three Brothers of Fortune. Narrated by Eugenio Estio, a Pangasinan who heard the story from Toribio Serafica, a native of Rosil's, Pangasinan. In former times, there lived in a certain village a wealthy man who had three sons, Suan, Aile, and Ambo. As this man was a lover of education, he sent all his boys to another town to school. But these three brothers did not study. They spent their time in idleness and extravagance. When vacation came, they were ashamed to go back to their hometown because they did not know anything. So, instead, they wandered from town to town seeking their fortunes. In the course of their travels, they met an old woman broken with age. "Should you like to buy this book, my grandsons?" asked the old woman as she stopped them. "What is the virtue of that book, grandmother?" asked Ambo. "My grandsons," replied she, "if you want to restore a dead person to life, just open this book before him, and in an instant he will be revived." Without questioning her further, Ambo at once bought the book. Then the three continued their journey. Again, they met an old woman selling a mat. Now, Aile was desirous of possessing a charm, so he asked the old woman what virtue the mat had. "Why, if you want to travel through the air," she said, "just step on it, and in an instant you will be where you desire to go." Aile did not hesitate, but bought the mat at once. Now, Suan was the only one who had no charm. They had not gone far, however, before he saw two stones, which once in a while would meet and unite to form one round black stone, and then separate again. Believing that these stones possessed some magical power, Suan picked them up, for it occurred to him that with them he would be able to unite things of the same or similar kind. This belief of his came true, as we shall see. These three brothers, each possessing a charm, were very happy. They went on their way light-hearted. Not long afterward, they came upon a crowd of persons weeping over the dead body of a beautiful young lady. Ambo told the parents of the young woman that he would restore her to life if they would pay him a reasonable sum of money. As they gladly agreed, Ambo opened his book, and the dead lady was brought back to life. Ambo was paid all the money he asked, but as soon as he had received his reward, Aile placed his mat on the ground and told his two brothers to hold the young woman and step on the mat. They did so, and in an instant all four were transported to the seashore. From that place they took ship to another country, but when they were in the middle of the sea, a severe storm came, and their boat was wrecked. All on board would have been drowned had not Suan repaired the broken planks with his two magical stones. When they landed, a quarrel arose among the three brothers as to which one was entitled to the young woman. Ambo said, "I am the one who should have her, for it was I who restored her to life." "But if it had not been for me, we should not have the lady with us," said Aile. "And if it had not been for me," said Suan, "we should all be dead now, and nobody could have her." As they could not come to any agreement, they took the question before the king. He decided to divide the young woman into 3 parts to be distributed among the 3 brothers. His judgment was carried out. When each had received his share, Aile and Ambo were discontented because their portions were useless, so they threw them away, but Suan picked up the shares of his 2 brothers and united them with his own. The young woman was brought to life again and lived happily with Suan. So after all, Suan was the most fortunate. Pablo and the Princess. Narrated by Dolores Zafra, a Tagalog from La Laguna. She heard the story from her father. Once upon a time, there lived 3 friends, Pedro, Juan, and Pablo. One morning they met at the junction of 3 roads. While they were talking, Pedro said, "Let each of us take one of these roads and set out to find his fortune. There is nothing for us to do in our town." The other 2 agreed. After they had embraced and wished each other good luck, they went their several ways. Before separating, however, they promised one another to meet again in the same place, with the arrangement that the first who came should wait for the others. Pedro took the road to the right. After 3 months traveling, sometimes over mountains, sometimes through towns, he met an old man. The old man asked him for food, for he was very hungry. Pedro gave him some bread, for that was all he had. The old man thanked the youth very much and said, "In return for your kindness, I will give you this carpet. It looks like an ordinary carpet, but it has great virtue. Whoever sits on it may be transported instantly to any place he desires to be." Pedro received the carpet gladly and thanked the old man. Then the old man went on his way, and Pedro wandered about the town. At last, thinking of his 2 friends, he seated himself on his carpet and was transported to the crossroads, where he sat down to wait for Juan and Pablo. Juan had taken the road to the left. After he had traveled for 3 months and a half, he, too, met an old man. This old man asked the youth for something to eat, as he was very hungry, he said. So Juan, kind-heartedly, shared with him the bread he was going to eat for his dinner. As a return for his generosity, the old man gave him a book and said, "This book may seem to you of no value, but when you know of its peculiar properties, you will be astonished. By reading in it, you will be able to know everything that is happening in the world at all times." Juan was overjoyed with his present. After thanking the old man and bidding him goodbye, the youth returned to the meeting place at the crossroads, where he met Pedro. The 2 waited for Pablo. Pablo took the road in the middle, and after traveling 4 months, he also met an old man, to whom he gave the bread he was going to eat for his dinner. "As you have been very kind to me," said the old man, "I will give you this ivory tube as a present. Perhaps you will say that it is worthless if you look only at the outside, but when you know its value, you will say that the one who possesses it is master of a great treasure. It cures all sick persons of every disease, and even if the patient is dying, it will restore him instantly to perfect health if you will but blow through one end of the tube into the sick person's nose." Pablo thanked the old man heartily for his gift, and then set out for the meeting place. He joined his friends without mishap. The 3 friends congratulated one another at having met again in safety and good health. Then they told one another about their fortunes. While Pedro was looking in Juan's book, he read that a certain princess in a distant kingdom was very sick, and that the king her father had given orders that any person in the world who could cure his daughter should be her husband and his heir. When Pedro told his companions the news, they at once decided to go to that kingdom. They seated themselves on the carpet and were transported in a flash to the king's palace. After they had been led into the room of the sick princess, Pablo took his tube and blew through one end of it into her nose. She immediately opened her eyes, sat up, and began to talk. Then, as she wanted to dress, the 3 friends retired. While the princess was dressing, Pablo, Juan, and Pedro went before the king and told him how they had learned that the princess was sick, how they had been transported there, and who had cured her. The king, having heard all each had to say in his own favor, at last spoke thus wisely to them. "It is true, Pablo, that you are the one who cured my daughter. But let me ask you whether you could have contrived to cure her if you had not known from Juan's book that she was sick, and if Pedro's carpet had not brought you here without delay. Your book, Juan, revealed to you that my daughter was sick. But the knowledge of her illness would have been of no service had it not been for Pedro's carpet and Pablo's tube. And it is just the same way with your carpet, Pedro, so I cannot grant the princess to any one of you, since each has had an equal share in her cure. As this is the case, I will choose another means of deciding. Go and procure, each one of you, a bow and an arrow. I will hang up the inflorescence of a banana plant. This will represent the heart of my daughter. The one who shoots it in the middle shall be the husband of my daughter and the heir of my kingdom." The first to shoot was Pedro, whose arrow passed directly through the middle of the banana flower. He was very glad. Juan shot second. His arrow passed through the same hole Pedro's arrow had made. Now came Pablo's turn, But when Pablo's turn came, he refused to shoot, saying that if the banana flower represented the heart of the princess, he could not shoot it, for he loved her too dearly. When the king heard this answer, he said, "Since Pablo really loves my daughter, while Pedro and Juan do not, for they shot at the flower that represents her heart, Pablo shall marry the princess." And so Pablo married the king's daughter, and in time became king of that country. Legend of Prince Oswaldo. Narrated by Leopoldo Yuachenko, a Tagalog from Calamba, La Laguna. Once upon a time, on a moonlight night, 3 young men were walking monotonously along a solitary country road. Just where they were going, nobody could tell. But when they came to a place where the road branched into 3, they stopped there like nails attracted by a powerful magnet. At this crossroads, a helpless old man lay groaning as if in mortal pain. At the sight of the travelers, he tried to raise his head, but in vain. The 3 companions then ran to him, helped him up, and fed him a part of the rice they had with them. The sick old man gradually regained strength and at last could speak to them. He thanked them, gave each of the companions 100 pesos, and said, "Each one of you shall take one of these branch roads. At the end of it is a house where they are selling something. With these 100 pesos that I am giving each of you, you shall buy the first thing that you see there." The 3 youths accepted the money and promised to obey the old man's directions. Pedro, who took the left branch, soon came to the house described by the old man. The owner of the house was selling a raincoat. "How much does the coat cost?" Pedro asked the landlord. 100 pesos, no more, no less." "Of what value is it?" said Pedro. "It will take you wherever you wish to go." So Pedro paid the price, took the raincoat, and returned. Diego, who took the middle road, arrived at another house. The owner of this house was selling a book. "How much does your book cost?" Diego inquired of the owner. 100 pesos, no more, no less." "Of what value is it?" "It will tell you what is going on in all parts of the world." So Diego paid the price, took the book, and returned. Juan, who took the 3rd road, reached still another house. The owner of the house was selling a bottle that contained some violet-colored liquid. "How much does the bottle cost?" said Juan. 100 pesos, no more, no less. "Of what value is it?" "It brings the dead back to life," was the answer. Juan paid the price, took the bottle, and returned. The 3 travelers met again in the same place where they had separated, but the old man was now nowhere to be found. The first to tell of his adventure was Diego. "Oh, see what I have," he shouted as he came in sight of his companions. "It tells everything that is going on in the world. Let me show you." He opened the book and read what appeared on the page. "The beautiful princess of Berenjena is dead. Her parents, relatives, and friends grieve at her loss." "Good," answered Juan. "Then there is an occasion for us to test this bottle. It restores the dead back to life. Oh, but the kingdom of Berenjena is far away. The princess will be long buried before we get there." "Then we shall have occasion to use my raincoat," said Pedro. "It will take us wherever we wish to go. Let us try it. We shall receive a big reward from the king. We shall return home with a casco full of money, to Berenjena at once." He wrapped the raincoat about all 3 of them and wished them in Berenjena. Within a few minutes they reached that country. The princess was already in the church, where her parents were weeping over her. Everybody in the church wore deep mourning. When the 3 strangers boldly entered the church, the guard at the door arrested them, for they had on red clothes. When Juan protested and said that the princess was not dead, the guard immediately took him to the king. But the king, when he heard what Juan had said, called him a fool. "She is only sleeping," said Juan. "Let me wake her up." "She is dead," answered the king angrily. "On your life, don't you dare touch her." "I will hold my head responsible for the truth of my statement," said Juan. "Let me wake her up, or rather, not to offend your majesty, restore her to life." "Well, I will let you do as you please," said the king. "But if your attempt fails, you will lose your head. On the other hand, should you be successful, I will give you the princess for a wife, and you shall be my heir." Blinded by his love for the beautiful princess, Juan said that he would restore her to life. "May you be successful," said the king, and then, raising his voice, he continued, "Everybody here present is to bear witness that I, the king of Berenjena, do hereby confirm an agreement with this unknown stranger. I will allow this man to try the knowledge he pretends to possess of restoring the princess to life. But there is this condition to be understood. If he is successful, I will marry him to the princess, and he is to be my heir. But should he fail, his head is forfeit." The announcement having been made, Juan was conducted to the coffin. He now first realized what he was undertaking. What if the bottle was false? What if he should fail? Would not his head be dangling from the ropes of the scaffold, to be hailed by the multitude as the remains of a blockhead, a dunce, and a fool? The coffin was opened. With these meditations in his mind, Juan tremblingly uncorked his bottle of violet liquid and held it under the nose of the princess. He held the bottle there for some time, but she gave no signs of life. An hour longer, still no trace of life. After hours of waiting, the people began to grow impatient. The king scratched his head, the guards were ready to seize him, the scaffold was waiting for him. "Nameless stranger," thundered the king with indignant eyes, "upon your honor, tell us the truth. Can you do it or not? Speak. I command it." Juan trembled all the more. He did not know what to say, but he continued to hold the bottle under the nose of the princess. Had he not been afraid of the consequences, he would have given up and entreated the king for mercy. He fixed his eyes on the corpse, but did not speak. "Are you trying to joke us?" said the king, his eyes flashing with rage. "Speak, I command." Just as Juan was about to reply, he saw the right hand of the princess move. He bade the king wait. Soon the princess moved her other hand and opened her eyes. Her cheeks were fresh and rosy as ever. She stared about and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, where am I? Where am I? Am I dreaming? No, there is my father, there is my mother, there is my brother." The king was fully satisfied. He embraced his daughter and then turned to Juan, saying, "Stranger, can't you favor us now with your name?" With all the rustic courtesy he knew, Juan replied to the king told his name and said that he was a poor laborer in a barrio far away. The king only smiled and ordered Juan's clothes to be exchanged for Prince's garments so that the celebration of his marriage with the princess might take place at once. "Long live Juan, long live the princess," the people shouted. When Diego and Juan heard the shout, they could not help feeling cheated. They made their way through the crowd and said to the king, "Great Majesty, pray hear us. In the name of justice, pray hear us." "Who calls?" asked the king of a guard nearby. "Bring him here," the guard obeyed and led the two men before the king. "What is the matter?" asked the king of the two. "Your Majesty shall know," responded Diego. "If it had not been for my book, we could not have known that the princess was dead. Our home is far away, and it was only because of my magic book that we knew of the events that were going on here." "And His Majesty shall be informed," seconded Pedro, "that Juan's good luck is due to my raincoat. Neither Diego's book nor Juan's bottle could have done anything had not my raincoat carried us here so quickly. I am the one who should marry the princess." The king was overwhelmed. He did not know what to do. Each of the three had a good reason, but all three could not marry the princess. Even the counselors of the king could not decide upon the matter. While they were puzzling over it, an old man sprang forth from the crowd of spectators and declared that he would settle the difficulty. "Young men," he said, addressing Juan, Pedro, and Diego, "none of you shall marry the princess. You, Juan, shall not marry her, because you intended to obtain your fortunes regardless of your companions who have been helping you to get them. And you, Pedro and Diego, shall not have the princess, because you did not accept your misfortune quietly, and thank God for it none of you shall have her. I will marry her myself." The princess wept. "How could the fairest maiden of Berengina marry an old man? What right have you to claim her?" said the king in scorn. "I am the one who showed these three companions where to get their bottle, raincoat, and book," said the old man. "I am the one who gave each of them 100 pesos. I am the capitalist. The interest is mine." The old man was right. The crowd clapped their hands, and the princess could do nothing but yield. Bitterly weeping, she gave her hand to the old man, who seemed to be her grandfather, and they were married by the priest. The king almost fainted. But just now the sun began to rise, its soft beams filtering through the eastern windows of the church. The newly married couple were led from the altar to be taken home to the palace, but just as they were descending the steps that lead down from the altar, the whole church was flooded with light. All present were stupefied. The glorious illumination did not last long. When the people recovered, they found that their princess was walking with her husband, not an old man, however, but a gallant young prince. The king recognized him. He kissed him, for they were old-time acquaintances. The king's new son-in-law was none other than Prince Oswaldo, who had just been set free from the bonds of enchantment by his marriage. He had been a former suitor of the princess, but had been enchanted by a magician. With magnificent ceremony, the king's son-in-law was conducted to the royal residence. He was seated on the throne, the crown and scepter were transferred to him, and he was hailed as King Oswaldo of Barangina. Tale 13. The Rich and the Poor. Narrated by Jose L. Gomez, a Tagalog from Rizal Province. Once upon a time, there lived in the town of Pasig 2 honest men who were intimate friends. They were called Mayaman and Maharap because one was much richer than the other. One pleasant afternoon, these 2 men made up their minds to take a long walk into the neighboring woods. Here, while they were talking happily about their respective fortunes, they saw in the distance a poor woodcutter who was very busy cutting and collecting faggots for sale. This woodcutter lived in a mean cottage on the outskirts of a little town on the opposite shore of the lake, and he maintained his family by selling pieces of wood gathered from this forest. When they saw the poor man, Mayaman said to his friend, "Now, which one of us can make that woodcutter rich?" "Well, even though I am much poorer than you," said Maharap, "I can make him rich with just the few cents I have in my pocket." They agreed, however, that Mayaman should be the first to try to make the poor man rich. So Mayaman called out to the woodcutter and said, "Do you want to be rich, my good man?" "Certainly, master, I should like to be rich, so that my family might not want anything," said the woodcutter. Pointing to his large house in the distance, Mayaman said, "All right. Come to my house this evening on your way home, and I will give you 4 bags of my money. If you don't become rich on them, come back, and I will give you some more." The woodcutter was overjoyed at his good luck, and in the evening went to Mayaman's house, where he received the money. He placed the bags in the bottom of his banca and sailed home. When he reached his little cottage, he spread out all the gold and silver money on the floor. He was delighted at possessing such wealth and determined first of all to buy household articles with it. But some dishonest neighbors, soon finding out that the woodcutter had much money in the house, secretly stole the bags. Then the woodcutter, remembering the rich man's promise, hastily prepared his banca and sailed across to Pasig. When Mayaman saw the woodcutter, he said, "Are you rich now, my good man?" "Oh, kind master," said the woodcutter, "I am not yet rich, for someone stole my bags of money." "Well, here are 4 more bags. See that you take better care of them." The woodcutter reached home safely with this new wealth, but unfortunately it was stolen, too, during the night. 3 more times he went to Mayaman, and every time received 4 bags of money, but every time was it stolen from him by his neighbors. Finally, on his 6th application, Mayaman did not give the woodcutter money, but presented him with a beautiful ring. "This ring will preserve you from harm," he said, "and will give you everything you ask for. With it, you can become the richest man in town, but be careful not to lose it." While the woodcutter was sailing home that evening, he thought he would try the ring by asking it for some food. So he said, "Beautiful ring, give me food, for I am hungry." In an instant 12 different kinds of food appeared in his banca, and he ate heartily. But after he had eaten, the wind calmed down, so he said to the ring, "Oh, beautiful ring, blow my banca very hard, so that I may reach home quickly." He had no sooner spoken than the wind rose suddenly. The sail and mast of his little boat were blown away, and the banca itself sank. Forgetting all about his ring, the unfortunate man had to swim for his life. He reached the shore safely, but was greatly distressed to find that he had lost his valuable ring. So he decided to go back to Mayaman and tell him all about his loss. The next day he borrowed a banca and sailed to Pasig, but when Mayaman had heard his story, he said, "My good man, I have nothing more to give you." Then Mayaman turned to his friend Maharap and said, "It is your turn now, Maharap. See what you can do for this poor man to enrich him." Maharap gave the poor woodcutter 5 centavos. All he had in his pocket and told him to go to the market and buy a fish with it for his supper. The woodcutter was disappointed at receiving so small an amount and sailed homeward in a very downcast mood, but when he arrived at his town, he went straight to the market. As he was walking around the fish stalls, he saw a very fine fat fish. So he said to the tendera, "How much must I pay for that fat fish?" "Well, 5 centavos is all I'll ask you for it," said she. "Oh, I have only 5 centavos, and if I give them all to you, I shall have no money to buy rice with. So please let me have the fish for 3, said the woodcutter. But the tendera refused to sell the fish for 3 centavos, and the woodcutter was obliged to give all his money for it, for the fish was so fine and fat that he could not leave it. When he went home and opened the fish to clean it, what do you suppose he found inside? Why, no other thing than the precious ring he had lost in the lake. He was so rejoiced at getting back his treasure that he walked up and down the streets, talking out loud to his ring. "Ha ha ha ha, I have found you now, you are here and nowhere else." When his neighbors who had stolen his bags of money from him heard these words, they thought that the woodcutter had found out that they were the thieves and was addressing these words to them. They ran up to him with all the bags of money and said, "Oh, woodcutter, pardon us for our misdoings. Here are all the bags of money that we stole from you." With his money and the ring, the woodcutter soon became the richest man in his town. He lived happily with his wife the rest of his days and left a large heritage to his children. So Maharap, with 5 centavos only, succeeded in making the woodcutter rich. Lucas the Rope Maker. Narrated by Alyssa Cordero, a Tagalog from Pagsanjan, Laguna. Miss Cordero says that the story is well known and is old. Luis and Isco were intimate friends. They lived in a country called Baghdad. Though these two friends had been brought up together in the same school, their ideas were different. Luis believed that gentleness and kindness were the second heaven, while Isco's belief was that wealth was the source of happiness and peace in life. One day, while they were eating, Isco said, "Don't you believe, my friend, that a rich man, however cruel he may be, is known everywhere and has great power over all his people? A poor man may be gentle and kind, but then he is disdainfully looked upon by his neighbors." "Oh," answered Luis, "I know it, but to me everybody is the same. I love them all, and I am not enchanted by anything that glisters." "My friend," said Isco, "our conversation is becoming serious. Let us take a walk this afternoon and see how these theories work out in the lives of men." That afternoon, Luis and Isco went to a town called Cohija. On their way they saw a rope maker, Lucas by name, who by his condition showed his great suffering from poverty. He approached Lucas and gave him a roll of paper money, saying, "Now, Lucas, take this money and spend it judiciously." Lucas was overjoyed. He hardly knew what to do. When he reached home, he related to his wife Zelima what had happened to him. As has been said, Lucas was very poor and was a rope maker. He had 6 little children to support, but he had no money with which to feed them, nor could he get anything from his rope making. Some days he could not sell even a yard of rope. When Lucas received the money from Luis and had gone home and told his wife, he immediately went out again to buy food. He had 100 pesos in paper money. He bought 2 pounds of meat and a roll of canamo, and as there was some more money left, he put it in one of the corners of his hat. Unfortunately, as he was walking home, an eagle was attracted by the smell of the meat and began flying about his head. He frightened the bird away, but it flew so fast that its claws became entangled in his hat, which was snatched off his head and carried away some distance. When he searched for the money, it was gone. He could not find it anywhere. Lucas went home very sad. When his wife learned the cause of his sorrow, she became very angry. She scolded her husband roundly. As soon as the family had eaten the meat Lucas bought, they were as poor as before. They were even pale because of hunger. One day Luis and Isco decided to visit Lucas and see how he was getting along. It happened that while they were passing in the same street as before, they saw Lucas weeping under a mango tree near his small house. "What is the matter?" said Luis. "Why are you crying?" Poor Lucas told them all that had happened to him, how the money was lost, and how his wife had scolded him. At first Luis did not believe the rope maker's story and became angry at him. At last, however, when he perceived that Lucas was telling the truth, he pardoned him and gave him 1,000 pesos. Lucas returned home with delight, but his wife and children were not in the house. They were out asking alms from their neighbors. Lucas then hid the bulk of the money in an empty jar in the corner of the room and then went out to buy food for his wife and children. While he was gone, his wife and children returned. They had not yet eaten anything. Not long afterward, a man came along selling rice. Zelima said to him, "Sir, can't you give us a little something to appease our hunger? I'll give you some derek in exchange." "Oh, yes," said the man, "I'll give you some rice, but you do not need to give me anything." Zelima took the rice gladly, and as she was looking for something with which to repay the man, she happened to see the empty jar in which her husband had secretly put his money. She filled the jar with darak and gave it to the rice seller. When Lucas came home, he was very happy. He told his wife about the money he had hidden. But when he found out that the money was gone, he was in despair. He did not know what to do. He scolded his wife for her carelessness. As he could not endure to see the suffering of his children, he tried to kill himself, but his children prevented him. At last he concluded to be quiet, for he thought, if I hurt my wife and she becomes sick, I can't stand it. I must take care of her. 2 months passed by, and Louis and Isco again visited their friend Lucas. While they were walking in the street, Louis found a big piece of lead. He picked it up and put it in his pocket. When they reached Lucas's house, they were astonished to see him in a more wretched condition than before. Louis asked what was the matter. Lucas related to him all that had occurred, but Louis just said, "Oh no, you are fooling us. We will not believe you." Lucas was very sad. He asked pardon of Louis for his carelessness and said, "Don't increase the burden of my suffering by your scolding." Now Louis was by nature gentle and pitiful. He could not endure to see his friend suffering. So he gave him the lead he had found in the street, saying, "Now, take care of that. Maybe your wealth will come from it." Louis accepted the lead unwillingly, for he thought that Louis was mocking him. When Lucas went into the house, he threw the lead away in the corner and went to sleep. During the night, a neighbor knocked at their door asking for a piece of lead for her husband. The neighbor said, "My husband is going fishing early in the morning, and he asked me to buy him some lead for his line, but I forgot it. I know he will scold me if I don't have some ready for him." Lucas, who was wakened by the talk, told his wife to get the lead he had thrown in the corner. When Zelima found it, she gave it to their neighbor, who went away happy, promising that she would bring them the first fish her husband should catch. The next morning, Lucas woke very late. The neighbor was already there with a big fish, and Zelima was happy at having so much to eat. While she was cleaning the fish, she found a bright stone inside it. As she did not know of the value of the stone, she gave it to her youngest son to play with. But when the other children saw it, they quarreled with their brother and tried to take it away from him. Lucas, too, was ignorant of the fact that the stone was worth anything. In front of their house lived a rich man named Don Juan. When he heard the noise of his neighbor's children quarreling, he sent his wife to see what was the matter. Don Juan's wife saw the stone and wanted to have it very much. She asked Zelima to sell it to her, but Zelima said that she would wait and ask her husband. The rich man's wife went home and told her husband about the jewel. He went to Lucas's house and offered the rope maker 1,000 pesos for the stone, but Lucas refused, for now he suspected that it was worth more than that. At last he sold it for 20,000 pesos. Lucas was now a rich man. He bought clothes for his wife and children, renewed his house, which was falling to pieces, and bought a machine for making rope. As his business increased, he bought another machine. But although Lucas was the richest man in town, he was very kind. His house was open to every comer. He supported crippled persons and gave alms to the poor. When Louis and Isco visited Lucas the last time, they were surprised and at the same time delighted to see him so rich. Lucas did not know how to thank them. He gave a banquet in honor of these two men. After the feast was over, Lucas told his friends every detail of all that had happened to him, how he had lent the lead, how his wife had found the stone in the fish, and how a rich man had bought it for 20,000 pesos. Louis was now convinced that Lucas was honest and had told the truth on former occasions. Lucas lived in his big house happily and in peace with his wife and children. Notes: these two Tagalog stories are probably derived from the same ultimate source, the second, Lucas the Rope Maker, being very much closer to the original. That source is the History of Khawaja Hassan al-Habal in the Arabian Nights Entertainments. See Burton's translation, Supplemental Nights, Roman 3, 340-1366. There is also a Tagalog literary version of this story, Life of a Rope Maker in the Kingdom of Baghdad, by France Molteni. I have at present no copy of this chapbook, but the work may safely be dated 190205, as those were the years in which Molteni published. This story follows faithfully the Arabian Nights tale. The two rich friends are Saadi and Saad, and the name of the rope maker is Kojia Hassan. Our second folktale, B, seems to stand halfway between this literary version and the rich and the poor, not chronologically to be sure, but so far as fidelity to the Arabian story is concerned. Although the events are practically the same in B and in Molteni, the proper names differ throughout. It is possible that B derives from an earlier Tagalog literary version that is no longer extant. A is definitely localized on Laguna de Bay, and the story as a whole seems thoroughly native. It is likely much older than either of the other two forms. A Bengal tale somewhat similar to these is to be found in McCulloch's Bengali Household Tales, no, Roman 3. It is also connected with the Dr. Noel cycle, R number 1. Caballero has a Spanish story, C. Ingram, Dame Fortune and Don Money. For a discussion of the continuously unlucky hero, see Clouston 2, 480-9493. In Ralston 1, I-95F, may be found a group of stories dealing with luck. Compare also Thorpe's Yuletide Stories, 460F, for the North German story of the three gifts. For the ejaculation guess in No. 13a, see notes to number 1 pp. 7-8. Tale 14. The King and the Dervish. Narrated by Jose M. Hilario of Batangas, who heard the story from his father, a Tagalog. Once there lived a young and brave king with his gentle and loving wife. Both had enjoyed an easy, comfortable, and, best of all, happy life. The king ruled his people well. The queen was a good wife as well as a good sovereign. She always cheered her husband when he was sad. One day a dervish came to the palace. He told the king that he possessed magical power, and straightway they became friends. This dervish had the power to leave his body and enter that of a dead animal or person. Now, the king was fond of hunting, and once he took his new friend with him to shoot deer. After a few hours of hard chasing, they succeeded in killing a buck. To show his power, the dervish left his body and entered that of the dead deer. Then he resumed his former shape. The king was very anxious to be able to do the same thing, whereupon the dervish gave him minute instructions and taught him the necessary charms. Then the king left his body and took possession of that of the deer. In an instant, the dervish entered the king's body and went home as the monarch. He gave orders that a deer with certain marks should be hunted out and killed. The true king was very unhappy, especially when he saw his own men chasing him to take his life. In his wanderings through the forest, he saw a dead nightingale. He left the deer's body and entered the birds. Now he was safe, so he flew to his palace. He sang so sweetly that the queen ordered her attendants to catch him. He gladly allowed himself to be caught and to be cared for by the queen. Whenever the dervish took the bird in his hands, the bird pecked him, but the beautiful singer always showed signs of satisfaction when the queen smoothed his plumage. Not long after the bird's capture, a dog died in the palace. The king underwent another change. He left the bird's body and entered that of the dog. On waking up in the morning, the queen found that her pet was dead. She began to weep. Unable to see her so sad, the dervish comforted her and told her that he would give the bird life again. Consequently, he left the king's body and entered the bird's. Seeing his chance, the real king left the dog's body and resumed his original form. He then went at once to the cage and killed the ungrateful bird, the dervish. The tender queen protested against the king's act of cruelty, but when she heard that she had been deceived by the dervish, she died of grief. The Mysterious Book. Narrated by Leopoldo Yuichenko, a Tagalog from Calamba, La Laguna. Once upon a time, there lived a poor father and a poor son. The father was very old and was named Pedro. The son's name was Juan. Although they were very poor, Juan was afraid of work. One day, the two did not have a single grain of rice in the house to eat. Juan now realized that he would have to find some work, or he and his father would starve. So he went to a neighboring town to seek a master. He at last found one in the person of Don Luzano, a fine gentleman of fortune. Don Luzano treated Juan like a son. As time went on, Don Luzano became so confident in Juan's honesty that he began to entrust him with the most precious valuables in the house. One morning, Don Luzano went out hunting. He left Juan alone in the house, as usual. While Juan was sweeping and cleaning his master's room, he caught sight of a highly polished box lying behind the post in the corner. Curious to find out what was inside, he opened the box. There appeared another box. He opened this box, and another box still was disclosed. One box appeared after another until Juan came to the seventh. This last one contained a small triangular-shaped book bound in gold and decorated with diamonds and other precious gems. Disregarding the consequences that might follow, Juan picked up the book and opened it. Lo! At once Juan was carried by the book up into the air, and when he looked back, whom did he see? No other than Don Luzano pursuing him, with eyes full of rage. He had an enormous, deadly-looking bolo in his hand. As Don Luzano was a big man, he could fly faster than little Juan. Soon the boy was but a few yards in front of his antagonist. It should also be known that the book had the wonderful power of changing anybody who had laid his hands on it, or who had learned by heart one of its chapters, into whatever form that person wished to assume. Juan soon found this fact out. In an instant, Juan had disappeared, and in his place was a little steed galloping as fast as he could down the street. Again, there was Don Luzano after him in the form of a big, fast mule, with bubbling and foaming mouth and eyes flashing with hate. The mule ran so fast that every minute seemed to be bringing Juan nearer his grave. Seeing his danger, Juan changed himself into a pretty little bird. No sooner had he done so than he saw Don Luzano in the form of a big hawk about to swoop down on him. Then Juan suddenly leaped into a well he was flying over, and there became a little fish. Don Luzano assumed the form of a big fish and kept up the chase, but the little fish entered a small crack in the wall of the well, where the big fish could not pursue him farther. So Don Luzano had to give up and go home in great disappointment. The well in which Juan found himself belonged to 3 beautiful princesses. One morning, while they were looking into the water, they saw the little fish with its 7 colored scales moving gracefully through the water. The eldest of the maidens lowered her bait, but the fish would not see it. The second sister tried her skill. The fish bit the bait, but just as it was being drawn out of the water, it suddenly released its hold. Now the youngest sister's turn came. The fish allowed itself to be caught and held in the tender hands of this beautiful girl. She placed the little fish in a golden basin of water and took it to her room, where she cared for it very tenderly. Several months later, the king issued a proclamation throughout his realm and other neighboring kingdoms, saying that the youngest princess was sick. "To anyone who can cure her," he said, "I promise to give 1/2 of my kingdom." The most skillful doctors had already done the best they could, but all their efforts were in vain. The princess seemed to grow worse and worse every day. "Ay, what foolishness!" exclaimed Don Luzano when he heard the news of the sick princess. "The sickness? Pshaw! That's no sickness, never in the wide world." The following morning there was Don Luzano speaking with the king. "I promise to cure her," said Don Luzano. "I have already cured many similar cases." "And your remedy will do her no harm?" asked the king after some hesitation. "No harm, sir, no harm. Rely on my honor." "Very well, and you shall have 1/2 of my kingdom if you are successful." "No, I thank you, your majesty. I, being a faithful subject, need no payment whatever for any of my poor services. As a token from you, however, I should like to have the fish that the princess keeps in her room." "Oh, my faithful subject," exclaimed the king in joy. "How good you are! Will you have nothing except a poor worthless fish?" "No more, that's enough." "Well then," returned the king, "prepare your remedy, and on the 3rd day we shall apply it to the princess. You can go home now, and you may be sure that you shall have the fish." Don Luzano took his leave of the king, and then went home. On the 3rd day, this daring magician came back to the palace to apply his remedy to the princess. Before he began any part of the treatment, however, he requested that the fish be given to him. The king consented to his request, but as he was about to dip his hand into the basin, the princess boldly stopped him. She pretended to be angry on the ground that Don Luzano would soil with his hands the golden basin of the monarch. She told him to hold out his hands, and she would pour the fish into them. Don Luzano did as he was told, but before the fish could reach his hands, the pretty creature jumped out. No fish now could be seen, but in its stead was a beautiful gold ring adorning the finger of the princess. Don Luzano tried to snatch the ring, but as the princess jerked her hand back, the ring fell to the floor, and in its place were countless little mungo seeds scattered about the room. Don Luzano instantly took the form of a greedy crow devouring the seeds with extraordinary speed. Juan, who was contained in one of the seeds that had rolled beneath the feet of the princess, suddenly became a cat and, rushing out, attacked the bird. As soon as you could wink your eyes or snap your fingers, the crow was dead, miserably torn to pieces. In place of the cat stood Juan in an embroidered suit, looking like a gay young prince. "This is my beloved," confessed the princess to her father as she pointed to Juan. The king forgave his daughter for concealing from him the real condition of her life, and he gladly welcomed his new son-in-law. Prince Juan, as we shall now call our friend, was destined to a life of peace and joy. He was rid of his formidable antagonist, he had a beautiful princess, who was no longer sick for a wife, and he had an excellent chance of inheriting the throne. There is no more. Do you not remember when you and a princess went together to the seashore to find the ring of her father, and when you cut her body to pieces and poured the chopped mass into the water? When Juan, who was watching, heard this last question, he rushed from the ring of people that surrounded her and knelt before her, saying, "Oh, my most precious wife, I implore your forgiveness." Then the newcomer, who was none other than Maria, Juan's true wife, embraced him, and their former love was restored. So the feast went on. To the great joy of Felipe, Maria, the subterranean lady, was given back to him, and the two couples lived happily the rest of their lives. Notes: this story, which is a mixture of well-known motifs and incidents, really falls into two parts, though an attempt is made at the end to bind them together. The first part, ending with the treachery of the brothers after the hero has made his underground journey and rescued the two beautiful maidens from their giant captors, has resemblances to parts of the Bear Son cycle. The second half of the story is a well-developed member of the Forgotten Betrothed cycle, preserving, in fact, all the characteristic incidents, and also prefacing to this whole section details that form a transition between it and Part 1. I am unable to point out any European parallels to the story as a whole, but analogues of both parts are very numerous. As the latter half constitutes the major portion of our story, we shall consider it first. The fundamental and characteristic incidents of the Forgotten Betrothed cycle, sometimes called the True Bride cycle, are as follows. The performance by the hero of difficult tasks through the help of the loved one, who is usually the daughter of a magician. B. The magic flight of the couple, either with transformations of themselves or with the casting behind them of obstacles to retard the pursuer. C. The forgetting of the bride by the hero because he breaks a taboo. The cause of the forgetting is usually a parental kiss, which the hero should have avoided. D. The reawakened memory of the hero during his marriage ceremony or wedding feast with a new bride, either through the conversation of the true bride with an animal or through the true bride's kiss. In some forms of the story, the hero's memory is restored on the third of 3 nights, sold to the heroine by the venial second bride. E. The marriage of the hero and heroine. Andrew Lang, Custom and Myth, 2D ed. 87-102, traces incidents A and B as far back as the myth of Jason, the earliest literary reference to which is in the Iliad, Romans 7, 467, Roman 23, 747. But this story does not contain the last 3 incidents. Clearly, they have come from some other source and have been joined to the first 2A natural process in the development of a folk tale. The episode of the magic flight is very widely distributed. Lang mentions Zulu, Gaelic, Norse Malagasy, Russian, Italian, and Japanese versions. Of the magic flight combined with the performance of difficult tasks set by the girl's father, the stories are no less widely scattered. Greece, Madagascar, Scotland, Russia, Italy, North America, Algonquins, Finland, Samoa, P94. The only reasonable explanation of these resemblances, according to Lang, is the theory of transmission. And if Mr. Lang, the champion of the anthropological theory, must needs explain in this rather businesslike way a comparatively simple tale, what but the transmission theory can explain far more complicated stories of 5 or 6 distinct incidents in the same sequence? The Forgotten Betrothed cycle was clearly invented but once. When or where, we shall not attempt to say. But that its excellent combination of rapid, marvelous, and pathetic situations has made it a tale of almost universal appeal is attested to by the scores of variants that have been collected within the last half-century and more. In his notes to Campbell's Gaelic story, The Battle of the Birds, Number 2, Kohler cites Norwegian, Swedish, Italian, German, and Hungarian versions, Orient und Occident 2, 107. Ralston, pp. 130-133, Cosquin 2, no. 32 and notes, Crane, no. Roman 15 and notes, pp. 343-344, Bolt in his additions to Kohler 1, 171-74, and Bolt Polivka to nose. 51-56, 113, have added very full bibliographies. It is unnecessary here to list all the variants of this story that have been collected, but we will examine some of the analogues to our tale from the point of view of the separate incidents. After the hero of our present story has been deserted by his treacherous brothers, and has found himself once more in the underworld, he is told by a mysterious voice to go to the land of the pilgrims, where he will find his fate. He meets an old man, who directs him to a hermit. The hermit, in turn, directs the youth to another hermit, who learns from an eagle where the land of the pilgrims is, and directs the bird to carry the youth thither. While the story does not state that the land of the pilgrims is on the upper world, we must suppose that it is, and that the eagle is the means whereby the hero escapes from the underground kingdom. In a large number of members of the bear sun cycle, to which, as has been said, the first part of our story belongs, this is the usual means of escape. The incident is also found in a large number of tales not connected otherwise with this group. See Cosquin, 2, 140-1144. It is sometimes combined with the quest for the water of life, with which in turn is connected the situation of the heroes being referred from one guide to another, giants, sages, hermits, etc., as in our story, cf. Grimm, number 97, and notes, also bolt Polivka to number 97, especially to 400, Thorpe 158, Tawney 1 206, Persian Tales 2 171. This whole section appears to have been introduced as a transition between parts 1 and 2. The second part of our story opens with the bride wager incident, see von Hahn 154, Own a Mausformel, though I can point to no parallel of Juan's method of making love to the princess, that is, by means of a letter conveyed by a kite. The tasks which the hero is obliged to perform vary greatly in the different members of the forgotten betrothed cycle. Juan has to plant wheat and bake bread from the ripened grain in 24 hours, separate a jar of mongo from a jar of sand, and fetch a ring from the sea. The first task imposed by the king has analogies in a number of European tales. In Groom's number 34, the devil says to the hero, "Here is one more task for you. Drain the marsh and plow it and sow it, and tomorrow bring me roasted maize." P. 106. In Groom's number 7, the king says to the old man, "See this great forest? Fell it all and make it a level field, and plow it for me and break up all the earth, and sow it with millet by tomorrow morning. And mark well what I tell you, you must bring me a cake made from the ripened millet seed clearly, CP 23 made with sweet milk." Cosquin 2, 24 cites a Catalan and a Basque story in which the hero has not only to fell a great forest, but to sow grain and harvest it. In kind, this is the same sort of impossible task imposed on truth in a Vician story, Jaffel 19, 100-102, where the hero has to beget, and the princess his wife to bring forth, in one night, 3 children. Helpful eagles solve this difficulty for truth by conveying to him 3 newly born babes. The second task is a well-known one, and is found in many members of the Grateful Animals cycle. Usually it is ants, which the hero has earlier spared, that perform the service of separating 2 kinds of seed, etc. See Tawney, 1, 361, and note. The mixture of sand and mongo in our story is not a very happy conception. Originally it must have been either gravel and mongo, or else mongo and some other kind of lentil nearly resembling it in size. The third task, with the method of accomplishing it, is perhaps the most interesting of all. In a salmon story of the forgotten betrothed cycle, Lang, Op. Cit. P. 98, the heroine bids the hero cut her body into pieces and cast them into the sea. There she becomes a fish and recovers the ring. In a Catalan tale, Rondellaire 141, the hero is also required to fetch a ring from the bottom of the sea. His loved one tells him to cut her to pieces, taking care not to let any part drop to the ground, and to throw all into the water. In spite of all his care, he lets fall to earth 1 drop of blood. The heroine recovers the ring, but lacks the first joint of her little finger when she resumes her original shape. The magic flight is discussed by Cosquin 1, 152-154, and Macaloch 167 ff. 2 kinds of transformation are to be noted in connection with this escape. The pursued either transform themselves, and thus escape detection by the pursuer, or else cast behind them magic objects, which turn into retarding and finally insurmountable obstacles in the path of the pursuer. In our story, the transformations are of the second type, as they are in the story of Pedro and the Witch, number 36. So far as I know, the first type does not occur in Filipino folktales. Both types are found frequently in Occidental Marchen, but in Oriental stories the second seems to predominate over the first. See Cosquin's citations of Oriental occurrences of this incident. In Samidva Tani, 1, 355 ff. We have two flights and both types of escape. As to the details of the flight itself in our story, we may note that the comb becoming a thicket of thorns has many analogues. The ring becoming 7 mountains suggests with its magic number an Oriental origin. With spittle turning into a lake or sea, compare similar transformations of drops of water and a bladder full of water Makalak, 171-172. The incident of the forgetting of the betrothed is usually motivated with some sort of broken taboo. When the hero desires to visit his parents and leaves his sweetheart outside the city, she usually warns him not to allow himself to be kissed. In a Gaelic marchen, he is forbidden to speak. Sometimes he is warned by his wife not to eat, etc. Bolt, 172. In our story, the taboo is somewhat unusual. The hero is to allow no tears of joy shed by his parents to fall on his cheeks. The idea behind this charge, however, is the same as that behind the forbidden kiss. With the taboo forbidding the partaking of food, compare the episode of the Lotus Eaters in the Odyssey. In most of the marchen of this group, the reawakening of the memory of the hero is accomplished through the conversation of 2 birds, doves, or hens, which the forgotten betrothed manages to introduce into the presence of her lover just before he is married to another, Bolt, 172, Rittershaus, 150. In our story, the heroine asks a dog questions about the tasks she had helped the hero perform. I can point to no exact parallel of this situation, though it agrees in general with the methods used in the other members of the group. For the first part of our story, with the exception of the introduction, compare Bolt 292-296, 537-543, Gonzenbach No. 58 and notes, F. Panzer's Beowulf, Passim. See also the notes to Nos. 3 and 4 of this collection. In connection with our story as a whole, I will cite in conclusion 2 native metrical romances that preserve many of the incidents we have been discussing. The first is a Pangasinan romance, of which I have not the text, entitled Don Agustin, Don Pedro, and Don Juan. This story contains the pursuit by the 3 princes of a snake to cure the sick king their father, the quest motif, the descent into the well by the youngest brother, his fight with monsters in the underworld, and his rescue of 3 princesses, the treachery of the older brothers, the final rescue of the hero by the youngest princess. While this story lacks the forgotten betrothed motif, it is unquestionably related with the first part of our folk tale. The second romance, which is one of the most popular and widespread in the islands, having been printed in at least 5 of the dialects, Tagalog, Pampango, Visayan, Ilocano, and Bicol, I will synopsize briefly, because it is either the source of our folk tale or has been derived from it. The fact that not all the literary versions agree entirely, and that the story as a folktale seems to be so universally known, makes it seem more likely that the second alternative expresses the truth, i.e., that the romance has been derived from the folktale. In the Tagalog version, the title runs thus: The Story of 3 Princes, Sons of King Fernando and Queen Valeriana in the Kingdom of Burbania, the Adarna Bird. The poem is long, containing 4136 octosyllabic lines. The date of my copy is 1906, but Ratana mentions an edition before 1898 no. 4169. Briefly, the story runs as follows. King Fernando of Burbania has 3 sons, Diego, Pedro, and Juan. One night the king dreams that Juan was killed by robbers. He immediately becomes sick, and a skillful physician tells him that the magic Adarna bird is the only thing that can cure his illness. Diego sets out to find the bird, but is unsuccessful. He is turned to stone. A year later, Pedro sets out meets the same fate. At last, Juan goes, seeing that his brothers do not return. Because of his charity, a leper directs the youth to a hermit's house. The hermit tells Juan how to avoid the enchantment, secure the bird, and liberate his brothers. Juan successful. On the return, however, the envious brothers beat Juan senseless and, taking the bird from him, make their way back to their father's kingdom alone. But the bird becomes very ugly in appearance, refuses to sing, and the king grows worse. Juan, meantime, is restored by an angel sent from heaven. He finally reaches home, and the Adarna bird immediately becomes beautiful again and sings of the treachery of Diego and Pedro. The king, recovered, wishes to banish his 2 older sons, but Juan pleads for them, and they are restored to favor. The king now charges his 3 sons with the safekeeping of the bird, threatening with death the one who lets it fly away. One night, while Juan is on watch, he falls asleep. His envious brothers open the cage and the bird escapes. When Juan awakens and sees the mischief done, he leaves home to look for the Adarna. Next day, the king, missing both Juan and the bird, sends Pedro and Diego in search of their brother. They find him in the mountains of Armenia. In their joint search for the bird, the three come to a deep well. Diego and Pedro try in turn to go down, but fear to make the descent to the bottom. Juan is then lowered. At the foot of the well, he finds beautiful fields. In his wanderings, he comes to a large house where a princess is looking out of the window. She tells Juan that she is in the power of a giant, and so, when the monster returns, Juan kills it. He likewise liberates her sister Leonora, who is in the power of a seven-headed snake. All three, Juan and the two princesses, are hoisted to the top of the well, but when Juan starts back for a ring that Leonora has forgotten, his cruel brothers cut the rope. Leonora sends her pet wolf to cure Juan, and the two brothers with the two princesses return to Burbania. Juana is married to Diego, but Leonora refuses to marry Pedro, asking for a 7-year respite to wait for Juan's return. Meantime, Juan has been restored. One day, the Adarna bird appears and sings over his head that there are 3 beautiful princesses in the kingdom, de los Cristales. Juan sets out to find that place. He meets an old man, who gives him a piece of his shirt and tells him to go to a certain hermit for directions. The hermit receives Juan on presentation of the token and summons all the animals to question them about the kingdom, de los Cristales, but none of the animals knows where the kingdom is. This hermit now directs Juan to another hermitage. There the holy man summons all the birds. One eagle knows where it is, and after Juan gets on its back, the eagle flies for a month and finally reaches the kingdom sought. There, in accordance with the bird's directions, while the princesses are bathing, Juan steals the clothes of the youngest and will not return them until she promises to marry him. She agrees and later helps him perform the difficult tasks set him by her enchanter father, leveling mountain, planting wheat, newly baked bread recovering flask from sea removing mountain recovering ring from sea, same method as in our folktale catching king's horse. Then the two escape, pursued by the magician. Transformation, flight, needle, thorns, piece of soap, mountain, with lake. The baffled magician curses his daughter and says that she will be forgotten by Juan. When Juan reaches home and sees Leonora, he forgets Maria. On his wedding day with Leonora, an unknown princess comes to attend the festivities. From a small bottle which she has, she produces a small negress and negro who dance before the young bridal couple. After each dance, the negress addresses Juan and recounts to him what Maria has done for him. Then she beats the negro, but Juan feels the blows. Finally, since Juan remains inflexible, Maria threatens to dash to pieces the bottle, which contains Juan's life. Juan consents to marry her, but Leonora protests, saying that her wolf saved Juan's life. Archbishop, called to arbitrate the matter, decides in favor of Leonora. When Maria now floods the country and threatens the whole kingdom with destruction, King Fernando persuades Leonora to take his oldest son Pedro. Juan and Maria are married and return to the kingdom, de los Cristales. The Visayan version of the Adarna bird is practically identical with the Tagalog, up to the point where Juan rescues the two princesses from the underworld. When he and they have been drawn to the top of the well by the two older brothers, Juan tells Pedro and Diego to return home with the two maidens, but says that he will continue the search for the magic bird. He later learns that it is in the possession of Maria, daughter of the king of Salermo. He directs his steps thither, falls in love with the princess, and, together with the bird, they return to Burbania. The three brothers are married at the same time. It will be noticed that here the forgotten betrothed motif is lacking altogether. For a Tagalog folktale connected with this romance, but changed so that it is hardly recognizable as a relative, see the story of the Adorna sick bird. Jaffel 20, 107-108. It is interesting to note that the Tagalog romance is definitely reminiscent of the Swan maiden cycle in the method Juan uses to win the affections of Maria, the enchanter's daughter. For parallels to Juan's trick of stealing Maria's clothes while she and her sisters are bathing, see Macalock, 342F for a large collection of Swan maiden stories in abstract, see Heartland, chapters X and Z. Considering the fact that both parts of our story are practically worldwide in their distribution, it is almost impossible to say where and when the two in combination first existed. I am inclined to think, on the whole, that our Filipino folktale is an importation and is not native. As to the relationship between the popular and the literary versions of the story, I believe that in general the literary has been derived from the popular. Tale 18. Juan and His Adventures. Narrated by Jose Macatagbak, a Tagalog from Lipa, Batangas. He heard the story from Angel Reyes, another Batangno. Once in a certain village there lived a couple who had 3 daughters. This family was very poor at first. Near the foot of a mountain was growing a tree with large white leaves. Pedro, the father, earned their living by selling the leaves of that tree. In time, he got so much money from them that he ordered a large house to be built. Then they left their old home and went to live in the new house. The father kept on selling the leaves. After a year, he decided to cut down the tree so that he could sell it all at once and get much money. So he went to the foot of the mountain one day and cut the tree down. As soon as the trunk had crashed to the ground, a large snake came out from the stump. Now, this snake was an enchanter and was the friend of the kings of the lions, eagles, and fishes, as we shall see. The snake said to Pedro, "I gave you the leaves of this tree to sell, and now, after you have gotten much money from it, you cut it down. There is but one suitable punishment for you. Within 3 days you must bring all your daughters here and give them to me." The man was so astonished at first that he did not know what to do. He made no reply, and after a few minutes went home. His sadness was so great that he could not even eat. His wife and daughters, noticing his depression, asked him what he was thinking about. At first he did not want to tell them, but they urged and begged so incessantly that finally he was forced to do so. He said to them, "Today I cut down the tree where I got the leaves which I sold. A snake came out from the stump and told me that I should bring you 3 girls to him or we should all die." "Don't worry, father, we will go there with you," said the 3 daughters. The next day they prepared to go to the snake. Their parents wept very much. Each of the 3 girls gave her mother a handkerchief as a remembrance. After they had bidden goodbye, they set out on their journey with their father. As soon as they reached the foot of the mountain, the 3 daughters disappeared at once, and the poor father returned home cheerless. A year had not passed by before a son was born to the old couple. They named him Juan. When the boy was about 18 years old, his mother showed him the handkerchiefs of his sisters. "Have I any sister?" said Juan to his mother. "Yes, you have 3, but they were taken away by a snake," she told him. Juan was so angry that he asked his parents to give him permission to go in search of his sisters. At first they hesitated, but at last they gave him leave. So, taking the 3 handkerchiefs with him, Juan set out and went to the mountain. After traveling for more than 10 days, Juan came across 3 boys quarreling over the possession of a cap, a pair of sandals, and a key. He went near them and asked them why they all wanted those 3 things. The boys told him that the cap would make the person who wore it invisible, the sandals would give their owner the power to fly, and that the key would open any door it touched. Juan told the 3 boys that it would be better for them to give him those articles than to quarrel about them, and the boys agreed because they did not want either of the others to have them. So Juan put the key in his pocket, the cap on his head, and the sandals on his feet and flew away. After he had passed over many mountains, he descended. Near the place where he alighted, he saw a cave. He approached its mouth and opened the door with his key. Inside, he saw a girl sitting near a window. He went up to her and took off his cap. "Who are you?" said the girl, startled. "Aren't you my sister?" said Juan. "I have no brother," said the lady, but she was surprised to see the handkerchiefs which Juan showed her. After he had told her his story, she believed that he was really her brother. "You had better hide," said the lady, holding Juan's hand, "for my husband is the king of the lions, and he may kill you if he finds you here." Not long afterwards the lion appeared. She met him at the door. "You must have some visitors here," said the lion, sniffing the air with wide-open nostrils. "Yes," answered the lady, "my brother is here, and I hid him, for I feared that you might kill him." "No, I will not kill him," said the lion. "Where is he?" Juan came out and shook hands with the lion. After they had talked for a few hours, Juan said that he would go to look for his other sisters. The lion told him that they lived on the next 2 mountains. Juan did not have much trouble in finding his other 2 sisters. Their husbands were the kings of the fishes and the eagles, and they received him kindly. Juan's 3 brothers-in-law loved him very much and promised to aid him whenever he needed their help. Juan now decided to return home and tell his parents where his 3 sisters were, but he took another way back. He came to a town where all the people were dressed in black, and the decorations of the houses were of the same color. He asked some people what had happened in that town. They told him that a princess was lost, and that he who could bring her back to the king should receive her hand in marriage and also half the property of the king. Juan then went to the king and promised to restore his daughter to him. The king agreed to reward him, as the townspeople had said, if he should prove successful. Early the next morning, Juan, with his cap, sandals, and key, set out to look for the princess. After a 2 days' journey, he came to a mountain. Here he descended and began to look around. Finally, he saw a huge rock in which he found a small hole. He put the key in it, and the rock flew open. With his cap of invisibility on his head, he entered. There within he saw many ladies, who were confined in separate rooms. In the very last apartment, he found the princess with a giant beside her. He went near the room of the princess and opened the door with his key. The walls of all the rooms were like those of a prison and were made of iron bars. Juan approached the princess and remained near her until the giant went away. As soon as the monster was out of sight, Juan took off his cap. The princess was surprised to see him, but he told her that he had come to take her away. She was very glad, but said that they had better wait for the giant to go away before they started. After a few minutes, the giant went out to take a walk. When they saw that he had passed through the main door, they went out also. Juan put on his sandals and flew away with the princess. But when they were very near the king's palace, the princess disappeared. She was taken back by the giant's powerful magic. Juan was very angry, and he returned at once to the giant's cave. He succeeded in opening the main door, but he could not enter. After struggling in vain for about an hour, he at last determined to go to his brothers-in-law for help. When he had explained what he wanted, the king of the eagles said to him, "Juan, the life and power of the giant are in a little box at the heart of the ocean. No one can get that box except the king of the fishes, and no one can open it except the king of the lions. The life of the giant is in a little bird which is inside the box. This bird flies very swiftly, and I am the only one who can catch it. The strength of the giant is in a little egg which is in the box with the bird." When the king of the eagles had finished his story, Juan went to the king of the fishes. "Will you fetch me the box which contains the life and strength of the giant?" said Juan to the king of the fishes. After asking him many questions, his brother-in-law swam away and soon returned with the box. When Juan had received it from him, he thanked him and went to the king of the lions. The king of the lions willingly opened the box for him. As soon as the box was opened, the little bird inside flew swiftly away. Juan took the egg, however, and went back to the king of the eagles and asked him to catch the bird. After the little bird had been caught, Juan pushed on to the cave of the giant. When he came there, he opened the door and entered, holding the bird in one hand and the egg in the other. Enraged at the sight of Juan, the giant rushed at him, and Juan was so startled that he crushed the egg and killed the bird. At once the giant fell on his back and stretched out his legs to rise no more. Juan now went through the cave, opening all the prison doors and releasing the ladies. He carried the princess with him back to the palace. As soon as he arrived, a great celebration was held, and he was married to the princess. After the death of the king, Juan became ruler. He later visited his parents and told them of all his adventures. Then he took them to his own kingdom, where they lived happily together. Notes: a Tagalog variant of this story, entitled Pedro and the Giants, and narrated by Jose Hilario from Batangas, runs thus in abstract. Two orphan sisters living with their brother Pedro are stolen by two powerful giants. Pedro goes in search of his sisters and finds them. Contrary to the expectations of all, the two grim brothers-in-law welcome Pedro and offer to serve him. Pedro later wishes to marry a princess, and the giants demand her of the king her father. He refuses to give her up, although she falls in love with Pedro. To punish his daughter, the king exposes her to the hot sun, but one of the giants shades her with his eagle-like wings. Then the other giant threatens the king, but the monarch says he is safe, for his life is contained in 2 eggs in an iron box guarded by 2 clashing rocks. With great personal risk, the giant obtains the eggs, and upon the king still refusing to give his daughter to Pedro, the giant dashes the eggs to the ground, and the king falls dead. Pedro and the princess are then married. This analog of our story is not very close in details, yet there are enough general resemblances between the two to make it pretty certain that they are distantly related. Our story of Juan and his adventures belongs to the animal brothers-in-law cycle, a formula for which von Hahn 1:53 enumerates the following incidents. Three princes who have been transformed into animals marry the sisters of the hero. B. The hero visits his three brothers-in-law. C. They help him perform tasks. D. They are disenchanted by him. As Crane says, p. 60, this formula varies, of course. Sometimes there are but two sisters, cf. are variant, and the brothers-in-law are freed from their enchantment in some other way than by the hero. For a bibliography of this group, see Crane 342-343, note 23 to number 13. Perhaps the best version of this story is that found in Basil 4:3, the argument of which, as given in Burton's translation 372, runs thus. Ciancola, son of the king of Verdcall, fareth to seek his three sisters, married one with a falcon, another with a stag, and the other with a dolphin. After long journeying he findeth them, and on his return homewards he cometh upon the daughter of a king, who is held prisoner by a dragon within a tower, and calling by signs which had been given him by the falcon, stag, and dolphin, all three came before him ready to help him, and with their aid he slayeth the dragon, and setteth free the princess, whom he weddeth, and together they return to his realm. This argument does not quite do justice to the similarities between Basil's story and ours. For instance, in the Italian story, when the daughters leave, they give their mother three identical rings as tokens. Then a son is born to the queen. When he is 15 years old, he sets out to look for his sisters, taking the rings with him. Nor again does this argument mention the fact that in the end the animal brothers-in-law are transformed into many feature which is found in Basil, but not in our story. In the main, however, it will be seen that the two are very close. In von Hahn, number 25, the brothers-in-law are a lion, a tiger, and an eagle. The opening of our story, so far as I know, is not found in any of the other members of this cycle. Usually the sisters are married to the animals in consequence of a king's decision to give his daughters to the first three persons who pass by his palace after a certain hour. Crane, no. Roman 13. Or else the animals present themselves as suitors after the death of the king, who has charged his sons to see that their sisters are married. Von Hahn, number 25. Compare the opening of Radislaw, no. Roman 41 equals Wuck, number 17. In our story, however, Pedro is deprived of his daughters in consequence of his greed. With this situation, compare the Mahavanajajataka, number 493, which tells how some merchants find a magic banyan tree. From this tree, the merchants receive wonderful gifts, but they are insatiable and finally plan to cut it down to see if there is not large treasure at the roots. The guardian spirit of the tree, the Serpent King, punishes them. It is not impossible that some such parable as this lies behind the introduction to our story. There is abundant testimony from early travelers in the islands that the natives in certain sections regarded trees as sacred and could not be hired to cut them down for fear of offending the resident spirit. The three handkerchiefs which the sisters leave with their mother as mementos are to be compared with the three rings in Basil's version. In a Serbian story belonging to this cycle, Wuck, no. 5. The three sisters are blown away by a strong wind, cf. Our story of Alberto and the monsters, number 39, and fall into the power of three dragons. When the brother, yet unborn at the time of their disappearance, reaches his 18th year, he sets out to seek his sisters, taking with him a handkerchief of each. The obtaining of magic articles by a trick of the hero is found in many folk tales. In Grimm, number 197, which is distantly related to our story, the hero cheats two giants out of a wishing cap over which they are quarreling. In Grimm, number 92, where we find the same situation, the magic articles are 3A sword which will make heads fly off, a cloak of invisibility, a pair of transportation boots, see Bolt Polivka, 2, 320F, especially 331-335. In Grimm, no. 193, a flying saddle is similarly obtained. In Crane, no. Roman 36, p. 136F, Leon Bruno acquires a pair of transportation boots, an inexhaustible purse, and a cloak of invisibility. This incident is also found in Samedva Tani 1:14, where the articles are a pair of flying shoes, a magic staff which writes what is going to happen, and a vessel which can supply any food the owner asks for. In another Oriental collection, Sagas from the Far East, pp. 23-24, the prince and his follower secure a cap of invisibility from a band of quarreling boys and a pair of transportation boots from some disputing demons. Compare Tawny's note for other instances. This incident is also found in an Indian story by Stokes, No. Roman 22, How the Raja's Son Won the Princess Labam. In this, the hero meets four fakirs, whose teacher and master has died and has left four things: a bed which carried whosoever sat on it whithersoever he wished to go, a bag that gave its owner whatever he wanted, jewels, food, or clothes, a stone bowl which gave its owner as much water as he wanted, and a stick that would beat enemies, and a rope that would tie them up. Compare also the Dadhaiva Hanajataka, number 186, which is connected with our number 27. In the Filipino story of Alberto and the Monsters, number 39, the hero acquires a transportation boot from two quarreling boys, from two young men, a magic key that will unlock any stone, and from two old men wrangling over it, a hat of invisibility. In another Tagalog story, Ricardo and His Adventures, notes to number 49, appears a flying saddle, but this is not obtained by trickery. For the Fee-Fi-Fo-Fum formula hinted at in our story, see Bolt Polivka, 1, 289-92. In many of the members of this cycle, when the hero takes his leave of his brothers-in-law, he is given feathers, hair, scales, etc., with which he can summon them in time of need. In our story, however, Juan has no such labor-saving device. He has to visit his brothers a second time when he desires aid against the giant. The last part of our story turns on the idea of the separable soul or strength of the dragon, snake, demon, giant, or other monster. This idea has been fully discussed by Makalak, Chapter 5. As this conception is widespread in the Orient and is found in Malayan literature, e.g., in Bidasari, there is no need of tracing its occurrence in the Philippines to Europe. In the norm of this cycle, the animal brothers-in-law help the hero perform tasks which the king requires all suitors for his daughter's hand to perform. Here the beasts help the hero secure the life and strength of the giant who is holding the princess captive. Taken as a whole, our story seems to have been imported into the Philippines from the Occident, for the reason that no Oriental analogues of it appear to exist, while not a few are known from southern Europe. Our two variants are from the Tagalog province of Batangas, and, so far as I know, the story is not found elsewhere in the islands. As suggested above, however, the introduction is probably native, or at least very old, and the conclusion has been modified by the influence of another cycle well known in the Orient. Tale 19. Juan Wearing a Monkey's Skin. Narrated by Lorenzo Lickup, a Pampango from Angels, Pampanga. Once upon a time, there was a couple which was at first childless. The father was very anxious to have a son to inherit his property, so he went to the church daily and prayed God to give him a child, but in vain. One day, in his great disappointment, the man exclaimed without thinking, "O great God, let me have a son, even if it is in the form of a monkey." And only a few days later his wife gave birth to a monkey. The father was so much mortified that he wanted to kill his son, but finally his better reason prevailed and he spared the child. He said to himself, "It is my fault, I know, but I uttered that invocation without thinking." So, instead of putting the monkey to death, the couple just hid it from visitors, and whenever anyone asked for the child, they merely answered, "Oh, he died long ago." The time came when the monkey grew to be old enough to marry. He went to his father and said, "Give me your blessing, father, for I am going away to look for a wife." The father was only too glad to be freed from this obnoxious son, so he immediately gave him his blessing. Before letting him go, however, the father said to the monkey, "You must never come back again to our house." "Very well, I will not," said the monkey. The monkey then left his father's house and went to find his fortune. One night he dreamed that there was a castle in the midst of the sea, and that in this castle dwelt a princess of unspeakable beauty. The princess had been put there so that no one might discover her existence. The monkey, who had been baptized 2 days after his birth and was named Juan, immediately repaired to the palace of the king. There he posted a letter which read as follows: "I, Juan, know that your majesty has a daughter." Naturally, the king was very angry to have his secret discovered. He immediately sent soldiers to look for Juan. Juan was soon found and brought to the palace. The king said to him, "How do you know that I have a daughter? If you can bring her here, I will give her to you for a wife. If not, however, your head shall be cut off from your body." "Oh, your majesty," said Juan, "I am sure that I can find her and bring her here. I am willing to lose my head if within 3 days I fail to fulfill my promise." After he had said this, Juan withdrew and sadly went out to look for the hidden princess. As he was walking along the road, he heard the cry of a bird. He looked up and saw a bird caught between 2 boughs so that it could not escape. The bird said to him, "O monkey, if you will but release me, I will give you all I have." "Oh no," said the monkey, "I am very hungry and would much rather eat you." "If you will but spare my life," said the bird, "I will give you anything you want." "On one condition only will I set you free," said the monkey. "You must procure for me the ring of the princess who lives in the midst of the sea." "Oh, that's an easy thing to do," said the bird. So the monkey climbed the tree and set the bird free. The bird immediately flew to the island in the sea, where fortunately it found the princess refreshing herself in her garden. The princess was so charmed with the song of the bird that she looked up and said, "O little bird, if you will only promise to live with me, I will give you anything you want." "All right," said the bird. "Give me your ring and I will forever live with you." The princess held up the ring, and the bird suddenly snatched it and flew away with it. It gave the ring to the monkey, who was, of course, delighted to get it. Now the monkey jogged along the road until finally he saw 3 witches. He approached them and said to them, "You are the very beings for whom I have spent the whole day looking. God has sent me here from heaven to punish you for your evil doings toward innocent persons, so I must eat you up." Now, witches are said to be afraid of ill-looking persons, although they themselves are the ugliest beings in all the world. So these 3 were terribly frightened by the monkey's threat and said, "Oh, sir, spare our lives, and we will do anything for you." "Very well, I will spare you if you can execute my order. From this shore you must build a bridge which leads to the middle of the sea, where the castle of the princess is situated." "That shall be speedily done," replied the witches, and they at once gathered leaves which they put on their backs. Then they plunged into the water. Immediately after them, a bridge was built. Thus the monkey was now able to go to the castle. Here he found the princess. She was very much surprised to see this evil-looking animal before her, but she was much more frightened when the monkey showed her the ring which the bird had given him and claimed her for his wife. "It is the will of God that you should go with me," said the monkey, after the princess had shown great repugnance towards him. "You either have to go with me or perish." Thinking it was useless to attempt to resist such a mighty foe, the princess finally yielded. The monkey led her to the king's palace and presented her before her parents, but no sooner had the king and queen seen their daughter in the power of the beast than they swooned. When they had recovered, they said simultaneously, "Go away at once and never come back here again, you girl of infamous taste. Who are you? You are not the princess we left in the castle. You are of villain's blood, and the very air which you exhale does suffocate us. So with no more ado, depart at once." The princess implored her father to have pity, saying that it was the will of God that she should be the monkey's wife. "Perhaps I have been enchanted by him, for I am powerless to oppose him." But all her remonstrance was in vain. The king shut his ears against any deceitful or flattering words that might fall from the lips of his faithless and disobedient daughter. Seeing that the king was obstinate, the couple turned their backs on the palace and decided to find a more hospitable home. So the monkey now took his wife to a neighboring mountain, and here they settled. One day the monkey noticed that the princess was very sad and pale. He said to her, "Why are you so sad and unhappy, my darling? What is the matter?" "Nothing. I am just sorry to have only a monkey for my husband. I become sad when I think of my past happiness." "I am not a monkey, my dear. I am a real man born of human parents. Didn't you know that I was baptized by the priest and that my name is Juan?" As the princess would not believe him, the monkey went to a neighboring hut and there cast off his disguise, Balak Keu. He at once returned to the princess. She was amazed to see a sparkling youth of not more than 20 years of age, nay, a prince kneeling before her. "I can no longer keep you in ignorance," he said. "I am your husband, Juan." "Oh no, I cannot believe you. Don't try to deceive me. My husband is a monkey, but with all his defects, I still cling to him and love him. Please go away at once, lest my husband find you here. He will be jealous and may kill us both." "Oh no, my darling, I am your husband, Juan. I only disguised myself as a monkey." But still the princess would not believe him. At last she said to him, "If you are my real husband, you must give me a proof of the fact." So Juan took her to the place where he had cast off his monkey skin. The princess was now convinced and said to herself, "After all, I was not wrong in the belief I have entertained from the beginning that it was the will of God that I should marry this monkey, this man." Juan and the princess now agreed to go back to the palace and tell the story. So they went. As soon as the king and queen saw the couple, they were very much surprised. But to remove their doubt, Juan immediately related to the king all that had happened. Thus the king and queen were finally reconciled to the at first hated couple. Juan and his wife succeeded to the throne on the death of the king and lived peacefully and happily during their reign. The story is now ended. Thus we see that God compensated the father and mother of Juan for their religious zeal by giving them a son, but punished them for not being content with what he gave them by taking the son away from them again, for Juan never recognized his parents. Notes: A Bicol version, The Monkey Becomes King, narrated by Gregorio Frondoso, who heard the story from an old man of his province, is almost identical with this Pampango tale. There are a few slight differences, however. In the Bicol, the rich parents give their monkey offspring away to a man who keeps the animal in a cage. Finally, the monkey manages to escape and sets out on his travels. Now the king of that country builds a high tower in the middle of the sea, imprisons his daughter there, and promises her hand to the one who can take her from the tower. The monkey succeeds, as in the Pampango. The rest of the story is practically as given in the text, except that the narrator mentions the fact that the monkey's parents fall into poverty, and in their distress seek aid from their son, now become king. However, he refuses to recognize them because of their former harshness to him and drives them away. With both these stories may be compared two other Filipino tales already in print, The Enchanted Shell, Jaffel 20, 9091, and The Living Head, Ibid, 19, 106. The animal-child cycle, of which our story and its variants are members, is widely spread throughout Europe. The main incidents of this group are the following. In accordance with the wish of the parents, a child in the form of an animal is brought into the world. This phenomenon usually takes place in consequence of a too vehement prayer for children or an inconsiderate wish for a son, even if he should prove to be only an animal. The animal offspring grows up, is married usually through his own ingenuity, and is finally disenchanted through the burning of his animal disguise either with or without his consent. European representatives of this type are Grimm Nose, 108, 144 Von Hahn Nose, 14, 31, 43, 57, 100, Wuck No. 9, Proel No. 13, Straparola 2, I. Basil No. 15, Scott No. 9, Pitter No. 56, see also his notes, Comparetti Nose, 966. Compare also Kohler Bolt, 318-319. Related Oriental forms of this story are discussed by Benfey, 1, 254 ff. Section 92. Although our stories are related to this large family of animal-child tales, it appears to be the Oriental branch rather than the Occidental with which they are the more closely connected. The monkey child, the castle in the midst of the sea, the building of the bridge from the mainland to the island, the retirement of the monkey and his royal wife to live in the forestall suggest vaguely but unmistakably Indian material. I am unable to point to any particular story as source, and our tale appears to have incorporated in it other Marchen motifs, but it seems to be faintly reminiscent of the Ramayana. The imprisoning or hiding of a princess and the promise of her hand to the one who can discover her are found in our number 21, QV. Number 29 too should be compared. Among the Santals, the theme of a girl's marrying a monkey is common in Marchen C. Bompas, no, Roman 15, the monkey boy, no, Roman 32, the monkey and the girl, and number LXX, the monkey husband. In none of these stories, however, is there a transformation of the animal into a human being. Tale 20. How Salaksak Became Rich. Narrated by Lorenzo Lickup, a Pampango from Angels, Pampanga. Once upon a time, there lived two brothers. The elder was named Kukunu, and the younger Salaksak. Their parents were dead, so they divided the property that had been left to them. In accordance with this division, each received a cow and a piece of land. Salaksak separated from his brother and built a small house of his own. Now the rice of Kukunu grew faster than that of his brother, so his brother became jealous of him. One night Salaksak turned his cow loose in his brother's field. When Kukunu heard of this, he went to his brother and said to him, "If you let your cow come into my field again, I shall whip you." But Salaksak paid no attention to his brother's threat, and again he let his cow go into the field of Kukunu. At last, his brother grew so impatient that he killed the cow. When Salaksak went to look for his animal, all he found was its skin. As he was ashamed of his deed and afraid of his brother, he dared not accuse him, so he took the skin and put it into a basket. Not long afterwards, several hundred cows passed him along the road. He followed them. While the herdsmen were eating their dinner, Salaksak threw his skin among the cows. Then he went up to the hut where the herdsmen were and said to the chief of the herdsmen, "Friend, it is now a week since I lost my cow, and I am afraid that she has become mixed up with your herd. Please be so kind, therefore, as to count them." The chief immediately went over to where the cows were. As he was counting them, Salaksak picked up the skin and, shaking his head, he said, "Alas, here is the mark of my cow, and this must be my cow's skin. You must pay me 1,000 pesos, or else you shall be imprisoned." My cow was easily worth 1,000 pesos, for when she was alive, she used to drop money every day. In their great fear, the herdsmen paid Salaksak the money at once. Salaksak now went home and told his brother of his good fortune. Hoping to become as rich as his brother, Kukunu immediately killed his cow. He took the skin with him and left the flesh to Salaksak. As he was in the street calling out, "Who wants to buy a hide?" he was summoned by the ruler of the town and was accused of having stolen the hide, and he was whipped so badly that he could hardly walk home. Maddened by the disgrace he had suffered, Kukunu burned the house of his brother one day while he was away. When Salaksak came home, he found nothing but ashes. These he put into a sack, however, and set out to seek his fortune again. On his way, he overtook an old man who was carrying a bag of money on his back. Salaksak asked him, "Are you going to the ruler's house?" "Yes," replied the old man, "I have to give this money to him." "I am sorry for you, old man. I, too, am going to the palace. What do you say to exchanging loads? Mine is very light in comparison with yours." "With all my heart, kind boy," said the old man, and so they exchanged sacks. After they had traveled together a short distance, Salaksak said, "Old man, you seem to be stronger when you have a light load. Let me see how fast you can run." The old man, having no suspicion of his companion, walked ahead as fast as he could. As soon as Salaksak came to a safe place along the road to hide, he deserted his companion. He went to his brother's house and told him that he had gotten a sack of silver for a sack of ashes. "Why," said his brother, "my house is bigger than yours. I ought to get 2 sacks of ashes if I burn it. I think that would be a good bargain." So he burned his house too. Then he went through the town, crying, "Who wants to buy ashes?" "What a foolish man," said the housewives. "Why should we buy ashes when we don't know what to do with those that come from our own stoves?" When Kukunu came near the house of the ruler said to his servants, "I think that fellow is the same one I bade you whip before. Call him in and give him a good thrashing, for he is only making a fool of himself." So Kukunu was summoned and lashed again. Thoroughly enraged, Kukunu determined that his brother should not deceive him a third time. He thought and thought of what he should do to get rid of him. At last, he decided to throw his brother into the river. For this purpose, he made a strong cage. One day he caught his brother and confined him in it. "I will give you 3 days to repent," said Kukunu. "Now you cannot deceive me anymore." He then left his brother in the cage by the bank of the river. As a young man was passing by, Salaksak began to cry out, "They have put me into this cage because I do not want to marry the ruler's daughter." The young man, who had vainly striven for the hand of the girl, immediately approached Salaksak and said, "If you will let me take your place so that I may marry her, I will give you all the cows I have with me." So by this trick Salaksak escaped. Kukunu, thinking that the man in the cage was his brother, would not listen to what he said, but unmercifully threw him into the river. A few days later, Salaksak went to his brother's house and told him that it was quite beautiful under the water. "There," he said, "I saw our father and mother. They told me I was not old enough to stay with them, so they sent me back here with a large number of cows." "Well, well," said Kukunu, "I too must go see our parents." He then hastened to the river and threw himself in and was drowned. Thus Salaksak grew rich because of his craftiness. Clever Juan and Envious Diego. Narrated by Pablo Angers, a Tagalog from Manila, who heard the story from another Tagalog from Santa Maria, Bulacan. There were once two brothers named Diego and Juan. Their father had died a long time before, so they lived only with their good mother. In character, these two brothers were very different. Diego, the older, was envious and foolish. Juan was clever. One morning, while Diego was away, Juan called his mother and said, "Mother, help me fool Diego. Please lie down as if you were dead, and when he arrives, I will blow air through your nose through a bamboo tube. As soon as you feel me blowing, get up and try to look like a woman that has risen from the dead." His mother agreed to do all that she had been told. Then Juan watched and waited for Diego. When he saw him coming, he called to his mother and told her to lie down. Then he pretended to be crying. When Diego came in and saw his brother, he said, "Juan, why are you crying?" "Don't you see, our mother is dead," said Juan. Then Diego felt very sorry and he too began to weep. Juan then said, "Oh brother, I remember that I have a magic instrument that resuscitates dead persons." He opened his trunk and took out a short bamboo tube and began to blow through it into his mother's nose. His mother then pretended to revive, as she had been told. Diego rejoiced. He too was very much surprised at his brother's possession. The next day, the envious Diego stole the bamboo tube and went to the churchyard. There he waited for a funeral to pass by. After a short time, the funeral procession of a small boy came along. Diego stopped it and called to the mother of the boy, "Don't cry, your son is only sleeping. Lay him down here, and you will soon see that he is alive." The mother then ordered the carriers to lay the coffin on the ground. Diego took out his bamboo tube, and after he had opened the coffin, he began to blow air into the boy's nose. But the boy did not move. He blew harder and harder, but the boy remained as stiff and lifeless as ever. Then the mother of the dead boy became angry. She kicked Diego and said, "You are only trying to fool us." Diego was very much ashamed, so he threw away the bamboo tube and ran home. Some days later, the mother of Diego and Juan became ill and died. She left her sons 2 carabaos for an inheritance. As Diego was the older, he took the fat carabao for himself and gave the thin one to Juan. Juan was angry, so he killed his carabao and decided to sell the hide. He tried to sell it in the neighboring villages, but he could not find a buyer. He then walked on until he came to a forest. Not very far off, and coming towards him, he saw a band of Chilisins. They were on horseback and had a large amount of treasure with them. Juan was afraid, so he climbed a tree and hid himself with his hide among the branches and leaves. He had no more than concealed himself when the Chilisins came up and stopped to eat under that very tree. Juan watched them closely. He unintentionally moved the hide which was on the branch beside him, and it fell crashing down on the Chilisins. Frightened by this most unexpected noise, they ran away as fast as they could, not stopping to take anything with them. Juan descended quickly, mounted a horse, and made off with as much as he could carry. When he reached home, his brother said to him, "Where did you get all those riches?" Juan replied that he had been given them by the neighboring villages in return for his carabao hide. Again, Diego envied his brother. He went out and killed his fat carabao and dried its hide. Next, he went to the neighboring villages and tried to sell it, but many days passed, and still no one would buy. Now Diego was very angry. He took a wooden box and put his brother inside. He bound the box and carried it to the seashore. He was about to throw it into the water when he remembered that it was not locked, so he left it and went back to the house to get the key. Meanwhile, a Chinese peddler selling gold rings came along. Juan heard him and shouted, "Chino, Chino, come and see these beautiful and precious things inside." The Chinaman approached and opened the box. Juan came out and said, "I will put you inside, and you will see many beautiful things in the bottom." The Chinaman was willing, so Juan put him in and closed the box. He then took the Chino's gold rings and ran away. Not many minutes later, Diego came up, and after locking the box, he threw it into the ocean. That same day, while Diego was eating his dinner, Juan came along with some fine gold rings. Diego was astonished to see his brother and said, "How did you manage to get out of the box, and where did you get those rings?" Juan answered that he sank to the bottom of the ocean, where he saw his mother, and that she had given him all those rings. The foolish Diego believed everything that Juan told him, so he asked his brother to put him into a box and throw him into the ocean. Juan lost no time in obeying. He got a box, put Diego inside, took it to the seashore, and there cast it into the deep water. After that, Juan lived happily for many years. Ruined because of invidiousness. Narrated by Facundo Esquivel, a Tagalog from Yin, Nueva Ecija, who was told the story when he was a boy. In time out of memory, there lived two brothers, Pedro and Juan. Pedro was rich, for he had a large herd of cattle. Consequently, he did not have much use for his younger brother, who was very poor. Juan had nothing that he could call his own but a cow. One day, disappointed over his life of poverty, he killed his cow, and some days afterward he set out to find his fortune. He took nothing with him but the hide of his cow. When he reached the next town, he saw large piles of cattle hides in front of a butcher's shop. Late that night, he stole out secretly and put the skin of his cow in one of the piles. The next morning, he went to the shop to talk with the butcher. "Mr. Butcher," he said, "I have come here to look for my lost cow. Have you not killed a cow with a mark J on the right hip?" "No," answered the honest man. "All the cows which were killed here came from my herd out there in the mountains." Juan stood musing for a few moments, and then said, "Let us look through these piles of hide to see whether you killed my cow or not." "All right," answered the butcher, and so they began the investigation. When they found the hide which Juan had put there, he began to quarrel with the man. "You must pay me 500 pesos for my cow, or else I shall bring a lawsuit before the court against you," he said angrily. "I wonder how this could have happened," the butcher exclaimed. "There is no use of wondering," said Juan impatiently. "You stole my cow, and now you have to pay for it." The man, who was very much afraid of being brought before the court, gave Juan the 500 pesos, and Juan went away with the money in his pocket and the hide on his head. On his way home, he came to a tree standing at a crossroads. He was very tired and thirsty, but he could not find a house where to ask for water. He climbed the tree to look for a place to go to, but instead of a house, he saw a company of armed men coming down the road. The men stopped under the tree to rest. Juan was so terrified that he hardly knew what to do. As he was trembling with fright, the hide fell down from the tree and frightened the men away. They thought that it was a curse from heaven because of their misdeeds. When Juan realized that the men were gone, he recovered from his fright and quickly descended. There on the ground, he saw a number of sacks full of money, and, loading a horse with 2 of the sacks, he started for his hometown. As soon as he reached his house, he went to his brothers to borrow a salop. Then he inserted several pesetas and 10-centavo pieces in the cracks of the salop and returned the measure. When Pedro saw the coins sticking in the cracks of his measure, he said, "What did you do with the salop?" "I measured money," said Juan. "Where did you get the money?" Pedro demanded. "Where did I get the money?" retorted Juan. "Don't you know that I went to the neighboring town to sell my cowhide?" "Yes," said Pedro. Then he added, "The price of hides there must be very high, I suppose." "There is no supposing about it," said Juan. "Just think, 1 hide is worth 2 sacks of money." Pedro, who was envious of his brother's good fortune, killed all his cattle, old and young, and threw the meat into the river. He started with several carretons full of hides, but he was disappointed when he came to the town, for nobody would buy hides. Discouraged and tired out, he returned. He found Juan living comfortably in a fine new home. Thus Pedro lost all his property because of his invidiousness. The Two Friends. Narrated by Tomas V. Vargas of Iloilo. Once there lived in a certain village 2 friends, Juan and Andres. Juan, a very rich man, was tall, big, and strong, while Andres, a very poor man, was small, weak, and short. Andres worked very hard to earn his living, while Juan spent most of his time on pleasure. One morning, Andres went to his friend Juan and asked to borrow one of his mules. Juan consented, but told Andres that if anyone should ask who the owner of the mule was, he should tell the truth. Andres promised and went off with the mule. He set to work immediately to plow his small farm. Very soon 2 neighbors of Andres passed by, and seeing him with a mule, asked him where he got it. Andres said that he had bought it. The men wondered how a poor man like Andres could buy a mule, and they spread the news about the village. When this news reached Juan, he was very angry, and he ordered his servant to go bring back the mule. The animal was brought back, and Juan was determined not to lend it to his friend anymore. A week later, 2 of Juan's mules, including that which Andres had borrowed, died. Juan threw the carcasses away, but Andres took the skins of those dead mules and dried them to sell in the next town. The next day, Andres set out for the town, resting now and then on account of his heavy load. He was overtaken by night near a solitary house between his village and the town where he was going to sell the hides. He knocked at the house and asked a woman he found there for a night's lodging. She told him that she could not do anything for him until her husband arrived, so Andres had to wait on the road near the house. Not long afterwards, a man came towards the house. Andres went up to him and asked him if he was the master of the house, but the man said he was not, so Andres had to go back to the road. From where he was sitting, Andres could see that the woman inside was preparing a good supper for the stranger, who meanwhile had entered. While she and the stranger were sitting at the table, Andres saw another man approaching in the distance. The woman hastily opened a big empty trunk and hid the man inside, then she put all the cooked fish in the cupboard. When the other man, who was the husband, arrived, Andres asked for a night's lodging and was received kindly. While the husband and Andres were talking, the wife told them that supper was ready, and they went to the table to eat. But there they found nothing for them but rice, so Andres told the husband that he had an enchanted hide, and that they could have fish if he wished. The husband wished to see the skin tested. Andres ordered the skin to bring a man into the trunk, and when the trunk was opened, there was the man. Next, he ordered the skin to bring cooked fish to the cupboard, and when the cupboard was opened, there was the cooked fish. The husband then offered Andres a very high price for the enchanted skin, and Andres willingly sold it. Early the next morning, Andres left the house before the others were up. It was not long, however, before the husband found out that the skin was not magic, and he was determined to punish the skin seller if he should catch him again. Meanwhile, Andres had returned to the village. There he met Juan, who, noticing the money in his pocket, asked him where he had gotten it. Andres told him that it was the price of the skins of his dead mules, which he had sold in the neighboring town. On hearing this, Juan went directly home, killed all his mules, and flayed them. As he was passing by the solitary house on his way to the town, he cried out that he had skins for sale. The husband in the house thought that it must be the same man who had sold him the enchanted skin, so he went down and whipped Juan nearly to death. After this experience, Juan returned home, determined to kill his friend. But Andres was very cunning and avoided him. Finally, Juan, angry beyond all measure, killed the mother of Andres. When Andres found that his mother was dead, he dressed her very well and took her to town. Then he went directly to the town doctor, to whom he explained definitely the sickness of his mother. The doctor immediately prepared medicine for the patient, but just after she had been given the medicine, he noticed that the woman was dead. Andres then accused him of having poisoned his mother, and the doctor, fearing the consequences if Andres should seek justice, agreed to pay him a large sum of money. Andres returned to his village richer than ever. Juan became friendly again and asked him where he had gotten his money. Andres told him that it was the price of his mother's corpse, which he had sold in the town. When Juan heard this, he went home and killed his mother. Then he took the corpse to town to sell it, but as he was passing along the street, a crowd of men began to abuse him, and he narrowly escaped with his life. Now Juan was determined not to let Andres escape him. He was after him all the time. Finally, one day he caught Andres. He put him inside a sack and carried it down to the seashore. On the way to the sea, he saw a house, and wishing to have a smoke, he left Andres on the road and went to the house to get a light. Meanwhile, Andres, who was bound in the sack, was crying out that he did not wish to marry the daughter of the king, and that he was being forced against his will. At this instant, a cowboy with his herd of cows passed by. He heard Andres and said that he was willing to marry the king's daughter. Andres told him to unbind the sack then. He did so, and Andres put the cowherd in his stead. Then Andres hurried away with the cows. Juan came back, picked up the sack, and threw it into the sea. When he returned home, he found Andres there with a fine herd of cows. He asked Andres where he had found them, and Andres said that he had gotten them from under the sea. So Juan, envious as ever, ordered Andres to put him in a sack and throw him into the sea. Andres gladly did so. Juan the Orphan. Narrated by Leopoldo Yuachenko, a Tagalog from Calamba, La Laguna. There once lived a boy whose name was Juan. His parents had died, leaving Juan nothing but a horse. As he did not have a place at home in which to keep the animal, he begged his uncle Diego to let the horse stay in his stable. From time to time, Juan went to the stable to feed his horse. He loved the animal and took as great care of it as a father would of a son. One day Uncle Diego noticed that Juan's horse was growing fatter and more beautiful than any of his own animals. In his envy, he killed the horse of his nephew and said to the innocent boy that the animal had been stricken by bad air. Being thus deprived of his sole wealth, Juan cut off the best meat from the dead horse, and with this food for his only provision, he set out to seek his fortune in another country. On his way through a forest, he came across an old man dying of starvation, but the old man had with him a bag full of money. "Pray," said the old man, talking with difficulty in his pain and weakness, "what have you in your sack, my son?" "Some dried horse meat," said Juan. "Let me see." The old man looked into the sack and saw with watering mouth the sweet-smelling meat. "Will you exchange your sack of meat for my sack of money?" he said to Juan. "I have money here, but I cannot eat it, nor can I go to the town to buy food because I am too weak. Since you are stronger, my son, pray take this sack of money in exchange and go to the town and buy meat with it for yourself. For God's sake, leave this meat to me. I am starving to death." Juan accepted the money in exchange for his meat and pretended to feel great pity for the old man. He put the heavy bag of money on his shoulder and with difficulty carried it home. "Uncle Diego," Juan called out from the foot of his uncle's ladder, "come here, please come here and help me carry this bag upstairs." "Tremendous sum of money," Uncle Diego remarked to his nephew. "Where did you get it?" "I sold the meat of my dead horse. This is what I got for it," said Juan. The uncle once more became jealous of Juan. "If with only one horse," he muttered to himself, "he could gain so much money, how much should I get for my 15 horses?" So he killed all the horses he had in his stable and cut the meat from them. Then he placed the meat in bags, and carrying 2 on his shoulders, he cried as he went along the street, "Meat, meat, horse meat. Who wishes to buy fresh horse meat?" "How much?" asked a gray-headed old woman who was looking out of the window. 399,000 pesos, 99 pesetas, 6½ centavos a pound, said Uncle Diego. The people who heard him only laughed and thought that something was the matter with his head. Nobody would buy his meat. Nobody cared to deal with him in earnest, and all his meat decayed. He went home in despair and planned to take vengeance on his nephew for the mischief he had done him. He cast the little orphan into a big sack and sewed the mouth of the little prison all up. Then he said that at night he would take the sack and throw it into the river. However, Juan managed to get out of the bag, and in his place he put a muzzled dog. When night came, the uncle shouldered the bag, took it to the river, and hurled it into the deep water. He hoped that Juan would perish there, and that he himself could gain full possession of his nephew's money. But when morning came, Uncle Diego saw Juan smilingly enter the door of his house. "Juan," said the uncle, "I am surprised to see you again. Tell me all about how you managed to escape from the sack." "Oh no, uncle," returned Juan. "I haven't time, there is not a moment to lose. I have only come here to bid you goodbye." "And where are you going?" "Back to the bottom of the river. My love, the Serena, is waiting for me." "Oh, Juan," pleaded the uncle, "if I could only go with you." "No, no, no," protested the boy. "Only one can go at a time. The Serena would be angry, and she would consequently refuse to admit to her glorious habitation any being from this outside world." "Then let me go first." "No, no, no," said the boy. But the uncle pleaded so earnestly that finally the boy yielded with pretended reluctance. The uncle then covered himself with a rice sack, and Juan tied the mouth of the bag securely. "I will fool him," Uncle Diego said to himself. "When I am under the water and the Serena takes me to her house to become her husband, I shall never come back to Juan. Ha, ha, ha." "I will fool him," Juan said to himself. "There is no such thing as the Serena in the river. Thank God, my dreadful uncle will soon be disposed of." At midnight, Juan hurled his happy uncle into the river, saying, "There is no one who owes that must not pay his debt. May my act be justified." The heavy sack sank to the bottom of the river, and nothing more was heard of Uncle Diego. Notes: 2 other variants, which were collected by Mr. Rusk, and which I have only in abstract, run about as follows. Juan the Ashes Trader. Juan, a poor dealer in ashes, was in the woods when he heard some robbers coming and climbed a tree for safety. While they were busy at the foot of the tree, counting their money, he dropped the sack of ashes among them. They ran away in fright, and he acquired all their gold. When the people of the town heard Juan tell how valuable ashes had become, they all burned their houses and took the ashes to the forest, where they arrived just in time to suffer from the wrath of the robbers. Only 2 escaped to accuse Juan, but Juan was already on a journey, doing good with his money. A dying woman, whom he helped, gave him a magic cane, and when the angry villagers at last found him, he summoned a legion of soldiers by means of his cane, and all of his assailants were killed. With the second half of this story, cf. number 28 and notes. Kalasit and Kaleskal. Kalasit was good but poor, Kaleskal rich but bad. Kaleskal, quarreling with Kalasit, killed the latter's only carabao. Kalasit skinned his dead animal and took the hide to Layag to sell it, but could find no purchaser. At night he asked for shelter at a house, but was refused on the ground that the husband was away from home, yet he boldly stayed under the house. At midnight he heard the clatter of dishes above, looked up through a hole in the floor, and saw the woman dining merrily with a man. Just then the husband arrived home and knocked at the door. Kalasit saw the woman put her paramour into a box in the corner, and the food in another box. Kalasit now appeared at the door, and was invited in by the hospitable husband. On being asked what was in his bag, Kalasit replied that it was a miraculous thing, which, when it made a noise, as it had a moment before when he had stepped on it, desired to say something. On being asked to interpret, Kalasit said that the skin told him that there was delicious food in one of the boxes. Thereupon the food was produced. Now, it was said in the neighborhood that this house was haunted by the devil, and the owner thought this a good opportunity to find out by magic where the devil was. Kalasit interpreted for the carabao hide. The devil was in the other box, he said. After tying the box with heavy ropes, Kalasit started toward the river with it. He repeated a jingle which informed the man inside of his imminent fate. The latter replied, also in verse, that he would give 1,000 pesos ransom. Kalasit accepted, and so became rich. The narrator says that this is only one of 10 adventures belonging to the complete story. It is a pity that the other 9 are missing. The cycle of tales to which all our variants belong, and which may appropriately be called the Master Cheat cycle, is one of the most popular known. It occurs in many different forms. Indeed, the very nature of the story merely a succession of incidents in which a poor but shrewd knave outwits his rich friend or enemy. The distinction matters little to the narrator, and finally brings about his enemy's death while he himself becomes riches, such as to admit of indefinite expansion, so far as the number and variety of the episodes are concerned. There have been at least 4 comprehensive descriptive or bibliographical studies of this cycle made: Kohler's on Campbell's Gaelic Story, number 39, Cosquin's Notes to Nose. 10 and 20, Clouston's 2, 229-88, and Bolt Polivka's on Grimm No. 61. Of these, the last, inasmuch as it is the latest, 1914, and made use of all the preceding, is the most complete. From it, too, 10, we learn that the characteristic incidents of this family of drolls are as follows. A1 a rabbit, goat, bird as carrier of messages. A2 a wolf sold for a ram. B a gold-dropping ass or horse. C a self-cooking vessel. D a hat which pays the landlord. E1 dirt, ashes, given sold, substituted for gold. E2 money which was alleged to be in a chest, demanded from the storer of the chest. F1 cowhide, or talking bird, sold to adulteress, or F2 sold to her husband, or F3 exchanged for the chest in which the paramour is concealed, or F4 elsewhere exchanged for money. G1 a flute, fiddle, staff, knife, which apparently brings to life again the dead woman. G2 the dead mother killed a second time and paid for by the supposed murderer. H escape of the hero from the sack chest by exchanging places with A shepherd. J death of the envious one, who wishes to secure some marine cattle. The opponents in this group of stories, says Bolt, are either village companions or unacquainted marketers or a rich and an avaricious brother. In addition to the episodes enumerated above, might be mentioned 2 others not uncommonly found in this cycle. F5 frightening robbers under tree by dropping hide or table on them. F6 borrowed measure, returned with coins adhering to it. As these last 2 occur in other stories, both droll and serious, e.g. Grimm, number 59, and 1001 Nights, Ali Baba, they may not originally have belonged to our present group. However, see Cosquin's notes on his number Roman 20, Richido, 1, 225f. It is hard to say with certainty just what was originally the one basic motif to which all the others have at one time or another become attached. but it seems to me likely that it was Incident H, the Sack by the Sea episode, for it is this which is the sine qua non of the cycle. To be sure, our third story, C, lacks it, but proves its membership in the family by means of other close resemblances. Of the elements mentioned by Bolt Polivka, our 5 stories and 2 variants have the following: How Salaksak Became Rich, F4B1HJ, Clever Juan and Envious Diego, G1F5HJ, Ruined Because of Invidiousness, F4F5F6, The Two Friends, F to G2HJ, Juan the Orphan, F4H modified J, Juan the Ashes Trader, E1F5, Collicet and Colescal, F3. In A Vissian Tale, Jaffel 19, 107-109, we find a combination of HJ with a variant of our number 1 incident D. Hat-paying landlord forms a separate story, which we give below number 50, Juan and his painted hat. Incident B is also narrated as a droll by the Tagalogs, the sharper of the story scattering silver coins about the manure of his cow and subsequently selling the magic animal for a large sum. An examination of the incidents distributed among the Filipino members of this cycle reveals the fact that episode A1, Hare as Messenger, is altogether lacking. I have not met with it in any native story, and am inclined to believe that it is not known in the islands. It is found widespread in Europe, but does not appear to be common in India. Among 15 Indian variants cited by Bolt, it is found only twice, i.e. Indian Antiquary 3, 11F, Bompas number 80p, 242. These Indian versions show, however, that the story in one form or another is found quite generally throughout that country, the Santali furnishing the largest number of variants, 6 in all. It would seem reasonable to conclude, therefore, considering the fact that at least 7 forms of the tale are known in the Philippines, extending from the Visayas to the northernmost part of Luzon, that the source of the incidents common to these and the Indian versions need not be sought outside the Orient. The case of incidents F1, F2, F3 seems different. They are lacking in the Far Eastern representatives of this cycle, and their appearance in the Philippines may be safely traced, I think, to European influence. However, an Indian source for these incidents may yet be discovered, just as sources already have been for so many Italian novella and French fabliaux of a similar flavor. The fact that the earliest form of the master cheat, cycle known, is a Latin poem of the 11th, possibly 10th, century Kohler Bolt, 233-234, is of course no proof that elements F4G1HJ, found in that poem, were introduced into India from Europe, though it might be an indication. Tale 21. Is He the Crafty Ulysses? Narrated by Lorenzo Lickup, a Pampango from Angels, Pampanga. Balbino and Alaga had only one child, a son named Sugwid, who was at first greatly beloved by them. The couple was very rich, and therefore the boy wanted nothing that was not granted by his parents. Now, the son was a voracious eater. While still a baby, he used to pull up the nails from the floor and eat them when his mother had no more milk to give him. When all the nails were exhausted, he ate the cotton with which the pillows were stuffed. Thus his parents used to compare him to a mill which consumes sugar cane incessantly. It was not many years before the wealth of the couple had become greatly diminished by the lavish expenditure they had to make for Sugwid's food. So Sugwid became more and more intolerable every day. At last, his parents decided to cast him away into a place from which he might not be able to find his way home again. One day they led him to a dense forest and there abandoned him. Luckily for Sugwid, a merchant soon passed by that place. The merchant heard him crying and looked for him. He found the boy, and being a good-natured man, he took the boy home with him. It was not long before the merchant realized that Sugwid was a youth of talent, and he put him in school. In a few weeks the boy showed his superiority over his classmates. In time he beat even the master in points of learning. And so it was that, after only 5 months of studying, he left the school, because he found it too small for his expanding intellect. By some mathematical calculation, so the tradition says, or by certain mysterious combinations of characters that he wrote on paper, Sugwid discovered one day that a certain princess was hidden somewhere. She had been concealed in such a way that her existence might not be known other than by her parents and the courtiers. Sugwid immediately went to the palace of the king and posted a paper on the palace door. The paper read as follows: Your Majesty cannot deny me the fact that he has a daughter secluded somewhere. Your humble servant, Sugwid Bosiu. When the king read this note, he became very angry, as he could now no longer keep the secret of his daughter's existence. He immediately dispatched his soldiers to look for the presumptuous Sugwid. The soldiers found the boy without much difficulty and brought him before the king. Bursting with anger, the king said, "Are you the one who was bold enough to post this paper?" "Yes, your Majesty." "Can you prove what you have stated?" "Yes, your Majesty." "Very well," said the king. "If you can, I will give you my daughter for your bride. If within 3 days you fail to produce her before me, however, you shall be unconditionally executed." "I will not fail to fulfill my promise, your Majesty," said Sugwid. After this brief interview, Sugwid went directly home. He told the merchant all about his plan to marry the princess. "Why did you dare tell the king that you know where his daughter is?" said the merchant, "when there is no certainty at all of your finding her or of gaining her consent?" "Oh, do not be afraid, father," said Sugwid. "If you will but provide me with 12 of the best goldsmiths that can be found in the whole city, I have no doubt of finding and captivating the fair princess." As the merchant was a rich man, and influential too, he summoned in an hour all the good goldsmiths that could be found in the city. When all the goldsmiths were assembled, Sugwid ordered them to make a purlan. This purlan was made of gold, silver, and precious stones. It was oblong in shape and hollow inside, being 5 feet high, 3 feet deep, and 4 feet long. Inside it were placed a chair and a lamp. By means of a certain device a person inside the purlan could breathe. Altogether, its construction was so beautiful that it seemed as if it were intended for the sight of the gods alone. When all was ready, Sugwid entered the purlan, taking with him all the necessary provisions, food, fine clothes, a poniard, and a guitar. Every part of the purlan was so well joined that no opening whatever could be detected. Before going into the purlan, Sugwid told the merchant to take the goldsmiths home and not to allow them to leave the house for 3 days, lest they should reveal the secret. Sugwid then ordered 5 men to carry the purlan towards the king's palace. In the meantime, he was playing the sweetest piece of music that mortal ears had ever heard. When the purlan was near the palace, the king was so charmed by the melodious music that he asked the master of the carriers to halt for a moment. "Pray," he said, "are you the owner of that thing?" "No, sir, a certain man in our district owns it," said the carrier. "Who gave him this divine gift?" "Your Majesty, this purlan, as it is called, is of a rather mysterious origin. The owner of this," pointing to the purlan, "was a religious man. He was formerly very wealthy, but because he gave much alms to the poor and the needy, his riches soon came to an end. He is now so poor that his silken clothes have all been exchanged for ragged cotton ones. Early one morning, when he was about to go to the church, he was surprised to find this purlan at his door, giving out music as you hear it now." The king turned to the queen, who was sitting beside him, and said, "Oh, how happy our daughter would be if she should hear this enchanting piece of music. Sir, if you will lend me this purlan, you may ask of me as a compensation any favor that you may want." "Your Majesty, I will lend it to you with all my heart, but on condition that it be returned within 2 days, lest the owner scold me for having given it up." "Yes," answered the king, "I will give it back as soon as my daughter has seen it." The king and queen then immediately ordered that the purlan be carried before the princess. The princess's joy need not be described if we only think how happy we should be if we were in the same situation as she. She was so bewitched by the music that she told her father never to take it away from her. "Oh, daughter," said the king, "we have just borrowed this purlan, and we promised to return it as soon as you had seen it. However, you may have it the whole night." The king and the queen, convinced that their daughter was quite happy, soon bade her goodbye. Before leaving, the king said, "You must not spend the whole night in listening to the sweet music." "Have no fear, father, I will go to sleep early." Sugwid, who was inside the purlan, listened very carefully to the retreating footsteps of the king and queen. As soon as he thought they were too far away to hear their daughter in case she should cry out, he came out from the purlan, poniard in hand. The princess, of course, was very much frightened when she saw Sugwid kneeling before her, and saying, "Fair princess, let not my presence cause any fear. In coming here, I had no other purpose than to reveal to you a secret that I have long cherished in my heart. It is universally acknowledged that you are the most beautiful, the most virtuous, the most accomplished living mortal on earth, and as such you have awakened in me an intense love. So, taking no heed of the danger that I might encounter on the way, I ventured to search for you, lily of the valley and rose of the town, to love you, to adore you as a living saint. Your ring, my adored princess, will give me life or death life, because I shall be spared from being beheaded. Death, for I have promised your father to present your ring to him within 3 days as a token of your acceptance of my suit. Therefore, Queen of Beauty, choose your ring or my death. I have my poniard ready, and I prefer 100 times to die smiling at your hands. The princess was so moved by this passionate speech that she was mute for some time. After a difficult struggle within herself, she said, "Seeing your intense love and devotion for me, I cannot but consent to your proposal. Were not the matter pressing, however, I should not give my consent in so short a time. Here is the ring, if pleasure it will give you." Sugwid took the ring courteously and said, "How can I paint in words my pleasure and gratitude? As it were, you have snatched me from the cold hands of death. You have saved me from the fury of your father. You have given me a heaven of joy. Oh, how shall I describe it? I thank you very much. But now I must leave you and go into the Purlan, the blessed Purlan, as it is almost morning. Your father will soon come and take this Purlan away. But I must let you know this one fact. As soon as I have presented this ring to the king, you will be taken away from here. You will be made my beloved wife." "Yes, I have no objection to that," said the princess. Sugwid, being thus assured of his success, entered the Purlan again. Morning came, and the king and queen went to the princess's palace at 10 o'clock. They talked a while with their daughter, who assured them of her great satisfaction with the Purlan. Then they bade her goodbye, as there was important business to be transacted that day. They took the Purlan with them and returned it to the agent. On the appointed day, Sugwid appeared at the king's palace, carrying with him the emblem of his victory, the ring. On seeing Sugwid approaching so cheerfully, the king knew that he was lost. He therefore swooned, but on recovering he realized that he had to abide by his promise. He reluctantly caused the princess to be summoned from her palace, and she and Sugwid were married together, and it was not long before the king and queen began to appreciate the talent of their humble and lowly son-in-law. By Sugwid's wise policy, the kingdom prospered, and for the first time learned what peace really meant. Notes: I have a variant of this story, Juan the Poor, told more briefly, narrated by Andrea Mariano, a Tagalog who heard it from her little brother. It runs thus in outline. Juan is the son of a beggar. The beggar dies, and the son sells himself to a merchant for money to bury his father properly. After Juan has been educated, he posts this sign in front of the merchant's house: "I can trace everything that is lost. Juan." The king sees the sign and requires the boy to discover his hidden daughter. Method: golden carriage with Juan playing music inside, old man hired to push it. The king borrows the carriage and takes it to his daughter. When alone with the princess, Juan declares his love, and she gives him her ring. Next day the carriage is returned to the old man. Juan takes the ring to the king and is given the princess's hand in marriage because he is so wise. For another Tagalog variant, see The King, the Princess, and the Poor Boy, Jaffel 20, 307. This is almost identical with the variant above, except that the hero is advised by 2 statues how to discover where the princess is. Furthermore, the hero is discovered with the princess after he has gained access to her by means of the gilt carriage and music box. The fullest form of the story, however, is the Tagalog metrical romance popularly known under the title Juan Bacalar. The full title runs as follows: The sad life of a father and of his son named Juan in the kingdom of Spain. The son sold himself to a merchant on condition that he would bury the corpse of his father. My copy bears the date 1907, but this is merely a reprint of an older edition. Ratana cites an edition dated 1902, number 4337, and one before 1898, number 4156. The poem is in 12-syllable lines and contains 350 quatrains. It is still very popular among the Tagalogs, but does not appear to have been printed in any of the other Philippine languages. Inasmuch as there is a close connection between our variants and the verse form of the story, I give a prose paraphrase of the latter. There was once a poor beggar, Serbando, who had an only son named Juan. They lived in the kingdom of Spain. They had a little hut outside the city in which Serbando used to go to beg their living. One morning, When Juan returned home from school and was playing around their little hovel, he heard many kinds of birds speaking to him thus: "Juan, be patient and toil in poverty. The time will come when God will reward you." Then a large bird flew to him and said, "Juan, leave your little miserable hut. Go and seek your fortune." When his father returned home, Juan told him all about the advice of the birds. Servando did not believe that birds could talk and doubted, of course, the truth of what his son said. Now it happened that Servando became sick and after a short time died, leaving his son alone in the world. Poor Juan wept bitterly over the dead body. He did not know what to do. He covered the corpse of his father and then went crying out through the streets of the city, "Who wants to buy a slave?" A merchant heard him. "I will serve you as long as I live if you will only see to the burial of my dead father," said Juan to the merchant. Without hesitation, the merchant assented, and together they went to the little hut. The merchant ordered and paid for a funeral, there was a procession, a mass, and after the burial a banquet. Then the merchant took the boy to live with him in the city where the king and queen lived. Moreover, this kind merchant sent Juan to school and treated him as a son. In time, Juan took his bachelor's degree and was greatly admired and respected by his teachers. One afternoon, Juan put a notice on the door of the merchant's house, which read thus: "If we use money, there is nothing we cannot discover." It happened that on that same afternoon, the king and queen were driving through the streets of the city. The king chanced to fix his eyes on the sign which Juan had put up. He did not believe that the notice was true, and so, when he arrived at the palace, he ordered the merchant to appear before him. The merchant was very much frightened at the summons, so Juan himself went and presented himself before the king. "Is the notice on your door true?" asked the king. "It is true, your majesty," said Juan. "Then go and find my daughter. If you can find her, she shall be your wife. If not, you shall lose your head 3 days from now," said the king, who hid his daughter in a secret room in the palace. Juan went home and called all the best goldsmiths in the kingdom. He told them to make a little wagon of pure gold, with a secret cell inside in which a man could sit with a musical instrument and play it. The goldsmiths finished the wagon in 2 days and were paid off. Then Juan called a man and told him to drag this little wagon along the street toward the palace and then to the plaza. After entering the secret cell with his musical instrument, he told the driver to do as he had been directed. The man began to drag the wagon along the street toward the palace. Men, women, and children crowded both sides of the street to see this wagon of pure gold, which gave out such sweet music. When the wagon passed in front of the palace, the queen was amazed at it. She asked the king to summon the driver before him. So the king called the driver and asked him to bring the golden wagon into the hall where the queen was. "How much will you sell this for?" asked the queen. "I will not sell it," answered the driver. "Can you not lend it to me until this afternoon?" said the king, and at last the driver agreed to lend the wagon for a few hours. The queen then dragged the wagon along the hall and took it to her daughter in the secret room. The princess was delighted. As she pushed it forwards and backwards, sweet music charmed her ears. At last, Juan came out of the secret cell in the wagon and knelt before the princess. He told her why he had been led to play this trick, and last of all he told her that he would have lost his life on the morrow if he had not been able to find her. He also began to express his love for her. At first, she hesitated to accept his protestations of affection, but at last she accepted him and gave him one of her rings as a sign that she would marry him. Fearing that he might be caught in the room by someone else, Juan now entered the secret cell of the wagon again. At last the king came and started to drag the wagon out of the palace to the place where the driver was waiting. Juan suddenly opened the door of the secret cell and stood before the king. "O king," he said, "now I have accomplished your command. I have found and seen your daughter in the secret room, and she has given me this ring." The king was amazed and said to himself that, had he known that the wagon contained anyone inside, he would not have allowed it to be brought to his hidden daughter. He said to Juan, "You have told the truth that anything can be discovered if money is used, but you shall not marry my daughter." "Remember your promise," said Juan. "Wait, and I will ask the princess," said the king. "She might refuse." "Whether she refuses or not, she is to be my wife, for I have seen her and found her," replied Juan. "Then you shall have her," said the king. So Juan was married to the princess, and there was great rejoicing in the kingdom. The king, however, was very sorry that his daughter had married Juan, who had now the right to inherit the throne from him. He could not endure the idea, so he pondered night and day how to kill Juan under some pretext or other. Juan learned of the king's plot and decided to leave the city for a while. He asked his wife for permission to go and visit the little hut in which he was born, and at last she consented. One day Juan left the palace and went to the country. While he was walking in the woods near his old home, two birds flew to him. "Juan, take this ring with you. It has magic power and will furnish you whatever you ask of it," said the male bird. "Here, take this pen point and use it whenever the king asks you to write for him," said the female bird. "Remember, Juan, you do not need to have any ink. You can use your saliva," it continued. "Now go back to the kingdom and do not be afraid of the king's plots," said the two birds together. So Juan went back to the palace and lived there with his wife. One day the king called Juan and ordered him to write something. The king thought that if Juan should make any mistakes in the writing, he would order him to be executed. Juan used the pen point which the second bird had given him. The king furnished him only paper, but no ink, so Juan used his saliva. "Write this, Juan," said the king. "It is not right that you should be heir to my crown and successor to the throne." Juan wrote the words just as the king had given them, and they appeared on the paper in letters of pure gold. The king was very much surprised by this demonstration of Juan's ability. Then the king continued, "Write this. You ought not to inherit the crown, you who were born in a little village and whose ancestors are unknown." Juan wrote this dictation, and, as before, the letters were of pure gold. Again the king said, "Write now what I shall say. You cannot cheat a king like me. You saw my daughter the princess because you were hiding in the wagon of gold." Juan wrote these words, and they were in pure gold too. The king was now sad, for he could think of no other way in which to detect a fault in Juan. So he dismissed his son-in-law and showed the queen the golden letters that Juan had written. Juan returned to his apartments. When night came, Juan decided to ask his magic ring for a tower which should stand beside the palace of the king. During the night the tower was erected. It was garrisoned with field marshals, colonels, and soldiers. Early in the morning the king was surprised to see this tall tower standing beside his palace. He said to himself, "I rule the kingdom, and the kingdom is mine. This tower is in my kingdom, therefore the tower is mine." So the king went out of the palace and entered the tower. No one saluted him. Then he called Juan and asked him about the tower. Juan answered that its presence there was due to the will and power of God. When Juan and the king together entered the tower, all the soldiers lined up and saluted Juan, and music was heard everywhere. Everything inside was made of solid silver and gold. The king was astounded at the magic power of his son-in-law, whom he was trying to kill. "Juan," said the king, "wipe away this tower and erect at this moment a palace in its place. If you can do this, you shall be the king of the whole of Spain." By the magic power of the ring, Juan was able to fulfill the command, and the tower was changed into a beautiful palace. The council of the kingdom, at the order of the king, agreed to crown Juan and his wife king and queen. There was great rejoicing throughout the realm. The old king and his wife abandoned the palace and went to live in an abbey, where they died. Juan now called the merchant, his former master, to the palace. The merchant was afraid, for he feared that the king wished to do him mischief. He did not know that Juan was now king. But Juan received him affectionately, and from that time on the merchant, Juan, and the beautiful princess lived together happily in the palace. It will be noticed that the Tagalog poem differs from the three oral versions, in that after Juan has won the first wager from the king, his skill is subjected to further tests, which he comes out of successfully through the aid of magic objects given him by birds. In other words, the poem carries on the folk tale by adding some additional episodes. The fact that the folk tales, both Pampango and Tagalog, preserve the simple structure, while only the printed Tagalog verse form seeks to elaborate and extend the tale, suggests that the simpler form is the older, and that the anonymous author of the romance added to the oral material for mere purposes of length. As it is, the poem is very short compared with the other popular metrical stories, which average well over 2,000 lines. The localization of the events in Spain signifies nothing. The story is known also in southern Europe, e.g., in Greece, Von Hahn No. 13, in Sicily, Gonzenbach, No. 68, Pitter Nos. 95-96. In the Greek version, after the hero has decided to risk his neck for the hand of the hidden princess, he goes to a shepherd and has himself covered with the hide of a lamb with golden fleece. In this disguise, he is taken to the princess. In the night, he throws off his fleece covering and makes love to the princess, who finally accepts him and tells him how he may be able to recognize her among her maidens, all of whom, herself included, her father will change into ducks, and then will require the youth to pick out the duck which is the princess. He succeeds and wins her hand in marriage. In Ganzenbach, No. 68, the hero is one of 3 brothers who set out to seek their fortunes. They each come in succession to the beautiful city where the king has issued the proclamation that whoever can find his hidden daughter within 8 days shall receive her hand in marriage. Whoever tries and fails loses his head. The first 2 brothers fail and are killed. The youngest, arriving in the city and reading the proclamation, determines to take the risk. He is advised by an old beggar woman how to find the princess. He has goldsmiths make a golden lion with crystal eyes. The animal is so contrived that it plays continually beautiful music. The hero hides inside, and the old woman takes the lion to the king, to whom she lends it. Then follow the discovery of the princess, her acceptance of the hero's love, the token given to the hero, etc. The hero is obliged to pick the princess out from among her 11 maids who look exactly like her. In Pitter, number 95, we find practically the same incidents recorded. 2 older sons of a merchant go off to seek their fortunes and lose their heads because they cannot discover the princess within a year, a month, and a day. The youngest comes in turn to the same country, wagers his head, and searches a year and 15 days in vain. On the advice of an old woman, he has built a golden acula, just what this word means I have been unable to determine, large enough to contain a person playing a musical instrument. 4 men carry the acula to the palace. Discovery of the princess follows. Second test, to pick the princess out from 24 maidens dressed exactly alike. In none of these 3 stories, nor in Pitter, number 96, which is a shorter variant of number 95, does the opening resemble our forms of the tale. Nor in any of the 3, either, does the hero bring the wager on himself because of the announcement he makes that he who has gold can discover anything. With this detail, however, compare the couplet which the hero displays in Pitter, No. 96. Ku havi denari facidu kai voli, ku havi bon cavalu va ani voli. The line, he who has gold can do whatever he wishes, is almost identical with the corresponding line in the Tagalog verse story. It is to be noted that the bride wager incident in this group of stories resembles closely the same episode in our number 19. The opening of our number 21 has been influenced by the setting of the stories of the Caruncle group, number 3. Tale 22. The Reward of Kindness. Narrated by Elisa Cordero, a Tagalog from Pagsanjan, La Laguna, who heard the story from a Tagalog friend. In a certain town, there once lived a couple who had never had a child. They had been married for nearly 5 years and were very anxious for a son. The name of the wife was Clara, and of the man, Philip. One cloudy night in December, while they were talking by the window of their house, Clara said to her husband that she was going to pray the novena so that heaven would give them a child. I would even let my son serve the devil if he would but give us a son. As her husband was willing that she should pray the novena, Clara began the next day her fervent devotions to the Virgin Mary. She went to church every afternoon for 9 days. She carried a small prayer book with her and prayed until 6 o'clock every evening. At last she finished her novenario, but no child was born to them, and the couple was disappointed. A month had passed when, to their great happiness, Clara gave birth to a son. The child they nicknamed Ido. Ido was greatly cherished by his parents, for he was their only child, but he did not care much to stay at home. He early began to show a fondness for traveling abroad and was always to be found in the dense woods on the outskirts of the town. One afternoon, when the family was gathered together around a small table, talking, a knock was heard at the door. "Come in," said Philip. "No, I just want to talk with your wife," answered a hoarse voice from without. Clara, trembling, opened the door and, to her great surprise, she saw standing there a man who looked like a bear. A devil, she exclaimed, but the devil pacified her and said, "Clara, I have come here to get your son you promised me a long time ago. Now that the day has come when your son can be of some service to me, will you deny your promise?" Clara could make no reply at first. She merely called her son, and when he came, she said to the devil, "Here is my son, take him, since he is yours." Ido, who was at this time about 17 years old, was not frightened by the devil. "Come," said the devil, "and be my follower." At first Ido refused, but he finally consented to go because of his mother's promise. The devil now took Ido to his cave, far away outside the town. He tried in many ways to tempt Ido, but was unable to do so because Ido was a youth of strong character. Finally, the devil decided to exchange clothes with him. Ido was obliged to put on the bear-like clothes of the devil and to give him his own soldier suit. Then the devil produced a large bag full of money and said to Ido, "Take this money and go traveling about the world for 7 years. If you live to the end of that time and spend this money only in doing good, I will set you free. If, however, you spend the money extravagantly, you will have to go to hell with me." When he had said these words, he disappeared. Ido now began his wanderings from town to town. Whenever people saw him, they were afraid of him and would refuse to give him shelter. But Ido would give them money from his bag, and then they would gather about him and be kind to him. After many years, he happened to come to a town where he saw an old woman summoned before a court of justice. She was accused of owing a sum of money, but was unable to pay her debt and the fine imposed on her. When Ido paid her fine for her and thus released her from prison, the woman could hardly express her gratitude. As most of the other people about were afraid of Ido and he had no place to sleep, this woman decided to take him home with her. Now, this old woman had 3 daughters. When she reached home with the bear-like man, she called her eldest daughter and said, "Now, my daughter, here is a man who delivered me from prison. As I can do nothing to reward him for his great kindness, I want you to take him for your husband." The daughter replied, "Mother, why have you brought this ugly man here? No, I cannot marry him. I can find a better husband." On hearing this harsh reply, the mother could not say a word. She called her second daughter and explained her wishes to her, but the younger daughter refused, just as her sister had refused, and she made fun of the man. The mother was very much disappointed, but she was unable to persuade her daughters to marry her benefactor. Finally, she determined to try her youngest daughter. When the daughter heard her mother's request, she said, "Mother, if to have me marry this man is the only way by which you can repay him for his kindness, I'll gladly marry him." The mother was very much pleased, but the 2 older daughters were very angry with their sister. The mother told the man of the decision of her youngest daughter, and a contract was signed between them. But before they were married, the bear-like man asked permission from the girl to be absent for 1 more year to finish his duty. She consented to his going and gave him half her ring as a memento. At the end of the year, which was the last of his 7 years' wandering, the bear-like man went to the devil and told him that he had finished his duty. The devil said, "You have beaten me. Now that you have performed your 7 years' wandering and have spent the money honestly, let us exchange clothes again." So the man received back his soldier-like suit, which made him look like a knight, and the devil took back his bearskin. Then the man returned to Clara's house. When his arrival was announced to the family, the 2 older daughters dressed themselves in their best, for they thought that he was a suitor come to see them. But when the man showed the ring and asked for the hand of Clara's youngest daughter, the 2 nearly died with vexation, while the youngest daughter was very happy. Notes: this story is a variant of Grimm, number 101, Bearskin, which it follows fairly closely from the point where the hero makes his pact with the devil. The bibliography of this cycle is fully given in Bolt Polivka, 2, 427-435, to which I have nothing to add except this story itself. Our version is the only one so far recorded from the Orient, and there can be no doubt that it is derived directly from Europe. Ralston and Moe seem to detect a relationship between this cycle and a Hindu saga translated into Chinese in the 7th century, and from the Chinese into French in the middle of the 19th century, by the French Orientalist Stanislas Julien. But Bolt is of the opinion, p. 435, that there is probably no connection between the 2. In any case, to judge from recorded variants, the Tagalog story is an importation from the Occident. And yet there are not a few deviations in our version from the norm, if Grimm's tale may be considered representative of the cycle. The most important of these is the opening, which is one form of the promised child opening, see Mackalock, 415 ff. This formula of a childless couple finally promising in despair to let their child serve even the devil if they are granted offspring, or to be satisfied with an animal child or some other monstrosity, is a favorite one in Filipino Marchin, cf. Nose. 3 and variants, 19 and variant, and 23, and its use here may have been influenced by the beginning of the next tale. Other differences may be noted briefly. 1. The compact made between the hero and the devil does not include the characteristic prohibitions in the European versions, namely, that the hero is not to comb his hair, wash himself, trim his beard, etc. during his 7 years of wandering. The devil seems to rely merely on his bear suit, which he makes the hero wear to produce insurmountable difficulties. It may be that the prohibitions mentioned above were omitted because they involved conditions wholly foreign to Filipino conception. The natives take great pride in their hair and always dress it carefully, are scrupulously clean personally, and are beardless. I can cite no parallel in folk tales for the conditions substituted, i.e., if the wanderer does good with his money, the devil will have no power over him at the end of the 7 years, while, if he spends it extravagantly and foolishly, he goes to hell. Perhaps none need be sought outside of actual experience. 2. The hero is supplied with money from a large bag which the devil gives him, not from the inexhaustible pockets of a magic green coat, as in Grimm. The mention of the hero's soldier suit, by the way, since nothing has been said earlier in the story of his having followed the profession of arms, is likely a reminiscence of the characteristic opening of the European versions, where it is a poor soldier who has the experience with the devil. 3. The person ransomed by the hero in our story is an old woman instead of an old man. 4. The 2 disappointed sisters do not kill themselves, and hence the devil does not reappear at the end of the story as he does in Grimm, and say, "I have now got 2 souls in the place of thy one." The broken ring recognition on the return home is a feature which I believe occurs in no other Filipino folktale, but is met with not infrequently in European saga and story, cf. Kohler Bolt, 117, 584, see also Bolt Polivka, 1, 234, 2, 348. Tale 23. Pedro and Satan. Narrated by Pedro D. L. Sarita, a Bicol from Catanduanes, who heard the story when he was a little boy. Once upon a time there lived a very rich man whose wife had never given birth to a child. The couple had already made several pilgrimages and had spent great sums of money for religious services, in the hope that God might give them a child, even though a sickly one, to inherit their money, but all their efforts were in vain. Disappointed, the man resolved to rely upon Satan for the performance of his wish. One dark night, when he was thinking hard about the matter, he heard a voice say, "Your wish will be quickly fulfilled if you but ask me for it." The rich man was so filled with joy that he turned towards the voice and knelt before the invisible speaker. "I will give you my life, and even my wife's, in return for a son who will be the heir to my riches," said the man. Meanwhile he perceived in front of him a figure which in an instant assumed the form of Satan. At first he was frightened, but his fear was only momentary, and he was eager to hurry up the agreement with Satan so that he might receive the child. They therefore made a golden document which provided that the first child of the heir was to be given to the devil at the age of 10, and that the man and his wife were no longer God's subjects, but Satan's. After the agreement had been made, the devil promised the rich man that his wife would give birth to the longed-for son early the next morning. Then he disappeared. The child was born at the appointed time and grew wonderfully fast, for in 5 days he was a full-grown youth. But the parents could not but blame themselves for their impious act. They intended to keep the secret from their son, but they could not do so, for the boy was always asking about the nature of his existence. So when Pedro they called him by this name knew of his pitiful lot, he decided not to marry until he had succeeded in wresting the golden document from the hands of Satan. Now Pedro knew that devils do not like crosses and cannot even stay where they have to look at them. So one day he asked his mother to make for him 2 gowns, one having little crosses hanging from it. When these had been finished, Pedro asked his father to give him over to Satan so that he might work with the demons in hell. No sooner had he expressed his desire to his father than the devil appeared and took the young man off to his kingdom. There Pedro was assigned the task of directing the demons, in hauling the logs that were to be used for fuel. Pedro ordered the demons to tie a strong piece of rope to one end of a log and ordered them to pull it while he stood on the other end. Every time he counted 1, 2, 3, he would hold up his outer gown, and the demons, seeing the crosses, would run away in confusion. As the devils could not endure Pedro's conduct, they ran to their master Satan and asked him to send the young man away, for he could not do any work. The demons could not say anything about Pedro's trick, however, for they did not dare even speak the word cross. Satan then summoned Pedro to his office and had him work there. Now the young man had put a strong piece of rope under his gown. One day, when Satan was taking his siesta in a rocking chair, Pedro tied him fast to the chair. Then he removed his outer gown and woke Satan. The devil with closed eyes struggled hard to escape, but he could not get loose. So he humbly requested Pedro to go away and leave him alone, but Pedro would neither leave him nor let him go. He demanded the document, but Satan would not give it up. So Pedro kept on frightening the devil until at last Satan said that he would give up the document if Pedro would release him. Pedro put on his outer robe, and the devil called his secretary and told him to give the golden document to the young man. Pedro threw the bond into the fire, and when he saw that it was completely melted, he took off his outer robe again and turned Satan loose. The devil ran away exceedingly terrified. Then Pedro went home, where his parents received him with great joy. Thus, by his cleverness, he saved his parents and his future child from a terrible fate. Notes: like the preceding, this story is doubtless also an importation into the islands from Europe. It belongs to the general family of tales known as the Promised Child, but the narrative takes a turn which leads into a special group of this family. The members of this group are usually not long, and the stories, on the whole, are simple. A parent promises, wittingly or unwittingly, his child to the devil in return for some service, and gives his signature to the bond. The child grows up, and, noticing the dejection of his parents, forces from them the secret of the pact. After equipping himself for the struggle, he sets out for hell to recover the contract. In hell he frightens or annoys the devils in various ways, and becomes such a nuisance that finally the archfiend is glad to get rid of him by surrendering the bond. In a Lorraine story, Cosquin, No. Elziv, Saint Etienne, a woman in confinement is visited by a grand gentleman who persuades her to sell her child to him for a large sum of money. He is to come for the child in 6 or 7 years. One day after a visit of the stranger, the mother begins to suspect him of being the devil. Her son notices her sadness and learns the secret that is troubling her. "I'm not afraid of the devil," he says boldly, and tells her to provide him with a sheepskin filled with holy water. Thus equipped, he sets off with the stranger when the time comes, and reaching hell, so frightens the devils by sprinkling them with the holy water that they are glad to leave him in peace to return to his mother. In this story, nothing is said of a contract, but in a variant mentioned by Cosquin, 232, a poor man signs in blood a bond according to which he agrees to give up his son at the age of 20 to the rich stranger devil in disguise, who has consented to be godfather to the infant. The demon is finally put to flight with the aid of an image of the cross and with the liberal use of holy water. In a Wallachian story, Scott, No. 15, we find a close parallel of incident to our story. The hero, acting on the advice of his schoolmaster, makes some ecclesiastical garments decorated with crosses, and dressed in these, he goes to hell and knocks on the door. The demons, frightened by the sight, want to drive him away, but he will not go until they surrender the parchment signed by his father. This story differs from ours in the opening, however, for the father is a poor fisherman and promises unwittingly that which he loves most at home in exchange for great riches. At the end of the story, too, is added an episode of the conversion by the hero of a band of robbers. With the beginning of this Wallachian story, compare the Italian Lion Bruno, Crane, No, Roman 36. In a Lithuanian tale, Chodsko, Conts des paysans et des paters slaves p. 107, the hero, before setting out to meet the devil, arms himself with holy water and a piece of chalk blessed by the priest. With the chalk he draws a magic circle about him, from which he throws water on the demons until they give up the contract. For other variants, see Cosquin, No, LXXV and notes. Our story, while somewhat crude in style, is well motivated throughout, and has one amusing episode for which I know no parallel. the tying of Satan in his rocking chair while he is taking his siesta, and then frightening him into compliance when he wakes by displaying before him the cross-embroidered gown. The first task the hero is put to when he enters hell, directing the hauling of logs for fuel, seems more appropriate than that of draining 2 ponds, which the hero is obliged to perform in Cosquin's La Baguette Merveilleuse, no, LXXV. The testimony of the narrator that he heard the story from one of his playmates when he was a little boy throws an interesting ray of light on the way in which popular stories circulate in the Philippines. Tale 24. The Devil and the Guachinango. Narrated by Jose Lackey of Guagua, Pampanga. He got the story from his uncle, who heard it from an old Pampango storyteller. There once lived in a suburb of a town a very religious old widow who had a beautiful daughter, Piryang by name. Young men from different parts of the town came to court Piryang, and the mother always preferred the rich to the poor. Whenever Piryang's friends told her that the man whom she rejected would have been a good match for her, she always answered that she would rather have a devil for a husband than such a man. One day, a devil heard Piryang giving this answer to one of her friends. Thus encouraged, he disguised himself as a young man of noble blood and went to Piryang's house to offer her his love. The mother and daughter received this stranger with great civility, for he appeared to them to be the son of a nobleman. In the richness of his dress, he was unexcelled by his rivals. After he had been going to Piryang's house for a few weeks, the old widow told him one day to come prepared to be married on the following Tuesday. On the Sunday before the wedding day, he had a long conversation with Piryang. He calmly asked her to take off the cross that she had about her neck, for it made her look ugly, he said. She refused to do so, however, because she had worn this cross ever since she was a child. After he had departed, Piryang told her mother what he had asked her to do. The next day the mother went to the church. She told the priest that Piryang's bridegroom had ordered her to take off her cross from her neck. The priest said that that man was a devil, for no man, as a son of God, would say that a cross made the one who wore it look ugly. The priest gave the mother a small image of the Virgin Mary. He instructed her to show the image to the bridegroom. If when he beheld it he turned his back on her as she was holding it, she was to tie him around the neck with her cintas. Then she was to put him in a large jar and bury him at least 21 feet under the ground. The mother went home very much distressed because she had allowed her daughter to become engaged to a devil. She told Piryang not to talk with her bridegroom because she feared that he was a devil. That night, he came with his friend dressed like him. The mother was very gracious to them. They talked about the wedding. When the old woman held up the image of the Virgin Mary, the 2 men turned their backs on her. She immediately wound her cintas around the neck of her daughter's bridegroom, and Piryang came in with the dried tail of a stingray in her right hand. She whipped him with this as hard as she could. Then the 2 together forced him to get into a large jar. After warning him not to come back to earth again, the old woman covered the jar with a piece of cloth wet with holy water. The other devils suddenly disappeared. The next morning a Guachinango happened to pass by the house of the old woman. She called him in, showed him the jar, and told him to bury it at least 21 feet deep. When he asked how much she would pay him, she promised to give him 10 pesos. He agreed, so, putting the jar on his right shoulder, he set out. When he reached a quiet place, he heard whispers behind him. He stopped and looked around, but could see nothing. Then he put the jar on the ground to rest a few minutes. Now he discovered that the whispers were coming from inside the jar. He was very much surprised. "What are you?" asked the Guachinango. "Are you a man or a devil?" "I am a devil, my friend," answered the voice. "The old woman forced me to go into this jar. Be kind to me, my friend, and liberate me." "I shall obey the old woman in order to get my pay," said the Guachinango. "I will bury you even deeper than 21 feet. "If you will bury me just 3 feet deep," said the devil, "I will give you a large sum of money." "I will bury you just 1.5 feet deep, if you can give me much money," said the Guachinango. "I will give you 500 pesos," said the devil. "Dig the ground near the stump of that mabalo tree. There you will find the money in a dirty black purse." After the Guachinango had buried the devil, he went to the mabalo tree and took the money. Then he went to the nearest village and played casino. As soon as he lost all his money, he returned to the devil. "I have lost all the money you gave me," he said. "I will now bury you 21 feet deep." "No, do not bury me so deep as that, my friend," said the devil calmly. I can give you twice as much money as I gave you before. You will find it in the same place that you found the other." The Guachinango took the money and went to the village again to gamble. Again he lost. He returned to the devil and asked him angrily why he always lost the money he gave him. "I don't know," answered the devil. "I have given you 1,500 pesos, but you haven't even a cent now. You ought to set me free at once." "Aha, I won't let you go," said the Guachinango. "I will bury you 39 feet now." "I have a plan in mind," said the devil, "which will benefit you extremely. But before I explain my plan, let me ask you if you would like to marry the daughter of the king." "I have a great desire to be king someday," said the Guachinango. "But how can you make me the husband of a princess when you are only a devil and I am nothing but a poor Guachinango?" "As soon as you set me free," said the devil, "I will enter the mouth of the princess and go into her brains. Then I will give her a very painful headache which no physician can cure. The king will make an announcement saying that he who can cure his daughter of her disease shall marry her. When you hear this announcement, go to the palace at once and offer your services to the king. As soon as you reach the princess, tell me that you have come, and I will leave her immediately. The princess will then recover her former health, and you will be married to her. Do not fail to go to the palace, for I am determined to reward you for your kindness to me." After the Guachinango had liberated the devil, he immediately set out for the city. He had not been there 3 days when he met a group of soldiers crying that he who could cure the princess should have her to wife. The Guachinango stopped the soldiers and said that he could cure the princess. They took him before the king, where a written agreement was made. If he could not cure the princess in 3 days, he should lose his life, but if he cured her by the end of the 3rd day, he should marry her. The Guachinango was then conducted to the room of the princess. When he approached her, he said to the devil that he had come. "You must leave the princess now, for if you don't, I shall be executed." But the devil refused to leave because he wanted to get revenge. He further told the Guachinango that he wanted him to die, for then his soul would go to hell. The Guachinango became more and more hopeless. On the morning of the 3rd day, he thought of a good plan to get rid of his enemy. He asked the king to order all the bells of the neighboring churches to be tolled, while everyone in the palace was to cry out loud, "Here she comes." While all this noise was going on, the Guachinango approached the princess and told the devil that the old woman was coming with her cintas. When the devil heard this, he was terribly frightened and left the princess and disappeared. The next day, the Guachinango was married to the princess. Notes: from the testimony of the narrator, this capital story appears to have been known in Pampanga for some time. The incident of the demon entering the body of the princess and then leaving at the request of one who has befriended him occurs in a Tagalog story also, which I will give for the purpose of comparison. While the story is more of a fairy tale than a marchen proper, it appears to be a variant of our number 24. Significant differences between the two will be noted, however. The Tagalog story was collected and written down for me by Manuel Reyes, a native of Manila. It runs as follows. Mabait and the Duende. Mengita, a king of Cebu, had 2 slaves, Mabait and Masama. Mabait was honest and industrious, while Masama was envious and lazy. Mabait did nearly all of the hard work in the palace, so he was admired very much by the king. Masama, who was addicted to gambling, envied Mabait. One night, while Mabait was asleep, a duende awakened him and said, "I have seen how you labor here patiently and honestly. I want to be your friend." Mabait was amazed and frightened. He looked at the duende carefully and saw that it resembled a very small man with long hair and a white beard. It was about 1 foot high. It had on a red shirt, a pair of green trousers, a golden cap, and a pair of black shoes. At last, Mabait answered in a trembling voice, "I don't want to be a friend of an evil spirit." "I am not evil, I am a duende." "I don't know what duendes are, so I don't want to be your friend." Duendes are wealthy and powerful spirits. They can perform magic. If you are the friend of one of them, you will be a most fortunate man. "How did you come into the world?" said Mabait. "Listen, when Lucifer was an angel, a contest in creating animals arose between him and God. He and his followers were defeated and thrown into hell. Many angels in that contest belonged neither to God's side nor to Lucifer's. They were dropped on the earth. Those that fell in the forests became tigbalangs, ikis, and mananangels, those in the seas became mermaids and mermen, and those in the cities became duendes. "Ah yes, I know now what duendes are." "Now let our friendship last forever," said the duende. "I am ready at any time to help you in your undertakings." From that time on, Mabate and the duende were good friends. The duende gave Mabate 2 or 3 Isabels every day, and by the end of the month he had saved much money. He bought a fine hat and a pair of wooden shoes. Masama wondered how Mabate, who was very poor, could buy so many things. At last he asked, "Where do you get money? Do you steal it?" "No, my friend gives it to me." "Who is your friend?" "A duende." Masama, in great envy, went to the king and said, "Master Mabate, your favorite slave, has a friend. This friend is a duende, which will be injurious to us if you let it live here. As Mabate said, it will be the means of his acquiring all of your wealth and taking your daughter for his wife." The king, in great rage, summoned Mabate and punished him severely by beating his palms with a piece of leather. Then he ordered his servants to find the duende and kill it. The duende hid in a small jar. Masama saw it and covered the mouth of the jar with a saint's dress. The duende was afraid of the dress and dared not come out. "Open the jar, and I will give you 10 Isabels," said the little man. "Give me the money first." After Masama received the money, he went away to the cockpit without opening the jar. On his way there he lost his money. He went back to the duende and said, "Friend, give me 10 Isabels more, and I will open the jar." "I know that you will cheat me," answered the duende. "Just let me come out of the jar, and I promise that you shall have the princess here for your wife." "What, will the princess be my wife?" "Yes." "How can you make her love me?" "I will enter the princess's abdomen. I will talk, laugh, and do everything to make her afraid. I will not leave her for anybody but you." "Good, good." Masama opened the jar, and the duende flew away to the princess's tower. Only a few weeks after that time, a proclamation of the king was read in public. It was as follows: "The princess, my daughter, has something in her abdomen. It speaks and laughs. No one knows what it is, and no one can force it to come out. Whoever can cure my daughter shall be my heir and son-in-law, but he who tries and fails shall lose his head." When Masama heard this, he said to Mabate, "Why don't you cure the princess? You are the only one who can cure her." "Don't flatter me," answered Mabate. "I'm not flattering you. It is the duende, your friend, who is in her abdomen, and no one can persuade it to come out but you. So go now, for fortune is waiting for you." Mabate was at last persuaded, and so he departed. Before going to the king, he first went to a church, and there he prayed Bathala that he might be successful in his undertakings. When Mabate was gone, Masama said to himself, "It is not fortune, but it is death that is waiting for him. When he is dead, I shall not have anybody to envy." After sitting for about a half hour, Masama also set out for the princess's tower, but he reached the palace before Mabate. There he told the king that he could cure his daughter. He was conducted into the princess's room. He touched her abdomen and said, "Who are you?" "I am the duende." "Why are you there?" "Because I want to be here." "Go away." "No, I won't." "Don't you know me?" "Yes, I know you. You are Masama, who cheated me once. Give your head to the king." So the executioner cut Masama's head off. Then Mabate came and told the king that he could cure the princess. After he was given permission to try, he said to the duende, "Who are you?" "I am the duende, your friend." "Will you please come out of the princess's abdomen?" "Yes, I will, for the sake of our friendship." Mabate was married to the princess, was crowned king, and lived happily with his friend the duende. Before attempting to decide anything concerning the provenience of these two tales, we shall first examine versions of the story from other parts of the world. The nearest European analog that I am familiar with is an Andalusian story printed by Caballero in 1866, Ingram, 107, The Demon's Mother-in-Law. An outline of the chief elements of this tale follows. Mother Holofernes, while very neat and industrious, was a terrible termagant and shrew. Her daughter Panfilla, on the contrary, was so lazy and thoughtless that once, when the old woman burnt herself badly because her daughter was listening to some lads singing outside, instead of helping her mother with the boiling lye for washing, the enraged Mother Holofernes shouted to her offspring, "Heaven grant that you may marry the evil one himself." Not long afterward, a rich little man presented himself as a suitor for Panfilla's hand. He was accepted by the mother, and preparations for the marriage went forward. The old woman, however, began to dislike the suitor, and recalling her curse, suspected that he was none other than the devil himself. Accordingly, on the night of the wedding, she bade Panfilla lock all the windows and doors of the room, and then beat her husband with a branch of consecrated olive. So done. The husband tried to escape from his wife by slipping through the keyhole, but his mother-in-law anticipated this move. She caught him in a glass bottle, which she immediately sealed hermetically. Then the old lady climbed to the summit of a mountain, and there deposited the bottle in an out-of-the-way place. 10 years the imp remained there a prisoner, suffering cold, heat, hunger, thirst. One day a soldier, returning to his native town on leave, took a short cut over the mountain and spied the bottle. When he picked it up, the imp begged to be released and told him of all he had suffered. But the soldier made a number of conditions: his release from the army, a $4 daily pension, etc., and finally the imp promised to enter the body of the daughter of the King of Naples. The soldier was to present himself at court as a physician and demand any reward he wished to in return for a cure. So done. The king accepted the services of the soldier, but stipulated that if in 3 days he had not cured the princess, he should be hanged. The soldier accepted the conditions, but the demon, seeing that he had his arrogant enemy's life in his hands and bent on revenge, refused to leave the body of the princess. On the last day, however, the soldier ordered all the bells rung. On the demons asking what all the noise was about, the soldier said, "I have ordered your mother-in-law summoned, and she has just arrived." In great terror, the devil at once quitted the princess, and the soldier was left in victorious possession of the field. It will be noticed that the last episode is almost identical with the ending of our story, The Devil and the Guachinango, while there is a considerable amount of divergence between the two elsewhere. For versions collected before 1860, I am indebted to Benfey's treatment of this cycle. It is found in his Panchatantra, 1, 519 ff. I take the liberty of summarizing it in this place, first, because it is the only exhaustive handling of the story I know of, and second, because Benfey's brilliant work, while constantly referred to and quoted, has long been out of print and has never been accessible in English. The occasion for Benfey's dissertation on this particular tale is the relationship he sees between it and the large family of stories turning on the motive of a marvelous cure, a representative of which is Panchatantra 512, the miraculous cure of a blind man, a humpback, and a 3-breasted princess. While the story we are discussing cannot be considered in any sense an offshoot of the Panchatantra tale, it can scarcely be denied, says Benfey, that between the two there is a definite internal relationship, which is further manifested by the fact that in its later development the latter is actually joined to the former, p. 519. The earliest form of our story is found in the Cunning, where it is told as the story for the 45th and 46th nights. In this version, a Brahmin, driven away from home by the malice of his wife, is befriended by a demon who had formerly lived in the Brahmin's house, but who had also fled in fear from her shrewish tongue. The demon enters the body of a princess, and the Brahmin, appearing as a conjurer, forces him to leave in accordance with their pact and wins half a kingdom and the hand of the princess. The demon now goes to another city where he possesses the queen, an aunt of the Brahmin's new father-in-law. The Brahmin, whose reputation as an enchanter has become great, is summoned to cure this queen. When he arrives, the demon threatens and insults him, refusing to leave the queen because they are now quits. The Brahmin, however, whispers in the woman's ear, "My wife is coming here close on my heels. I have come only to warn you," whereupon the demon, terror-stricken, at once leaves the queen. The Brahmin is highly honored. Benfey conjectures that this story must have passed over into the Persian redaction of the Cunning, i.e., the Tuti name, but what changes it underwent in the transmission cannot yet be determined. The earliest European form of the tale is that found in the Turkish 40 Vezirs, trans by Bayanauer, p. 277. Here a young woodcutter saves money to buy a rope, but his shrewish wife, thinking that he is going to spend it on a sweetheart, insists on accompanying him to his work in the mountains so that she can keep him under her eye. In the mountains, the husband decides to abandon his wife in a well. He tells her to hold a rope while he descends to fetch a treasure which he pretends is concealed at the bottom, but she is so avaricious that she insists on being let down first. Then he drops the rope and returns home free. A few days later, conscience-smit, he goes back to rescue his wife, and lowering another rope, he calls to her that he will draw her up, but he hauls a demon to the surface instead. The demon thanks the woodcutter for rescuing him from a malicious woman who some days ago descended and has made my life unbearable ever since. As in the Kukisiptati story, the demon enters a princess and makes her insane, and the woodcutter cures her and marries her. Then the demon enters another princess. The woodcutter is summoned. He has to resort to the well-known trick to force the imp to leave this second maiden. In the Persian form of this story, in the 1001 Days, Prenslow ed. 11, 247, is added the death penalty in case the hero fails to perform the second cure, which consists in persuading the spirit, in the form of a snake, to unwind itself from the body of the vezir's daughter. The hero had already cured the sultan's daughter and married her. A Serbian story, Wuk, number 37, is closer to the 40 Vezirs version than is the 1001 Days. The only essential difference is that the opening of the Serbian tale is the well-known fablio of the meadow that was mowed. Here the wife falls into a pit. When the husband attempts to draw her out again, a devil appears. The devil is thankful, and to reward the man, it enters the body of the emperor's daughter. Here the hero appears, not as an enchanter, but as a physician. Practically identical is the story of the bad wife and the devil, in Vogel, Slowish Volksmärchen, Wien, 1837. In a Finnish version of the story Benfi, 524-525, the hero, as in the preceding, assumes the role of a physician. The husband pushes his bad wife into an abyss. When he attempts to draw her out again, another woman appears. She is the plague. Out of gratitude for her liberation from that other wicked woman, she proposes to him that they travel together through the world. She, the pest, will make people ill. He, as physician, will cure them. So done. As a result, the man becomes rich. But at last he grows weary of his excessive work, so he procures a snappish dog and puts it in a sack. The next time he is called to the side of a person made sick by the pest, he says to her, "Enter human beings no more. If you do, I will liberate from this sack the woman that tormented you in the abyss," at the same time irritating the dog so that it growls. The plague, full of terror, begs him for God's sake not to set the woman free and promises to reform. It will be seen that in its method of the sickness and the cure, this story is related to Grimm, number 44, Godfather Death, where death takes the place of the plague, and where, instead of gratitude, the motive is the godfather relationship of death toward the hero. This folk tale, says Benfi, p. 525, was early put into literary form in Europe. Among others, he cites Machiavelli's excellent version in his story of Belphegor, early 16th century. Belphegor, a devil, is sent to earth by his master to live as a married man for 10 years, to see whether certain accusations made against women by souls in hell are true or slanderous. Belphegor marries in Florence, but his imperious wife causes him so much bad fortune that he is compelled to flee from his creditors. A peasant conceals him, and out of gratitude, Belphegor tells his rescuer his story and promises to make him rich by possessing women and allowing himself to be driven out only by the peasant himself. So done. The peasant wins great renown, and at last Belphegor says that his obligations have been fulfilled and that the peasant must look out for himself if they meet again. The devil now enters the daughter of Ludwig Roman II, King of France. The peasant is summoned to cure her, but is afraid and refuses. At last he is compelled to go, like the physician, against his will, see Benfi, 515 ff. Belphegor rages when he sees the peasant and threatens him vehemently. At last the peasant employs the usual trick, "Your wife is coming," and the devil flees in consternation, choosing rather to rush back to hell than into the arms of his wife. Benfi considers a Bohemian story in Wenzig's collection, Westslawisch Märchen, Leipzig, 1857, p. 167, to be the best of all the popular versions belonging to this group, and he reproduces it in full pp. 527-534. This long story we may pass over, since it contains no new features that are found in our story. In fact, it little resembles ours or any of the others, except in general in 2 or 3 episodes. Benfi concludes his discussion of this cycle by stating that there have been many other imitations of this tale, and he mentions some of these p. 534. It may be added that further references will be found in Wilson's note in his edition of Dunlop 2, 180-8190. The question of the origin of the Pampango version of this story is not easy to answer definitely, for the reason that it presents details not found in any of the other variants. However, since nearly all the machinery of our story turns on the teachings of the Roman Church, and since the denouement is practically identical with the ending of Caballero's Andalusian story, I conclude that in its main outlines our version was derived from Spain. At the same time, I think it likely that the fairy tale of Mabate and the Duende was already existent earlier in the islands, though this, too, may have been imported, and that the motivation of the spirit's desire to revenge himself on his tormentor for his avarice and greed was incorporated into the marchen from the fairy tale. My reasons for thinking the fairy tale the older are: 1. Its crudeness, the good and the bad hero, are a very awkward device compared with the combination of qualities in the Guachinango. 2. Its local references and its native names. 3. Its use of native superstitions and beliefs. Tale 25. Juan Sadat. Narrated by Nicholas Zafra, an Ilocano from San Fernando, La Union. The story is very popular among the country people about San Fernando, he reports. Many years ago there lived a certain old couple who had an only son. Juan, for that was the boy's name, was known throughout the village as an idler, and for this reason he was called Juan Sadat. He had no liking for any kind of work. In fact, his contempt for all work was so great that he never even helped his father or mother. One day his father took him to the fields to have him help harvest their crops. But instead of going to work, Juan betook himself to a shady spot on the edge of the field and fell asleep. His father, who was very much enraged by this conduct of his son, determined then and there to dispose of him. He carried the sleeping boy to another part of the field and laid him down just beside a large snake hole. He expected that the snake, when it came out of its hole, would sting the sleeping idler, who would thus be disposed of quietly. When Juan awoke, he found a large snake coiled near him. In his fright, he sprang to his feet to run away, but the snake looked up at him sympathetically and then began to speak. "Why do you fear me? Don't you know that I am the king of the snakes? I am going to give you a wonderful gift that will make you happy forever." And having said this, it dropped a gold ring on the ground and bade Juan pick it up and wear it on his finger. The ring was of pure gold, and it had on it initials that Juan could not understand. "Keep that ring carefully, for it will be of great use to you," said the snake. "Consult it for anything you want, and it will advise you how to proceed to obtain the object of your desire." After thanking the snake for its gift, Juan set out on his travels. He never worried about his food from day to day, for from his magic ring he could get anything he needed. In his wanderings, word reached Juan's ears that the king of that country would give his beautiful daughter to anyone who could fulfill 3 conditions. Juan was thrilled with joy on hearing this news, for he was sure that he would be the successful competitor for the hand of the princess. When he presented himself before the court, his slovenly appearance and awkward movements only excited laughter and mirth among the nobles. "What chance have you of winning the prize?" they asked him in derision. "Let me know the conditions, and time will show," said Juan. "You must fulfill 3 conditions before I give my daughter to you," said the king. "First, you must fight with my tiger and kill it if you can. Second, you must go get and bring back to me the burning stone that the dragon in the mountains has in its possession. Third, you must answer correctly a question that I shall ask you." "Very well," said Juan as he turned to go. "I will do all you require of me." Now, many a young man had risked his life for the hand of the beautiful princess, but no one had yet succeeded in winning even the first contest. The king's tiger was ferocious and strong, and as agile as a mouse. Then there was the formidable dragon in the mountains, whose breath alone was deadly poisonous. This dragon lived in a cave the entrance to which was guarded by poisonous serpents. Every morning it would come out of its cave to play with its wonderful stone by tossing it up into the air and catching it in its mouth when it fell. Hence it was difficult, if not impossible, to succeed in these undertakings. The young men who had been stirred by their intense love for the princess had bartered away their lives for her hand. When Juan arrived home, he took up his little ring and said to it, "Advise me as to how I may overcome the king's tiger." "Get a handful of sand," replied the ring, "and mix with it an equal quantity of red pepper. Take the mixture with you into the arena, and when the tiger comes near you, fling the sand into its eyes." Juan prepared the sand and pepper as he had been advised. The next day he stepped into the arena amid the shouts and cheers of the spectators. He looked, as usual, to be an idle, slow-moving fellow who would have no chance at all against the wild beast. The tiger soon appeared at the opposite end of the arena and advanced rapidly towards Juan. When the animal was about 3 yards from him, he flung the mixture of sand and pepper into its eyes. The tiger was blinded. Juan then drew his dagger and buried it deep into the animal's heart. The next task he had to perform was to obtain the dragon's fiery stone. The ring advised him thus: "Go to the cave, and, in order to gain admittance, show me to the serpents. I am sacred to them, and they will fulfill whatever commands my possessor gives them." Juan proceeded to the cave in the mountains. He had no sooner entered it than hissing serpents came towards him in threatening attitudes. Juan, however, showed them the signet ring, and they at once became tame, and showed him that they were glad to obey whatever he should command them to do. "Go and get the dragon's stone," he ordered, and soon they came back with the much-coveted treasure. When the king saw that Juan had fulfilled 2 of the hardest conditions, he became alarmed because the new bridegroom was to be a person of very low birth. So he devised the most difficult question possible, with the view of preventing Juan from winning his daughter the princess. Juan now presented himself before the king and his court to perform the third and last task. "What am I thinking about now?" asked the king. Juan appeared to hesitate a moment, but he was really consulting his ring. The ring said to him, "The king has in mind the assurance that you will not be able to answer his question." Then looking up, Juan answered the king's question in the precise words of the ring, and thus answered it correctly. Astonished at the wonderful power of Juan, the king gave his daughter to him, and when he died, the young couple inherited the crown of the kingdom. Notes: I know of no parallels to this story as a whole. In its separate incidents, it is reminiscent of other tales, and in its main outline, from the point where the hero sets out to seek adventures with the help of his magic ring, the narrative belongs to the bride wager group. In this group, Von Hahn distinguishes at least 2 types. 1, 54 knows. 23 and 24. In the one, the hero bets his head against the bride and wins by performing difficult tasks. In the other, he wins by answering riddles. In our story, there is no formal staking of his head by the hero, but undertaking the first 2 tasks amounts to the same thing. The third task, it will be noticed, is the answering of a difficult question, which in a way connects our story with Von Hahn's second type. The 2 distinctive features in our story are the introduction and the first task. The cruelty displayed by the hero's father is not unusual in folk tales, but his method of getting rid of his son is. The benevolence of the snake, which is not motivated at all, may be at bottom connected with some such moralizing tradition as is found in Samedva, the story of the 3 Brahmin brothers. Tani, 1, 293, where 2 older brothers, in order to get rid of the youngest, who has been slandered by their wives, Potiphar's wife situation, order him to dig up an ant hill in which lives a venomous snake. Because of his virtue, however, he finds a pitcher filled with gold. There is nothing else in this story which even in the remotest way suggests ours. While Benfi, 1, 214-15, note, has shown that the conception of the snake jewel is essentially Indian and the belief in one form or another is widespread in the Philippines, he also shows that it was held in Europe even in classical times. And, as everyone knows, the idea is a commonplace in folklore. Obviously, nothing can be concluded as to the origin of our story from this detail alone. The first task, which is performed without supernatural aid, though the hero asks his ring for advice, may be a remnant of tradition. If so, it is of Indian or Malayan tradition, not Philippine, for the tiger is not found in the islands.